Hey, what's up, everybody? Hey, how y'all ladies doing?
Lovely. How are
Welcome.
you?
I am great. Welcome, you guys. Welcome, everybody that just joined us to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, this is going to be an explosive and, frankly, a disturbing topic. We talking about your boy. We talking about your mans. We talking about Sean P. Diddy Combs, music mogul, who's been all. Oh, y'all know if you haven't heard anything about what's going on with Diddy, you must be under a rock because it's everywhere. This music mogul, this billionaire, he has been charged with some of the most shocking allegations in recent history, from guns to drugs to sex trafficking and violence. And y'all, these are not just rumors anymore. There's an actual indictment. There is a court case, and there are mountains and mountains of evidence. So, what happened to Diddy? How did a man who once stood at the top of the music industry fall so damn hard? Now, we are going to explore his demons. We're going to explore his addictions. But most of all, we're going to take away the lessons that we can learn from his missteps, because that's what this is about, right? So, you see, we only have three queens here. We have Dr. Alicia. Dr. Alicia is a social worker and she is a victim's advocate. And then we have Miss Athena. She is the We Wealth Warrior Coach. CP. Oh, I love it, goddess. Yes, give it to him. And you guys, so every time we come here, we always have a certain group of men who are always saying, you know what, y'all need some men on here. Y'all need some men. You know what? You guys have spoken and we've listened. We actually have a man here today that we want to bring in the conversation. So I want you all of you regulars out there, I want you to welcome therapist, mental wellness coach, talk therapy, psychoeducation, well consultant, Joe Corley. What's up, Joe?
How y'all
Welcome.
doing? How y'all doing?
Welcome to
Thank you
the
for having me.
welcome to Fly Nubian Money. So y'all know, like I said, if you've been under a rock, then you may not have heard about what's going on with Diddy. But if you have had any type of ear outside of your household, and if you've been connected to any kind of media, then you know that there are some explosive things happening with Diddy. There has been a lot of people who've been wanting to see his downfall for a long time. Some people have been talking about it for a very, very long time. A lot of people have been called haters. People haven't listened, but there's an indictment. And so there's a couple of videos I want to go ahead and take a look at and just kind of explore what's been going on. And we have two good doctors here today. And then of course we have the lady who's up on all the pop culture with us as well, Miss Athena. She knows all about pop. She knows if I want to know anything about what's going on in pop culture, we have all the right people here today. So let's take a look at this video we have. I want to see the one with which one do we want to see first?
I voted for Faison, but whatever you want to do.
Let's look at Faison's fat ass. Let's look at Faison's.
I need y'all to help me. We all heard about Puffy, and I see a lot of people, yay. I'm confused. The Cassie thing, I understand. I think you should definitely lock this up. Put hands on the young lady. But I don't understand the other shit. Can y'all help me? When has being nasty been a federal crime? And I'm glad they told me. I didn't know there was a limit on baby oil. I'm getting a few, because we get ashy, but you get a massage or something or whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
So perhaps Faison needs 1,000 bottles of baby oil to take the ash off of his ass. But that is a very, very, very uncommon thing. But what do you think, Athena, of the idea that he's saying, look, I could see, him beating Cassia, but what is the problem with this man having a high freak meter? Do you think it's just a high freak meter, or do you think that there's actually a real problem?
I think that in the case of Diddy, there's definitely a real problem. And I don't think people realize how sinister or how deep it goes. I definitely do think that Diddy is probably on a case level of like a Epstein. I follow this lawyer on YouTube. Her name is Attorney Simone Wedwine. And she was saying, she was reading through the actual paperwork, the things that have been filed. And they were saying that, even his companies were like fronts for like sex trafficking ring almost. Because why would you need 1,000 bottles worth of baby oil? That sounds like a business. That sounds like inventory. That's not like personal use.
So that goes back to what Armando said. Diddy was an investor of baby oil, 1,000 shares of oil. He was investing in petroleum.
I guess so.
He didn't have a sex ring. He was an investor.
You see, this would make sense if he owned a bunch of sex shops or something like that. But how many parties are you having that you need 1,000 bottles of baby oil? And 784 dildos were found as well. Like how much?
Talk about that too. Yeah. I'm with Boys. Boys said this poor brother seems to have a breathing problem. Talking about Faison. I couldn't even hear anything over the breathing. So that's all I heard. And I heard a stomach growling. So that's the only thing I heard. But what did he say? Dr. Alicia, what do you think about what Faison said? Because I couldn't hear over the breathing and the stomach growling.
I ain't gonna do anything with the breathing. Listen, it is not illegal to be nasty. Listen, it is not illegal. It's perfectly fine. If people want to go to a party, a Puff Daddy party, ain't no party like a Puff Daddy party, and you have the real party, and then people leave, and then the after party happens, and you have consenting adults participating in whatever acts they feel like they want to participate, pleasure seekers. That's not against the law. Where I think it becomes against the law is if you're drugging somebody and having non-consensual relations with that person, and they're not fully aware of what's happening. You haven't totally gotten consent, and it's been happening for years and years. I'm a victim's advocate here. And if you are abusing women and dragging them by the hair and beating them up and participating in this predatory behavior where you're taking advantage of someone, that puts you into a situation where it is sinister, and you're part of this dark triad of individuals who psychologically doesn't care anything about not only yourself, but definitely not another person, another sentient being, to treat them this way. I think that's where it gets not only illegal, but it's immoral to treat people this way.
Yeah. So listen, we always have the ladies that are talking. Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Today, we have a gentleman. For those who just joined us, we have a therapist, a mental wellness coach, because we need to therapize what's going on here. We have a talk therapy, a psychoeducator, and a wellness consultant. Let me ask you from your perspective, Joe. Mm-hmm. Is this some sort of depravity? Is this an addiction? Is this some kind of mental illness? What do you think? Or is this dude just a super de-duper freak?
Yeah, I agree with everything the doctor said. There is nothing. No one's against being nasty. If you're nasty, be nasty. We had 1,000. He had 1,000. Bottles of oil. It's somebody out there with 1 or 2 bottles of oil that just can't afford 1,000. Had no space to put them. Are we calling them nasty too? He just has the means to do nasty stuff at a higher level, at a higher clip than most people. I think when it comes a problem, when you do it despite the possibility of negative consequences, and we're talking about actually harming people, actually holding people against their will, that's when it becomes a problem. But if he wants to have dildos and baby oil, we don't know if that's an addiction unless it comes at a negative consequence.
So I don't know, Doc, because there's normal and there's abnormal. 784 dildos is not really normal. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Not. I mean, just because he can afford it doesn't make it okay. I mean, Doc, come on now. You can't say there's levels. And after you get to a certain level, then there's depravity, then there's addiction, then there's a dark side.
I mean, if you have okay, we're talking about somebody that's close to a Billy, you know. So if I have a couple $100 and I go spend, you know, 150 of that $200 on 2 dildos, you know, what's the difference? You know what I mean? Like it's if all I can afford is 2, then I'm getting 2. But if I can afford, how many did he have? 300? I don't know how many he had. You know, I mean,
700 some dildos.
784. That's the specific number.
I'm telling you,
784 is wild. But you know, I don't know how many people be at his parties. You know what I mean? Like you might need, you know, and it could be a sanitary issue. Maybe he's trying to be sanitary.
Oh my God.
You know,
So
I'm just saying.
Remember that audio is running around with supposedly, allegedly, was Meek Mill being blown out. You know, so maybe he was using one of them.
Meek Mill get his back blown out, so he just have one. Because you know, listen, they say rappers don't wear the same shoes twice when you're at that level, so maybe you don't want to use the same. Dr. Alicia, I see you over there chomping at the bit. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it depends. Listen, any one of these things independently, you wouldn't really have concern about it. But taken together, the videos, the weapons, the oil,
the drugs,
the dildo, all of the evidence is overwhelmingly more than just being nasty. And I think that when we start labeling it, oh, they just being nasty, you're minimizing the experience of the true victimhood of individuals who have been caught up into this, and it's not been pleasurable for them. This is not just being nasty. This is where you're violating other people, you're abusing other people, you're using your power to take advantage of other people. That steps into, like I said, not only immoral and practices like that, but it is bigger than just an addiction issue. It is, you're traumatizing other people, you're reaping havoc on people. And there's been so many people along the way that have dropped hints that, hey, this is what's going on, and almost like setting us up for eventually these things will come out. And just one person can't do it. When there's 300 witnesses, that's an overwhelming case. It's very hard to prove. When you're alone in a room with somebody and someone takes advantage of you, it's your word against theirs. That's very difficult, and sometimes never gets fleshed out in court in the way that it should be. And courts can't do anything with that. But that one person systematically goes around and violates all these other people. That's when you know there's this whatever his name is, situation, Weinstein situation where, it's going to come back and get you. But it's unfortunate that so many people have to be victimized before we get to this point.
I mean, when you have a lot of money and access and resources and people covering up for you, that's what does happen. But I love people said, Big Mac said this conversation is going to be a little slippery today. Yes, stay tuned. It's going to be a little bit slippery. Armando said, when nasty goes wrong. Listen, you are watching Fly Nubian Money right here. And this is where we help you to maximize your money. Every time we go live, we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And every time you want to get notified before we go live, I need you to do me a favor. Put this in your phones right now. Y'all get your phones out. Text the word Queens to 87948. Okay? QUEENS to 87948. And guess what, y'all? We is on Spotify. So go over to Spotify as well. I want you to bookmark the page and get alert every time we go live, because if you can't see our beautiful faces, and listen, we got a handsome one today. If you can't see our faces, at least you can listen to us as we talk and engage with us. And listen, this is always a dialogue and not a monologue. Y'all know the ones who we love to see you every single day. We have some regular people, Big Mac, Armando, Black Lexica, Debbie, Win, all you people who are here with us every day. And all of you who are new to the channel, we love you. We like for you to talk back to us and talk black to us. So make sure that you're not only talking to us, but you're sharing this with the people. Subscribe to our channels, whatever channel you're watching this on, because we're on several platforms. So make sure you subscribe. Now, I want to ask the queen of pop culture, we talked a little bit about the people stepping down from, you know, when Diddy got arrested, it was like people was dropping. I remember in 2008, because I'm in the mortgage business, and like every hour we would get alerted every time a bank went out of business. Boom, bank go out of business. Boom, right? So there was like this website where it says this bank went out of business, and like every minute the bank was going out of business. So like every minute between the last couple of days, we seen moguls, CEOs, record label executives going out or stepping down. What do you think about that? Is there some tea? Is there some fire with a smoke, girl?
Right. Remember I said I feel like Diddy is on the level of like an Epstein situation, because why would you record so much in your house if you weren't recording to have blackmail people to make sure, one, that they don't repeat or what they see there, but two, also if you go down, then you can sink the ship. Ooh. Since Diddy, being the princess of pop culture as I am, since Diddy has stepped down, some of the people who have stepped down since he's been in jail: Kevin Liles, music executive; Eric Pryor, president of fine arts; Jonathan Holloway, Rutgers president, okay, and many to name a few. I do think that Diddy is probably like a link. This is my theory now, a link in some sex trafficking ring that is on a global level. So I think everyone is circling the wagon around that. Mm-hmm. And what I also think when it comes to the Diddy situation, his fall from grace, notice that he didn't start having these type of issues until he started suing that Diego liquor company, that liquor giant that he had a contract with. And towards the end of the legal dispute, which got resolved in January, he no longer owned it. So I think Diddy pissed off his handlers, the people who sign his checks. And since he sued them, now they're coming to pull his chain, because what we do know and understand, since this is Fly Nubian Money and we're talking about money, is that when you do not solely own your business and you are dependent on people to distribute your product, as Black people who don't own distribution and certain things like that, those type of people with that type of money are not going to do business with you unless they have a file on you. So when you get out of line, they yank that chain. So that's why I feel like Diddy's going through this now, because it's been, what, 30 years of this?
Listen, what you said, I've been seeing stuff pop up on social media last couple of days. I saw Eddie Griffin today just saying that Diddy has video of him having sex with all of these major players. Clive Davis, he said he has video on everybody. And so the reason why the feds went and raided his house is because they say, yo, Clive Davis and all of them have friends in the Department of Justice, and said, y'all need to go get them tapes. Now, that he's a smart man, then he may have had, of course, I'm sure he's duplicated them, but they don't want him to implicate them in this sex ring that you're mentioning. So that is a very good, thought, because I think that there might be some truth to that, that, you know, when there's smoke, there's fire. There's also his bodyguard. And I want to play that video. There's also his former bodyguard who was talking about this very thing. And he's been talking about this for years, y'all. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Let's run that tape.
Some dudes belong in jail based on what they do and how they do it. We know that to be true. And it's just this situation, man. When they get down to all the facts and all what happened, he may belong in jail, bruh. And that's not my doing. That's not Cassie doing. That's his doing and his learned behavior from the people that mentored him. You got to realize, man, he learned from Andre Harrell. He learned from Russell Simmons. He learned from Clyde Davis. You understand? When those people are telling you that they were heavy into the drugs, they was heavy into beating women and doing things at that age, at that crazy stage, that's going to make him think that he could get away with the same thing that they was getting away with back then. You understand? The things that he was saying, you know, the touchy-feely between two men and all that stuff like that, man. All that, he learned that from them dudes. When I told y'all the story, when me and my man went up to Russell Simmons and he had a house and he had a man in bikini drawers in his bedroom, in his bed. You understand? Bruh, this is that he learned. I'm assuming he learned it from them. Let me put that. And I'm not going to say alleged because I saw that for my own self. My man was with me, Slick was with me, and we saw that for our own self. You understand what I'm saying? So these are behaviors and things that with drugs and all the stuff that's going on, pills, drinking, it can make this man into a monster, and that's what it did, bro. It made him into a monster, bro.
Yo, Slick too? You think Slick was being slicked up?
That's wild.
But listen, let's talk about that because I've heard stuff about Justin Bieber being groomed. We've heard rumors about Usher being groomed. Is there, Joe? And I want to introduce everybody to Joe. So for all of you who are just tuned in, and for all of you who are maybe our regular listeners and watchers, we have a brother, because y'all been asking, y'all like, why it's got to be all women? Because fly Nubian money. We Nubian queens. However, we have a Nubian brother here today, Joe, who is a therapist, mental wellness coach, talk therapy, psychoeducation, wellness consultant. Okay. I want to talk about the idea of grooming, and I want to get inside because you are a psychotherapist, right? Psychoeducation. You are a therapist. Get into the mind of that. What, how does the succession start if you're being groomed, and how that plays a part in you, and then you grooming other people, and then it's like a cycle that doesn't stop. What do you think about the idea of him being groomed?
Well, I mean, I heard someone ask earlier, is this like a learned behavior? And like everything is a learned behavior. Like, so emotional triggers are something that probably happened to Diddy well before the age of 10, kind of laid the foundation for what we're looking at today. And then, who knows, what happens to our emotional triggers when they're exacerbated by money and power. So that's not me making excuses for him. That's just me saying what it is, depending on, what happened to him as a young person, this could really be a lot of people, in this situation, honestly. So to get into the mind of it, I'd have to really like understand exactly what he's been through, and what what his lived experience was when he was a young person. But it is highly possible what the bodyguard is saying, is now, do I think that he got, all this happened to him in his adult life? No, I think something happened to him when he was younger that laid the foundation for people like Clive Davis and, Andre Harrell and whoever, to just kind of expand on whatever he experienced as a younger person. But yeah, highly possible that he was groomed and then groomed other people, because it's all learned behavior.
I like what Black Lexicon said. I think patient analysis of evidence that will be present before coming to a conclusion. We want to believe in due process, y'all. But due process has to be applied as much as it might hurt. So he's saying, listen, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but we have a whole lot of evidence, a whole lot of people out there saying that they were victims of Diddy. And he's obviously admitted, at least in one case, to Cassie, right? Because we saw video evidence, and then he paid her off. But going back to what Joe said, Dr. Alicia, there might have been an issue that he already had. Add money, add power to that. Is that a recipe for disaster?
Well, listen, my brother went to college with Sean, and he said that he would just run around campus. He was not very attractive. He did not have a lot of money. His teeth was all jacked. Like, he wasn't like seen as the most desirable person. However, what my brother said was that he started to become known with throwing these really great parties. And that's how he became popular. So if you think about it, if we can try to get into the psychology of it, maybe, he felt inadequate in some way. He felt really insecure in some way. And he got the attention that he felt like he needed, the recognition. He was all powerful because he's I'm going to be a DJ and I'm going to throw these nice parties. And he didn't graduate from college, of course, but you know, those were the things. So what sort of things are happening with you that makes you vulnerable to being preyed on? Because we remember Mace, you know, Mace was part of this whole thing. And then eventually Mace was like, I've had enough of this. I don't want to participate in this anymore. And he was out. Like he decided, and that's the choices that you make. Can you walk around with integrity? You know, are you somebody that needs to hide and deflect and minimize all these things with the abuse that you've done? Are you that kind of person? Are you going to be like Mace? And Mace went to the church. So what all he saw, he was trying to cleanse his soul from what he may have had a choice. Everybody has a choice. It's a crossroad that you get into. Of course, Mace doesn't have the popularity and the money and the notoriety that Sean eventually got, but maybe he saw something that he believed, I am not going to participate in this anymore, and got out.
You think about this though, mostly everybody that has had dealings with them, they've been kind of like, either if they haven't expressly said it, they've been hinting it. So if you look at some of the stuff Mace said, Mace is like, you know, I mean, about time. I read his book a long time ago. And then you look at all the people who are associated with him. Either they're dead, they're flat broke, something is wrong. They went way to the other side. You know, remember Craig Mack went to an occult, and it comes out that he actually had AIDS, which is crazy. And then, Mace went to the church. So there's just so many things that surrounding Diddy, just mounds and mounds of tragedy that you think, what's really going on? But for all of you guys that are just joining us, listen, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to maximize your money. Every time we go live, we want to make sure that you get notified. So make sure, I want you to pick up your phones right now. If you haven't done it already, pick up your phones and text the word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. All right. And if you want to learn how to grow your money, not blow your money, go to flynubianmoney.com. Make sure whatever platform that you are on, subscribe, share this with your friends, because we talk about things every day at the same time that I think are relatable and that actually can impact you in a positive way. Because we're going to talk about the solution and the resolution. We ain't just here gossiping, y'all. We're actually talking about things that matter, but to figure out how we can do better as a people, as a culture. All right. So, you know, I do really want to, there was one that I seen today. I mentioned earlier with Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin was talking about how he was groomed, just like his bodyguard was talking about how he was groomed, and like perhaps they were making sure that they were affected by this. So I want to take a look at that. Pull up this video. Somebody said, "Oh, Armando said, do you?" As we're pulling up the video, we'll ask a question. Do you guys think Diddy will turn up unalive to prevent exposing the industry? It's a possibility. That happened to Weinstein, right? He turned up unalive. Kara said, I wonder if Issa Rae has anything to say about what she's seen. She was partying with Diddy back to back after she got success from her Insecure show. And then what about I still can't believe it, y'all. I'm not going to believe it until something comes out. But Bishop, I can't believe that the good Bishop Jakes is a power bottom, y'all. I cannot believe it.
Why you can't believe that?
I will not believe
a lot of these churchmen be suppressing now.
I will not believe that the good bishop is a power bottom. Now, I did see him at church out here around New Year's, and he was like, I didn't even know if you guys wanted me to come. He was so contrite. And I was like, but why would he, if it ain't true, why would he be,
That was his conscience talking. That's why.
I don't believe so. The good bishop wasn't participating in the shenanigans. Not see Big Mac, I'm with you. Not TD. No. But I also did not believe that Eddie Long was doing anything wrong either. And I was like, until he came out with that toupee on his head, I was just like, when he came out with the toupee, I was like, now he's guilty. All right, let's go ahead and play it.
And Diddy, they said, nigga, you gotta take this shit because we can't be involved. But Diddy smart. He filmed every fuck session. So he was fucking Clive and the motherfucking freak boy that run Universal Music Group. So he got them on some fuck tapes. Now, that's why they raiding the house, because they got friends in Homeland Security and the feds. And they said, get in there and get them tapes from this nigga. He trying to blackmail us. That's what I believe is going on. They sacrificing Diddy. They said, nigga, you got to take this shit because we can't be involved. But Diddy smart. He filmed every fuck session. So he was fucking Clive and the motherfucking freak boy that run Universal Music Group. So he got them on some fuck tapes. Now, that's why they raiding the house, because they got friends in Homeland Security and the feds. And they said, get in there and get them tapes from this nigga. He trying to blackmail us. That's what I believe is going on.
Y'all.
He's sacrificing.
All right, we can take it off. All right, queen of pop culture, Miss Athena, what you think?
That makes sense, actually, because I think that's why they tried to coordinate the raids, is to make sure that they went in and get all the tapes, because I remember when that first dropped, there were already news cameras parked outside ready to report on the raid. So how did they know to be there for the police, right? So I do think when you are that connected, right, because I think a lot of the victims were afraid to come forward, because what has been alleged is that he's unalive, put people in jail, threaten people, guns, blow up Kid Cudi's car. So you are in fear for your life. So when you're dealing with someone that can possibly erase you off the planet or has all these tapes, I think that it goes to show the amount of power and the sinister level of debauchery that we are going to be exposed to as time moves forward. I do think that, like I said, Diddy is just a link in the chain. And if you think he's in the top of that link, you are sadly mistaken. Clive Davis and other people, I think, are involved. I think this is a global thing. I think for whatever the reason being, they're sacrificing Diddy. And if that is the case, it would make sense to call my Homeland Security friends and be like, the ones that I know, let's try to gather these tapes, gather these things, and see if we can like erase some of it potentially, so that we're not implicated.
But if he's smart, he'd had copies. You know what I'm saying? If he's a smart man, and first of all, why? Okay, a couple of things. I have so many questions. Why do you know that you are under investigation? Why not get rid of the baby oil, the dildos, the guns, the drugs? First of all, like, what do you plan on having some more freak offs? What's really going on? But for you, doctor, somebody said, what was it? The son said tapes was next door that they didn't get. How do you have this level of activity going on and insulate your children from this? How could that have happened? That's for you, Joe.
Oh, okay. Resources. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to get into it to understand, because I don't know if anybody here has that kind of money, but I mean, it's got to be resources. If you have the resources, you can do a lot of things in the United States of America. So, he could, or he didn't insulate his children. He just thought he did. You know what I mean? We don't know. I mean, it's very likely that they understood and knew what was going on. And, might be some learned behavior in that too. We really just don't know until we actually talk to them kids.
Dr. Alicia, do you think that the kids can be totally insulated from that type of behavior? Because there's no way you can be, I mean, I guess if you're a total sociopath, because we have seen sociopaths, but to be this level of depravity, if that's the case, how do you keep that from your children? And then the children are so loyal to him.
Do you know what? Being absolutely 100% loyal to your parents, that's unhealthy. that's not healthy behavior.
Say it again, Dr. Alicia. Hopefully my parents watching.
That's not healthy. That's like saying, okay, all of these really toxic things are happening behind closed doors, but just to save face, we're going to put on this hat and pretend like we're all together and smile for this great picture. That's not healthy. That's toxic family patterns. I don't think that those children are insulated from these events. How could they not be affected by a parent who's raising them, who has absolutely no empathy for what he's doing? He's rationalizing his behavior as it being okay. How can you really teach your children one thing and then go on and practice another. Children need what
That's
you're
what I'm
doing.
saying.
It doesn't make sense that you can hide 1,000 bottles of baby oil and not have to explain that to somebody.
Also, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say also, your granny was a freak too. Like, how much do you know about, what your granny was doing?
There's levels to the freakness, and we have our freak. Everybody got a little freak in them, but
how much do you know about your freaky granny? Is all I'm saying. Like, how much do you know?
My granny got 11 kids by 4 different men. I know she was a freak.
Okay, well, you know that because she got 11 kids, but you don't know how she was getting them kids. She could, she might be hanging from the chandelier.
I bet she was.
Joe is being spicy today. She might be hanging from the chandelier.
I bet she was. And then
with no wall, Joe.
No, but I get it. But that level, there's like stuff that you could do behind the bedroom doors.
Yeah.
But you're bringing different people in and out. There's a slide that we have where it said that people had to get IVs to replenish their electrolytes during freak-offs. Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep, this is not just your regular granny freaky shit, Joe, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. The indictment alleged after the freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Combs is now accused of hitting, kicking, throwing objects. I mean, you can't insulate this from your kids too much, and dragging victims during and after these sexual encounters, with injuries taking days or weeks to heal. Not only to Cassie, Kim Porter. This is his children's mom, and they had to know. And look at how loyal. And it goes back to what Dr. Alicia said. That is an unhealthy, or something is going on, because that this man has violent tendencies. It's been shown. If the way he whooped her ass like he did right here, as we seen him drag her back from the elevator to that room, he did the same thing to their mom. How are they then so loyal? I just saw my man, my ex-boyfriend, Albie Shore, last week, and he was out in DC with his son, Quincy. They were over at the White House for the Black Excellence thing. But Quincy is loyal to Diddy, and he's like, me and Al, we just cool. We homies. This man beat your mama's ass, and it's a known fact. Dr. Alicia, again, I want you just to kind of speak on that. How?
We're talking about dysfunction in families, and it can happen, right? I mean, there's been a lot of people who grew up. Let's just say we're not inside this house, but let's just say there's domestic violence happening with your parents. Your mom and your dad are beating on each other. Yeah, you have feelings about that. You're gonna have anger. It's an emotional thing. It depends on which parent you identify with. So if you identify with your dad, depending on where you are developmentally, identify with your dad who's beating up on your mom, then you can internalize that and can have terrible thoughts about women, right? To say that she deserved it. And if you identify with your mother's pain and you see that your dad is beating on your mom, yeah, you're conflicted with that, because at the same time, that these are people that should be loving and taking care of you. At the same time, they're violating you, because witnessing your dad beat your mom, I mean, that is a violation of what you see. It's a spiritual soul warfare to see your parents fight like that, and coming to terms with that contradiction, living with that contradiction creates anxiety. It creates depression. It creates all sorts of mental health issues. And it's just something that I'm used to, and you have to help people sift through that, because it's not like your dad is 100% horrible, right? Your dad does some great things. They buy you nice stuff. They take care of you, but at the same time, they're not empathetic, and they don't love and care for the people they're supposed to love and care. You love somebody, but if you love someone, you shouldn't put your hands on them and hurt them in that way. And how do you rectify that? It's something that a lot of people need to go to therapy to be able to sort through all of those conflicting feelings that you have, because you witness such a horrendous thing that's scary, fighting.
And to your point, Dr. Alicia, we've seen making the band. Remember when he made him walk across the bridge for the cheesecake? Like, we've seen so many things where Diddy has been abusive to people. This is not normal behavior that he's exhibiting. We've seen him throw things at people. We've heard stories for years of how he's abused people who work for him, how he tried to humiliate. I don't know if you guys remember Christopher Williams, I guess, owed him some money, or he wanted some money. And so what did he do? He made Christopher Williams give him oral sex. And somebody came in and he was just like, yeah, watch this, because I want to humiliate this dude. So we've heard these stories for years. There's no way that his kids ain't heard some of these stories or even witnessed some of the things. So the level of loyalty that they have, it's just unnatural. I tell you, my ex did some stuff to me, and my kids are absolutely not loyal to that Negro from what they've seen, some of the stuff that he's done to me. So imagine not only the stuff that he's done to other people, but that they've seen him do to their mom. So you guys, listen, if you have just tuned in, this is Fly Nubian Money, and we are talking about Diddy's dark side. Are his addictions to blame to his actions? And I want to talk about the part that maybe drugs have taken in all of this debauchery. But are his addictions to blame for his actions? So listen, you're at Fly Nubian Money, whatever platform, because we're on about 8, 10, 15 different platforms. Make sure you're subscribing to our channels. Wherever you're watching us from, make sure you're subscribing and you're sharing. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up, y'all. We need you to hit the thumbs up so people can see us, and we can get that visibility so more people will subscribe, and we can continue to bring great conversation to you. Also, every time we come live, we need you to text the word Queens to 87948 so you can be notified, so you can know when we come live every day. Now, we are here every day, 5 days a week, same time, same bat channel, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay. And if you want to learn how to grow your money and not blow your money, go to flynubianmoney.com. As y'all know, especially for our loyal listeners, you know this is a dialogue and not a monologue. So we love when you talk back to us and talk black to us. Queen of pop culture, I want to go to this Breakfast Club video and just kind of talk about what they're saying over here too, because they had a lot of stuff to talk about this morning. Let's roll that. I want to move it forward and say that Diddy is going to be appealing the decision to not receive bail today, and he's actually going to be appealing that decision, him and his attorney, with Judge Carter, because I reached out to Diddy's attorney and I said, well, what's the difference? Why appeal the next day? And he said Judge Carter is a judge that will be presiding over the full trial itself. Different judge, right? So they think that there will be a difference in that.
Do you think he's gonna get a bail?
Do I?
Yeah, I'm just asking in general.
I don't think that Diddy is going to get a bail.
I think Diddy should get a bail.
I ain't asking what you think. I said, do you think he's going to get one?
I think he is. The fact that he's putting up $50 million, the fact that he's putting up his family's passports, his mom's crib, the fact that he said he'll wear a GPS monitoring system, he'll only be in Miami, in New York, the fact that if you look at his family, his two daughters don't have the three of the kids don't have a mom. Right, they're staying with a family's friend.
Yeah.
But he has to do all of that because the feds think he's a slippery suspect.
Right. It will listen, all that baby oil. But
so yeah, I think he should get one. When you look at people like Harvey Weinstein, that got one, and you look at some of these other people, O.J. Simpson, that got one, Bill Cosby got one. Diddy should be able to get a bail.
I don't want my name mentioned nowhere near any of those people
at all, ever. Period. If he does not get a bail though, I don't know if they're going to move him, but right now he's being housed at MDC Brooklyn, and some of the people that have been there: R. Kelly, Fetty Wap, Michael Cohen.
Now you don't want your name with those people either.
Yeah.
Nope.
You know what? So they're saying, Envy says, I think he should have bail, just like everybody else. Everybody else has had bail, and I'm conflicted on that, because you think about this, all the people who he's hurt over the years, they get a second chance. Shine, he did an interview today, or maybe it was yesterday, and what he said is, I took the fall for him. And this man got witnesses on the stand against me so that I could go to jail in his place. And we all know that he's the one that shot that lady. Now, the lady that Diddy shot, she's been saying this since she was shot. No, Shine didn't do it. Diddy did it. And when Diddy got arrested, she said, thank God, hallelujah. So, people are saying, Diddy's not, and then we often compare, well, the white man do it, and they get bail, but there's been so many victims that just because somebody else has done wrong, it doesn't mean that he should get the same privilege. I mean, what do you think, doctor? Do you think that he should be able to get bail because of, you compare him to everybody else? Joe, sorry.
Talking to me? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think, It's hard to say. You know what I mean? You're dealing with the legal system. It's a real
Now
sensitive.
I'm talking about you. Do you think that he should get bail based upon his charges?
You know, that's a tough question. I'm gonna be honest and say yes, because I do believe in due process. So I do believe that he should get bail, and while he's having the opportunity to defend himself. So, just what I believe.
What about you, Athena?
No, I don't think he should get bail because this is not, those cases that were brought up were not a huge sex trafficking ring type of situation to where the Department of Homeland Security has to run raids to your house. Yes, those men were nasty, but their nasty was at a lower level. This is like, you know, the Burj Khalifa nasty right now. And then the other thing too is it's hard for him to go and get bail because he had that 100 million default judgment against him by one of those accusers. And what happens sometimes in the legal system, shout out to Simone Redwine, attorney on YouTube. She explained when you have a default judgment that you have to pay out, it's hard for you to get bail because they won't allow you to use your home and things as collateral until that is resolved. So that's why Diddy's lawyers were actually down there trying to appeal that default judgment, which I don't think he should have had, by the way, so that he could get the bail that he needed. But my answer is this: I don't think that he deserves to get bail. I think that he is too much of a flight risk. Yes, he can put up everything. The 50 million, that's not all of his money, right? He's trying to sell that current house for 60 million. He can definitely hop on the little jet and go and see Russell and live out the rest of his days. So I don't think that he's too much of a flight risk.
All right, what do you think, Dr. Alicia? Do you think he should get bail based upon his crimes?
I don't really care if he gets bail or not. I'm more concerned about justice being served. Remember, I'm a social worker and a victim's advocate here. I want the individuals who had to suffer, who did suffer. I want them to get justice for what they've gone through. And I don't want it to stop at Sean. I want everybody who was connected to this, who allowed this to happen. I want some consequences to go beyond Puff Daddy. It has to go beyond him. And if it stops at him and they put everything on his head, then I will be very sad about that because justice would not have been done. I want justice to be done. Maybe I live in a roses, everything should be roses in this world, but I would love to see a balance here. I would love to see things set straight and justice to do its job, not just with Diddy, but all the people who were involved. Who are the people on those tapes that knew those individuals were being drugged and beaten and knew about it and went for it anyway? Who enabled all of this? Who sold you the drugs? Who got you that?
Dr. Alicia, they set up the rooms. They had the lighting. They put the baby oil in place. They wiped everything down when it was done. They provided the IVs. Somebody was helping facilitate this.
See, it's for the same reasons. It's for them same reasons that I think that he should get bail, because accountability would not. It's just not working right. You know what I mean? So having him locked up while he's, under indictment is, to me, not a fair distribution of accountability. It's for them same reasons that I said what I said.
But to the point, though, look at the comments. Death God said Diddler called Kaylina like 144 times. So then there's an issue of witness intimidation, right? And then Kelsey Devereaux said the judge, put that on the thing, the judge said he called a witness 120 times, which was concerning because he could be on the witness list. So you think about those things because even behind jail, he still has power. Diddy should, Incock said Diddy should not get bail because he has a tendency to reach out and intimidate people who were victimized or friends of the victims. He did too much and now he's paying for it. Afua said Diddy is fighting for his life. The next Epstein, he knows too much. So what's going to happen when he goes to jail? Renda said he's definitely a flight risk. I mean, if you felt like you could get on a plane and go somewhere and not be extradited, would you? Knowing that there's imminent jail time. Nobody wants to be R. Kelly. Nobody wants R. Kelly, but R. Kelly's in jail singing his ass off. He is singing. Did you see them videos of R. Kelly singing his ass off in jail? He in there having a good old time. Afua says social workers look for rehabilitation, don't they? Mark said there is no proof he is sex trafficking. There is no proof he is sex trafficking. Those are just allegations. Okay, well, you know, his bodyguard said, I'm not even gonna say alleged because I saw the shit with my own eyes. So we can say they're allegations because we don't know for sure, but some people are saying that they're not. Big Mac, we have to eradicate evil by any means necessary. He said he don't give a damn who he is. Take him out, and I don't care what he did, what the white man did, what whomever did. Just like Dr. Alicia said, justice for everybody. Deborah said, I'd like to see him get bail because I think he is his last chance to visit with his children. You know what, though? I feel he'll be murdered in jail due to his association. He wasn't thinking about them children when he was having them goddamn freak offs. He wasn't thinking about them children when he was beating Cassie's ass. So, you know, come on now. Come on.
How do you know that?
That he was beating Cassie's ass, or he wasn't thinking about his children?
How do you know? Yeah, how do you know he wasn't thinking about his children?
Because he was still beating it. If he was, he didn't care about him because he would have cared about his freedom. What do you think? I do want you to expound upon that. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that, because I do think, in my opinion, if you really cared about your children more than you cared about the money, the power, the sex, drugs, all that other stuff, then there's choices. Because there's right and wrong. And I know when you get to a certain level, y'all, you think you're above the law. You think you've God because you have all these yes men around you, and you start to do things. You start to believe your own hype and smell your own ass. But there is a basic inherent idea of what's right and wrong. And so, Dr. Joe, what do you think about that? You said we don't know if he wasn't thinking about his children.
I agree with you about the choices. Yes, there are choices, but I also understand what addiction and obsession. I understand what these things look like. So sometimes you have to remove logic from these situations and recognize when somebody has a serious problem. And like, we don't know enough to know, like, is this a serious problem? It's always a choice. Don't get me wrong. He has a choice to deal or handle with his problems. But saying that, okay, I made this poor choice to do these terrible things does not necessarily prove that I wasn't thinking or I don't care about my children. It just means that I make poor choices.
Okay, I could dig it. What do you think? Look, and going back to that, he was on after he beat Cassie's ass. He was texting her. He texted her back to back. Call me. The cops are here. I got 6 kids, yo. Please call. I'm surrounded. You gonna abandon me? See, this is what narcissists do. They whoop your ass and then they become the victim. You gonna let this happen? You gonna abandon me like this? You gonna leave me like this? Athena, queen of pop culture. What do you think? Do you think that he was thinking about his kids during all of this stuff?
I think Diddy was thinking about himself during all this stuff. I'm not saying that he does not have love, care, and concern for his children. What I am saying is that the mindset to do all the things that he has done, this is definitely someone who is very much self-centered, self-focused. I don't want to use any therapist terms because I am not a therapist and I cannot diagnose anybody, but we all know what I'm hinting around. So, I think that he doesn't really care. I think when you get so much power, and maybe we can expound on this a little bit with the therapists that are here, when a man has that much power and money, it just seems like a lot of them are just inclined to engage in the most debaucherous things that they can just get away with, right? How come I don't see any super rich man on Diddy level being ultra righteous? Or if they are, it's a front. Because for the longest time, even, Russell Simmons, we were looking at him like this yoga, peaceful, eat, pray, love guy. And apparently he did some stuff too. So who out here doing the work? Who out here after they get the money?
Is innocent. TD Jakes is innocent. But to your point, Dr. Alicia, let's talk about that. What Athena's question, like at that level, the amount of depravity and the power and the money, can people have self-control when you're at that level, or is everybody out there like the wild, wild west? What's going on? Dr. Alicia?
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, this is the reason why we love rap and hip hop and rock and roll, even rock and roll and that heavy metal music and all of that. Like, it is real exciting to go to one of those concerts, to see those people on stage. And these are, mind you, these are smart, smart. They're sinister, but smart. They're talented. I mean, there's some really good music coming out of them. I mean, during that time, especially with Bad Boy Records, there's some music. Mary J. Blige album, come on, that seminal album, it's a classic, right? So like, it's all this fun. It's like sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It's like all of the things that they live a life that we as regular people don't live. We look at it, it looks fun, exciting, it's gluttonous. I can eat what I want, I can drink what I want, I can do drugs, I make all this money. It's this lifestyle they got. They live in these nice houses, got their own private jets, and all of this stuff. It's exciting, touring on the
God complex, right?
Like this whole thing, it's stuff that we look at like, wow, how cool would it be to live that life, you know? But then underneath it, it's a double-edged sword, right? Underneath it is this stuff that's coming out. We're thinking how great and fun this is, but really it's very toxic. These people are empty on the other side of that. They come out of it with substance abuse issues and all sorts of, their brain cells are just wiped out. You should see some of these people, like Ozzy Osbourne or whatever. He can't even put a sentence together. He looks like he's just been too much drugs, too much rock and roll. But that's part of it that just makes us kind of like excited about it. I know I was, I can see it differently, but yeah, I mean, this is part of that culture that's being promoted that's not healthy for us.
Yeah. I mean, it is the God complex. It's like if enough people tell you that you are everything, that you are the almighty, then you start believing that shit. But, just like you said, when you have that, he still produced great music. Somebody said, can a bad seed produce good fruit? I mean, I'm sure his children are, great children, and he's done some really great things. But I do want to know, can we separate what he contributed to the culture from who he is as a person, if these things are true, Joe?
I mean, that depends on who you are. I mean, you can separate them, but it's kind of hard because what memories do you have of Diddy? Do you have any memories of Diddy where his ego wasn't out of control, no matter what he was doing or what he was producing? You know what I mean? Like,
you know what? Let me tell you something. I hate what R. Kelly did, just like the rest of them. But if Step in the Name of Love comes on, I'm getting my ass on the dance floor and I'm stepping. I don't care. This man produced classics, and I'm going to step every time. That makes me feel good. It brings back times in my life. I do believe you can separate the two for me. I believe that,
absolutely. You can separate the art.
Listen, if we're going to stop listening to people because they live a debaucherous life, we would have no music.
Right.
Turn it all off.
And they took R. Kelly off for a long time. People stopped playing that at parties. And it's like, no, you cannot end a party not with grown people, without Frankie Beverly. Before I let go and Step in the Name of Love, I don't give a damn.
Yeah. But you think about how young these people are when they're getting into this stuff. And I saw somebody, say, it doesn't absolve you from your choices. And that's true. But I also I like to put things in perspective. That's what I do as a therapist. I put things in perspective. We all had, moments in our 20s and teens that were dumb. But we just did dumb broke stuff. Okay. So he's just doing dumb rich stuff.
Oh, so this is Rich Tivity's Joe. This is Rich Tivity.
No, Pippin.
It's what it is. Joe. You cannot tell me that you understand his perspective unless you have walked in that perspective. It is very difficult for you to say.
1,000 dildos, 1,000 babies.
It's very difficult for you to listen. It's all about coping, right? So whatever he's doing, and it may be strange to us. And a lot of it is illegal if what they're accusing of him of is true, but it's all about coping. You know what I mean? So this is how he's chosen to cope, bad as it is. But like I said, you did some things to cope that was just brokish. You know what I mean? So he just doing rich drugs. You might not have been.
You got drugs. You got guns involved. I mean, you got battery, abuse. You got trauma. There's more to it than just being a freak. It's more to it than that, Dr. Alicia. What you think? What you think about?
Absolutely.
100%. I really do agree with Joe here because it's when you work for yourself and you're an entrepreneur, it's so different from getting up and going to work. Like his whole lifestyle was enabled him to continue this there was no stops along. No one tells you no. Everybody's pulling all the stops to say yes. So when you have a lot of money and influence and your whole lifestyle is waking up at 2 o'clock and hitting the studio and doing this stuff, it separates you from regular people who get up and have to go to work every day. Like, it's hard to do drugs and start a sex ring when you're working for Nabisco. You can't do that. You got to go to work from 9 to 5.
Right.
It's real hard to do that. You can't manipulate women when you're driving in traffic trying to get to work on time so you can make this meeting. Right. You know, so his whole lifestyle, it fuels this sort of thing. And it tells us that innocent people, like, think about the people who want to become rock stars, who want to go to Hollywood. Sometimes they come from very vulnerable past. And we talked about preying on individuals. Sometimes they have backgrounds. I mean, just listening to I love listening to the stories of successful people, but sometimes they cling to this success because they're hiding from the fact that they do have these insecurities underneath. That Puff Daddy text message that he sent to Cassie highlights his abandonment issues. So he had to have been rejected or neglected or felt unwanted as a child, because why would you have such a obsession? You know, abusive behavior is linked to abandonment issues.
Is that abandonment, Dr. Alicia, or is that manipulation?
It could be manipulation. I mean, it could possibly be, but it fits the profile of an abusive person.
Or a narcissist.
Places of insecurity or manipulating. He could be Machiavellian, where he's into manipulating someone. But people who've experienced some abandonment, they tend to be manipulative and jealous, and they want to dominate their partner, and they want to, you know, they are looking out for bits of rejection. They don't want somebody leaving them because they see them as an extension of themselves. All of those things could definitely play a part.
Agreed. 100% agreed. Man, y'all, this has been, look at, somebody said Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis never did this crap. We don't know that. Somebody said Teddy Riley and Babyface, they never did that. We don't know that. It ain't came out just yet, right? Right. But check it. We are not here to judge. We're not here to be the judge or jury. This situation, it does challenge us to really reflect on our own lives. If we have the same access to power, like Dr. Joe said, and if we had the same resources as Diddy did, would we be in the same position? Would you?
I can tell you I would not be.
No, I mean,
I would be gallivanting and living my best goddess life.
You have to have some moral compass. And just like Tiara said, you got to know who you are before you move to LA or get into these industries. Like, you have to, obviously, maybe he had no real foundation or grounding. And just like Dr. Alicia said, you know, she said, you know, he wasn't the most attractive guy. He probably didn't get all the girls. He didn't get all the play. But when he did get it, he probably didn't know what to do with it. So it's really easy to point fingers. But, you know, this is a reminder that unchecked desires and influences can lead to destruction. So we need to really use this moment to evaluate where we are and make sure that our own moral compass isn't broken. But I can guarantee you all hear me today, Constance Carter ain't gonna get $1 billion and go crazy. I know that because I know who I am and I know whose I am. Dr. Joe, tell us your last final thoughts and where we can find you, Dr. Joe. Joe Cordy. Okay, where can we find you? We want to know what you have to say about this.
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram and I'm on Facebook. You can, you know, that's my real name right there. My real picture pops up when you put that in there. I'll just say finally, my final thoughts is, you know, vulnerability, you know, leads us to a place where we can, every single one of us has something that, you know, we don't want to come to light. So, and vulnerability can lead us to a place where we can have grace and empathy for other people. And that doesn't excuse us from accountability. Our actions, you know, are our actions, and we need to be held accountable for those. But it's when the judgment comes in and saying what we wouldn't do when we haven't actually necessarily walked in those shoes, and we don't have that perspective and can't even come anywhere close to that perspective. That's where, you know, the world gets in trouble. So I always try to encourage everybody to open yourself up to the possibility of different circumstances.
Yeah, you got to prepare yourself. And I'm glad you said that, because you go and then you got all the pressures of all these big, super powerful people, Clive Davis and all these other people, telling you that you have to do this in order to get that. And how do you respond? And if you don't do it, then you might go back to where you came from. But then the abuse becomes the abuser, right? Mm-hmm. So, Miss Athena, queen of pop culture, tell us your final thoughts.
My final thoughts, I'm going to echo something that Big Mac said in the chat. I'm not tripping on the freak sessions. It's the abuse that I'm not going to condone. So I'm not tripping that, Diddy is a freak. A lot of us do things behind a closed door, but it's the abuse. It's the, the unchecked, disregard for empathy and humans. And I think this case, we have to, like Constance said, look at our own selves and make sure that we are leading our lives with integrity. We are leading our lives in ways that promote ourselves and uplift not only ourselves, but our community. If you are a woman who's interested in learning about how to confidently manage her finances and live her best goddess life, okay, so if you go a billion like Diddy instead of doing debauchery, you want to live your best goddess life, you can find me at We Wealth Woman on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube and TikTok. And you can go to my website, thewewealthwoman.com, and listen to my podcast. I just dropped a late episode today, the We Wealth Woman podcast.
Let's go. Looks like you and your man Big Mac are on one accord today, huh? All right, Dr. Alicia.
Okay. Dr. All right. Let me go to Afua. Afua, thanks for joining us. Afua said, social workers are always big on rehabilitation, and that is correct. I really do believe in the healing power of all of us. And I think if I had to talk to Sean Puffy Combs right now, what I would say to him is confess, come clean. It is not too late to turn your life around. Come on out and say what happened. Start naming the names. Start exposing the sinister underground industry. And you have the choice now. You could be a champion, even behind bars. It's not over for you. You can be a champion for what's right. So it's never too late to do the right thing. It's never too late to be like Mace, where you have a choice to get out. Go ahead and get out of this. Step out of it. It doesn't work for you. Your time is up and you need to face it. Face it. So for everybody who knows that the healing power is within them, you always have the choice to make the right decisions. You can contact me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I work with individuals. I work with couples. The healing power is within all of us, and my job is to help bring that out. Thank you, everybody, for being on here. You can watch me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia.
Yay! Thank you. I need you to put this up on the screen. Latasha M. Taylor. She said, I disagree. Can you put that on there real quick? Because that's my final thought. I disagree 1000% with Joe. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks and acts. Money doesn't change a person, but it allows that person to be exactly who he or she truly is. Money ain't going to do nothing but magnify who you are. So thank you for that. That was a great final thought. I ain't even got to think of nothing. Thank you, Latasha. Where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter. Thank you guys for joining us. Listen, you can catch us tomorrow every day, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, same time, same bat channel. Text the word Queens if you want to get notification every time we come live to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. And remember, check out our website, flynubianmoney.com, if you want to know how to grow your money and not blow your money. Because if you blow your money, it ain't a damn thing funny. Hey, and Spotify. Make sure you check us out on Spotify. Follow us on Spotify. And if you haven't been on Spotify, go to Spotify and do a search for Fly Nubian Money. Make sure you join us, like, comment, and continue to share this information out there, because we want everybody to see what it is that we talk about so we can continue to bring you great content. And for those of you who join us faithfully every day, we appreciate you and we see you and we love you. So thank you. Thank you for always dialoguing with us, because you know this is a dialogue and not a monologue. So we love for you to talk back to us and talk black to us, y'all. We're going to see you tomorrow. Peace. Bye, people. Bye, good.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Welcome, everyone, to this wonderful, engaging episode of Mental Health Monday. We are live on YouTube on Fly Nubian Queen, the Black Excellence Channel. Oh gosh, the Black Love Channel. We just broadcasting live today, this evening, because we want to talk about a really interesting film that me as a therapist and social worker and advocate for those in need felt that it was so important. I'm your host. I'm Dr. Alicia, and I have two incredible guests with me today to talk about the new Lee Daniels film. Y'all can get this on Netflix. It's called Deliverance. You can watch it on Netflix. We won't spoil it too much for you, but I want to, as a therapist, to bring on experts. So I have with me today Dr. Buster Abwagu. He is my wonderful colleague at my university. He's an expert in child welfare. He knows the history of everything. And so he joins me today. And I also have my brand new friend. I have an Instagram crush on her. Y'all check her out on Instagram. She's at the Inner Child Whisperer. Her name is Denise Brady. She specializes in traumatic experiences and so forth. So today we're going to focus on this film, The Deliverance. First of all, I had to watch this film because it is it's not based on a true story. It's based on real events that happened in my hometown of Gary, Indiana. So I had to watch it. I'm like, what happened in Gary? Somebody was possessed in Gary. And so I really think that, watching this film, I had high hopes for a beautiful film. I'm thinking The Exorcist just scared me when I was a child growing up, and I wanted to see a Black version of a horror film. And I got to tell you, it was kind of nice to see this reunion between Monique and Lee Daniels after they fell out over Precious. Anyway, we won't get too much into the content of this video because I really thought that we could focus our time on drawing out some really interesting topics that affect us. Child welfare, intergenerational trauma, all of these family dynamics that we saw on the screen. It just seems like Lee Daniels took all of the trauma in Black families and threw it up against this film and decided, I'm just going to let Black people run with this. So if you watch the film, it could be triggering and very traumatizing. So today we're going to try to make sense of all of the really real issues and themes in the film, The Deliverance. Okay, I've said enough. Let's dive right in. I want to go to Dr. Abwagu, Buster Abwagu. Okay. This film is very, very fascinating because it talks about the child welfare system, and the character Monique plays a social worker. And every time I see a social worker on the screen, because I'm a social worker myself, I tend to cringe because they portrayed this social worker as cold. She was she didn't listen very well, not very much empathy there. You can tell that there were they had an ongoing relationship. So apparently there was always some accusations in this family. And I really didn't see this character, Monique, who played the social worker. She really did not connect with her on a real level until the end of the film, which should have happened at the beginning of the film. So here we go. This sort of like messages about the realities of child welfare and what it says about this system and how it impacts Black families, because disproportionately Black families are in contact with the child welfare system, and it wasn't very kind. So what do you have to say to that, Dr. Buster?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Alicia, for bringing us to this forum. It's my pleasure to be a part of it. The child welfare system is very convoluted and has been. Its birth was around 1874 in New York City with the case of Mary Ellen Wilson, who was abused. and of course was, to all intents and purposes, life saved by a social worker called Etta Williams. And that's how social work was born. And then, of course, it grew into what we knew as the Children's Aid in New York. Eventually, in the United States, they changed most of them to DCFS, Department of Child and Family Services. But in Canada, they still call them the Children's Aid. And fortunately, I was a child protection worker under the meaning of the Ontario Child and Family Services Act for about 10 years. And I was actually still practicing until I came over to Illinois. So the concept of child welfare as we knew it was initially designed to work and save white people. However, as time wore on, many white people trained to become social workers. And because of the historical antecedents of slavery, many of the people, most of the families that entered the system became Black. So there was this concept of a white savior for Black savages. And that has defined, child welfare as we know it, with a preponderance of Blacks overrepresented in the system, where the services are not there. The good thing is that over the years, a few Black social workers have come into the system. However, remember that this is a system that is designed primarily to save children from ostensibly bad parents. So the case that Dr. Alicia mentioned is not peculiar. It is the definition of child welfare as we knew it. And in my case, at the time I was working as a child protection worker, even in a place where they have fewer Blacks, at the time I left Canada, the population of Blacks in Canada was under 1 million. But they were overrepresented in the child welfare and juvenile justice system, because I also worked as a youth delegate under the meaning of Young Offenders Act in Canada for juvenile offenses. So the essence of this is that the initial, ab initio, the reason for creating child welfare was to assist children following the Mary Ellen Wilson case. However, over time, it changed. Funding became a problem. Caseload matters. People had too many caseload, and the safety of social workers. All we have are our pens. We don't have guns, but we are pushed frequently to become a systemic source of hate. Because they see social workers as people who steal children, people who take children into foster care, so they are abused further. So those are the concepts under which we're working, and it's between the rock and a very hard place that social workers in child protection have been placed, because the families you want to help hate you. The system doesn't provide you all the resources you need to work with them. So to all intents and purposes, the system also hates you. And I presume that's what's happening with this movie that Dr. Alicia mentioned, because the social worker was seen as somebody who was inimical to the health and development of the kids. This Monique character that was mentioned in the place. So, and I'm going to speak further to this, but I just wanted to introduce how we came where we are at. From the period of the white savior.
Yes.
And then, of course, after the antebellum, after the end of the Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation, Blacks now became the object through death peonage, chain gang, prison, work exchange, and then, of course, their families were regarded as lacking father figure in the place. But what happened to the fathers that left the home? The slave master sold them from the field. And then you expect their children to behave well when their dad is not there. So therefore, to that extent, this was a solution to a problem that didn't exist. And I'll let it be for
Yeah.
now.
I can't. I'm coming up out of my chair here because I worked in child welfare system in Illinois, and I worked with kids in the system who were born in the 80s at the time, because remember it was like the late, it was 1998. So I got a lot of kids who were born like in the 80s, and we know what was happening in the 80s. It was the crack epidemic.
Yeah.
And if you were born, if they dumped crack in our Black communities, got everybody, these moms, hooked on crack, and as soon as that baby was born with any trace of substance in their system, they did not respond to it in a way where they were giving them the support and the help and the substance and the treatment that they really needed. They immediately took those kids away from their mothers and separated those families to save these little Black babies who were just brought up in nothing but institutions, not a family, but institutions.
And most of them actually aged out of the system into the prison system.
Aged out of the system to the prison system. There was no rehabilitation. And what's sad is that right now we have a substance abuse issue crisis going on with heroin and all sorts of substances. Their whole approach, because the face of the people look different.
Have changed.
Now they want to like embrace them and keep these families intact. But what happened to that in the 80s when you were
We told them for decades that addiction was a mental health issue.
Yeah.
Somebody wakes up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm just going to get addicted so I can mess my life up. But the moment, all the parents who are now in prison, 25 to life, thanks to the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of Bill Clinton in 1994, and then Ronald Reagan. Most of these parents who had crack cocaine or marijuana are in prison. And then, of course, now marijuana, the only people who can get licensed to sell marijuana legally are not Black people, not those people in prison. And it gets better. Now we have opioid addiction. An average of between 110 and 120 people die every year in the United States, much more than Vietnam. Vietnam was about 62,000. So now, who is being affected? Most of them don't look like you and I. They are white people in Appalachia. So now we have to save them. Now we have begun to recognize that it's a mental health, because the faces have changed.
Yes.
Absolutely. Denise, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think that now that it's affecting them, it's a big thing. Let's save, let's put money towards it, because now it's affecting them, that they, my children, how did these drugs get to my community? They've been there. It's just now the faces of it is something different. Now we want to pour money into it. We want to make commercials. We want to make it political. Okay. We don't want to be poor. We don't want to be on drugs. Not our kids. Keep that over there in the hood.
Absolutely. And I just never understood in the film, why did the social worker never set this family up for family therapy? I'm like, where's her therapist? Like, she needed someone to talk to and to bounce off of. You would think that a child welfare worker worth anything would have a wraparound plan for this family. But it was so one tone that I was just waiting. Okay, where's the therapy?
But the major problem, remember that primordially, anybody could be a social worker. To that extent. Remember the Family Visitor by Mary Richmond. At that time, anybody could be a family visitor. And plus, remember that child welfare is a part of this. A part of the family services system. Those are the places where the government and politicians cut first, and that's why you have those caseloads. Somebody's carrying 70, 80 cases.
Yes.
How are they going to work them? How are they going to work them? And of course, the foster parents are reimbursed at minimally.
Yes.
And they can hardly sustain themselves. I remember that the black community are pouring in and of themselves. Therefore, they have no capacity to even take in foster children, so that they are not lost, so that they don't lose their identity. Because remember that a preponderance of the adoption and fostering was by white people. And in that case, the black children lost their identity and lost their sense of who they are. At some point, I think it was in 1980s, black social workers were agitating. However, the systems do not have enough resources to provide all we are talking about, including counseling and stuff like that. So they just went with what they had.
Yeah, this is so fascinating what drugs has done to our communities. It's like they took all of the men and put them in prison. They took all of the moms and made them into terrible mothers, and then stripped their kids away from them.
Yeah.
That really was just slavery all over again. Modern day slavery. That's what happened.
Yeah.
So let me move on, because that's it. Okay. So I was so happy to get the inner child whisperer on here because y'all check out. Let me tell you, Miss Denise here. If y'all go to the show notes, y'all will see a link to her analysis of this film. And when I saw that, first of all, I got an Instagram crush on you because I love your stuff on Instagram.
Thank you.
And I thought your analysis of battling this inner demon, because this is a horror film, but I have been talking about inner demons for several years, the shadow side and all these things. How about you? Like, what did you get with this movie under this concept of battling your inner demons as the inner child whisperer?
Well, I felt like it reminded me just how we all have demons inside of us, not literal demons, but things that we are trying to fight for, trying to get past. And there was like this scene where she finally was able to overcome so many different things when she was able to release the demons inside of her, which in some ways, at times I felt like she had to sacrifice her children to heal her own pain. But it was a lot of, all of us have things inside of us that we're trying to release. And if you look past the Lee Daniels of it all, the Tyler Perry of it all, okay, you will see the deeper meanings that you have to work through and have all that stuff be released, because if you don't, your demon's gonna control everybody. Like they control her kids. Her mama was controlled. And the one thing for me, when you had to talk about Monique, I was like, how did Monique go from being an abusive mother and precious to now being a social worker with the same attitude?
Yeah, just to support what you're saying, it reminds me of The Exorcist with Linda Blair. And the demon had the kid and had even her mom, because the demon Pazuzu was somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah, that's true. Before I weigh in on this whole demon thing, I want everybody to text love to 87948. We love mental health. We love y'all Black people. So text love to 87948, and then you'll be able to get text messages. You'll find out when I do Mental Health Mondays. I have my Healing Haven book club on Sundays, and whenever my husband and I decide to do a YouTube video, you'll get text notifications about that. Plus, I send you stuff. I can send you information and stuff like that. So I just want to tell everybody, this is Mental Health Monday. I am Dr. Alicia. If you like what Dr. Buster is saying, by the way, a male professional, okay, from Nigeria. People notice your Nigerian accent, Dr. Buster. If y'all interested in working with him, contact me. I'll get you in contact with him to make sure you can have somebody who understands your unique issues as a Black man. And of course, if you're interested in working with me, you can contact me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Please go to Inner Child Whisperer on Instagram and reach out, because she is like so great. You nail it. All your posts is like cracking me up. I'm like laughing. I'm so inspired by you. I'm not that creative. I can't come up with fun videos like that. But we are here talking about the Lee Daniels film, Deliverance. And we've been talking about the racist systems of child welfare system. We are talking about how these movies, have y'all seen horror films like It and other horror films like, what's another one where you're like The Shining, all of these movies about the demon inside. It's really about facing all of the things that you suppress. And when you suppress it, believe it or not, it grows. That's why I love the movie It, and even Smile kind of gives it to you, where you have Smile. It's like you have this plastic exterior that has nothing to do with what's going on inside. You're burying down your feelings. And I think for Black people, especially us that have been through any sort of painful experience, and let me tell you something, you sign up for a painful experience just being born. Trying to make it through this world, you sign up for a painful experience, but you don't have to suffer from it.
No, Dr. Alicia, just to chime in.
Yes.
Remember that the historical antecedents of slavery meant that Black people had to internalize their pain.
Yes.
I remember when I came to North America and I came to the United States particularly, I was vociferous because I didn't experience slavery. I experienced colonialism. I was allowed to go to school to the highest peak. So I came here equipped with both intellectual capital and a bad mouth. So when I voiced it, and Dr. Alicia and my colleagues know that I have no blinders. I am extremely confrontational. And because of the internalized oppression that Black people around me have felt, each time I said something, they cringed because they were afraid that I was jumping where angels fear to tread. So why is this happening? Because your grandmothers had taught you to walk jet. Remember Emmett Till?
Yes.
Left Chicago. He was an uppity boy, 14. And he didn't know any fear in Chicago when he left for Money, Mississippi. His mom, Mommy Mebley said, "You are going to the South. Whatever they tell you, say, sir, ma'am." But this wasn't the kid. This was a kid who was free in Chicago, and he paid the price for it. So why am I going here? The concept of oppression is internalized.
Yes.
And to that extent, those who internalize it suffer more, leading to depression and all sorts of somatic behaviors, including suicidality, including abandonment of self, because you're saying nobody values me, I'm nothing. So you can't stomp, you can't walk, you can't even talk, even when they are killing you. So those are some of the things that I bring. I was born in Nigeria. I was a child soldier in Nigeria. I went to university. I came to Canada as a refugee with duffel bags, and I'm in the United States. So I've been there, done that. But one thing I bring is the lack of fear, because everything that needed to be done to me to dehumanize me is already been done. And you're looking at a skeleton of me that has now become a phoenix, reborn, and no longer carrying this trauma, but leaving the trauma as the foot of those who are traumatizing me.
Yes.
And you see that in my publications because I say it the way it is and I don't care. So those are some of the things I'm looking for my Black fellows, Black families, to stand your ground and no longer internalize. Because if you internalize, it kills you.
It does kill you if you don't face how you really feel. And see, this is the reason why when I did my work in my Fulbright scholarship and I was in Guyana, for the first time in my life, I felt seen. I'm at this university. Nobody understands me. Nobody gets me. Half the people don't like me. And I don't know why. I'm baffled. And it just, every time I talk with and think about that experience of being around intelligent Black therapists who are smart and social workers, educators who are doing such wonderful things, it is so refreshing. Coming back, people say, "Oh, what about transition of going to this all Black country. I'm like, I didn't see white people for 5 months. My life was great. Coming back and integrating back into America was the toughest time.
Was a journey. Yeah, it was a journey.
It was traumatic, I would honestly say, for me in a lot of different ways. So it just reminds me, and I do want to talk about this film, but I don't want to get into, oh my God, I'm sad now. But I love working with you, Dr. Buster, because it's refreshing. Dr. Buster is my neighbor next door. His office right next to mine. I could go and talk to him. Yeah. So I love that. I love that. Look at this. Look at the comments. PI, stand your ground everywhere. Dr. Buster, you inspire me, but it seems like you're inspiring everybody, because it's nice to hear this articulated in a way where I can't even articulate it, because I haven't been given the space to really process what all I've been through. All of us as Black people have been through. And to even go back to the movie, and I guess either one of you all can comment on this. This movie, Deliverance, it really mimics the experiences that I've even had as a PhD, working very well about, she raised her voice to the medical system. There was a point in this movie where she is talking about the concern for her children.
Yeah.
Ebony, I guess that's her name, but played by Audra Day. Audra Day. She expresses concerns about her children and was dismissed by these white medical professionals. They did not have the respect for Ebony and her experience and her concern, appropriate concern. And here she is in contact with yet another system of racism and white supremacy, basically. Like, what is this poor Black single mom? What does she know about what's going on? I ran the test. I know better. Yeah. Either one of you all can comment on that.
Yeah, Serena Williams, the tennis star, has a daughter. At the time, she was prepartum. She did everything right. When she went to give birth to her baby, she was terrified because of the IDs of March. The thing that usually happens to Black women, and Serena Williams is worth millions, but the system doesn't care. I have a daughter who is in medicine. Sometimes they think she is the nurse.
Yeah.
And they say, "Are you the nurse around here?" I say, "No, I am the doctor." And then the nurses will tell her, "Well, we've been doing this. We are nurses. We've been doing this." And my daughter will say, "I was also a pediatric nurse, so I don't know what you want to tell me." So it does not matter whatever PhD you have as a Black woman or as a Black man. They always think that you should be somewhere lower in the totem pole. And that's essentially why Serena Williams said she nearly died when she was pregnant with her baby. And this is somebody who is worth millions of dollars and has won all kinds of trophies. So it's not the individual, it's about the system. It's systemic racism. And the people who are engaging in systemic racism are not bad people. However, monkey see, monkey do. The socialization process across generations has taught them that this individual, it's half a human being. So to that extent, you treat them that way, and they don't want to do it. They don't even know they are doing it, but they are doing it because they have internalized the power of oppression.
Excellent. Miss Denise, you want to weigh in on?
I think that in the movie, they already had an impression of who she was based off of how she looked and based off of her history. A lot of this happens all the time in schools and different environments because they already have a perception of who we are based on how we look and past experiences with us. So you see a lot of kids get lost in the system, be in group homes because of the parents' history or because of what people perceive us to be like, that we don't even have a chance to speak up or have a voice because it's already written off in their mind. I think over and over in this movie, she was just a woman, I think, who needed support, assistance, and a village. But because it had already a perception of how she looked, how she talked, she was not a person who could get help. She didn't have the right village.
No.
Yeah, I was surprised.
And for black women,
yes,
the moment you express your concern, you are
Mm-hmm.
belligerent, you are aggressive, you are raising your voice. For males, we are regarded as antagonistic. So what have I adopted? When I'm talking to anybody who is not of color, I will say the way we say, and then they said, "Why are you screaming?" I said, "Because I can." And this is who we are, deal with it. And I usually will ask them, "Can't you see Italians when they are gesticulating, semaphore, and they're screaming, Mamma mia, Mamma mia? Have you asked to call them angry?"
Yes.
And I said, "I am an angry." If you come to my door, you will see where I said, "I am the epitome of the angry black male." And I wear it as a badge of honor. Deal with it.
Yeah, and you know, it's so interesting. They like to say that about, and there's even black people who say that about black women.
They want you to be quiet.
And I'm like, what is going on here? Have you not been around?
Yeah.
I used to live next to a lady who was Greek.
Yeah.
Those women were running that household, like, you know, and those men were loving them and respecting them, and they just stepped out of the way. There was no clash like that. And I was just, and especially Italians are, you know,
and you know, as women go, the black woman is the strongest.
Yes.
And most family oriented. Look at what they have gone through from 1492 when this stupid man from Italy, Christopher Columb, arrived the North American continent. He was lost. Since that time, black women have experienced all kinds of trauma. But look at where they are. If you compare them to all the other cultures of women who have had everything handed to them, they are not doing better than us.
Right.
Yeah, but they think they are.
Yeah, but the problem is also we think they are. So
yes, we think
our mindset. We need to make a paradigm shift where we know that we are, and then we let people know that we are. Because if you say you are, thou are not, nobody will say thou art. But if you say I am, people will now say that you are.
It's a systematic issue, yeah.
Yeah. So
because remember that the oppressor wants to see you as weak. So,
yes.
And you know they are like you know, predators. They watch and they see the weakness, and then they come.
Absolutely. So I see everybody in the chat here. How y'all doing? Ain't nothing like a black woman. Look at Trey. Trey, interesting name, Trey. There was a fictional character in this film called Trey, and we never got to see who Trey was. This film, by the way, watch it if you want to watch it. I give it 1 out of 5 stars in terms of like its development and everything, but the acting, it had some star-studded actors in here. It had the mom. The mom was played, you guys, by Glenn Close.
You must have threw a bag at her.
And Glenn Close's character is very interesting because she really kind of she takes on a different type of role as an actress. Her name is Alberta. I had to write her name down. She plays the mother of Andra Day's character, Ebony. And their interactions with each other is very, very hostile. It's very antagonistic. There's a lot of B words that are flying back and forth at each other. There's an opening scene of the movie at the dinner table. And this white lady, Glenn Close, is trying to educate her daughter on how to season greens. Nothing, I'm sorry, as a black woman, nothing was more offensive than that scene. Opening up scene. Because how you gonna tell a black woman how to season greens? I don't know how that's even possible. But
that hospital scene was not it didn't get to you when she said she could see the, you know, private parts.
Oh my God. When she turns, she gets possessed by this devil, and she turns and said, did she say I can smell your nappy P-U? I don't even say that on my that line. Who wrote that? Did Lee Daniels himself sit at a desk and say, I'm gonna have this written? I don't know who the writers were. It was crazy. But she's a single mom. She lives with her mother. She has all of these issues going on with her children. And she was neglectful and she was abusive as a mother in a lot of different ways. although there were times where she seemed appropriately concerned for her children, hence the demons, right? Suppressing how you feel. But there was all these references to intergenerational trauma. And I was wondering from you, Denise, you know, tell me what you saw and what came up for you when you noticed the dynamic between this mother and daughter dynamic, these 3 generations of people living in this haunted house.
I feel like there were just so many mother wounds from Glenn Close not having her own healing. And you see how all that got poured in her daughter, the poor boundaries. Their relationship was toxic. And I think we don't talk enough about how toxic mother-daughter relationships are, and how you show up in the world as a woman comes from that mother-daughter relationship. Your first friend was your mama. Yep. So no matter, depending on how your mom treated you, that's how you see yourself. That's how you see yourself with other women. And I think them just going back and forth, it just shows how we don't talk enough about mother-daughter relationships, and how a lot of those relationships are not what you see on TV. A lot of them are more like Glenn Close and Ebony. Okay. And I think that sometimes it's repeated trauma.
Yeah. So what would you suggest that people do to kind of break down these barriers? What suggestions would you have? This mother-daughter dynamic, and clearly the mom, when it's interesting, there were scenes where Alberta would correct Ebony and say, hey, what are you doing with these kids? And she's like, who are you to talk? Because look at what you did to me. Like, you can't lecture me about how to be a good mother because you were not a good mother. And so this constant hostility going on between them, if the social worker had done her job and actually set them up with some family therapy, where would you start with them, Denise?
I would just try to figure out, what do they both want?
Yeah.
Do you want to work on your relationship? Do you need to leave each other alone and love each other from a distance? But I think they both are trying to communicate something that's power. They were fighting for power, to be seen. And because it was so much in between trauma, the trauma came through as this power dynamic between both of them. But really, it just shows you just how they're both the same person. But because of the trauma within her, the trauma within this person, I would just try and focus on, what do y'all both, do y'all want to heal? Do y'all want things to get better? Or are you comfortable with living in the way that you've been functioning?
Yeah, and I didn't understand like why there was no effort to kind of reconcile, because this comment here from Bezina says her mom was sick. Like, I kept thinking, okay, your mom is going through chemotherapy, is having cancer. I was waiting for like tender moments between the two of them, you know, to arise. It seems like realistically, there would have been a little bit more resolution in their relationship, considering the mom had this sort of illness going on. And the daughter, first of all, I don't understand how the daughter could pay for the chemotherapy treatments as a barber. That doesn't make sense. Like,
I don't know how the mom
makes no sense. And if the father of the children is in the military, why couldn't he be sending money? Why aren't they all on the insurance? Like, it didn't make sense to me, a lot of it. But yeah, it was really an interesting thing. And we're at the top, almost at the top of the hour.
But you know,
before we end, I'll let you talk.
Yeah,
we're almost at the top of the hour, and we have a hard stop. But Buster, we'll go to you. Last words about this, thoughts that you have about this, and where people can get a hold of you. Go, Dr. Buster.
My email is kabia4000 @yahoo.com. kabia4000 @yahoo.com.
Okay, and what do you have to say about this intergenerational thing you were going to mention?
The essence of this is that although neither Ebony nor her mother are in a therapeutic relationship, there is both transference and counter-transference.
Yes.
Because Ebony is dumping her hate of what happened to her and her mother. Her mother, who has also internalized many layers, many plaque of oppression, it's fighting back. So essentially speaking, it should begin with mom, because mom is the adult here. So mom should get back to where what hurt her and begin to walk through that. And then as soon as she's able, you can't help anybody if you need help yourself.
That's true.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really think that the two of them have to just, there's things that I felt like Ebony had on her mind and in her body that she felt like she needed to get out. That there's some reasonable gripes and bones that she needed to pick. I got the sense that there was some history of long-term abuse that, you know, between the two of them. And so that, just for the sake of the children, I mean, those were, you know, you can see that there was some love for those children. I think it was so important for them to kind of hammer out some of those things and deal with some of those demons that were happening. So thank you, Dr. Buster. And then we'll have Miss Denise, the inner child whisperer, last words about this film and how people can find you.
I'm just tired of seeing us be oppressed in these movies and these white people making money off of our oppression. That's what I'm tired of, okay? Can we see us be happy? Can we see us thrive, be married, own businesses? Why we gotta be re-traumatized and being in every Tyler Perry, Oprah, all the movies? But those are my last thoughts. But you can find me on YouTube, Denise Brady, also the Inner Child Whisperer on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. My handle is the same everywhere. But yes, I do recaps on movies, mental health. I recently have been recapping the Braxton season, and those videos have been very popular, going over trauma, dysfunctional families. So make sure you hit that subscribe button on my channel also.
Yeah, and then the link to her video is in the show notes, so you'll be able to do that.
Yeah, so stand your ground, you are worth it.
That's right. Stand your ground, you are worth it. Speak your mind, don't bury it down. You'll be fighting demons. I think that's the big takeaway today. But I want to thank the two of you, Dr. Obuagu, Miss Denise, for joining me. These are valuable insights. Viewers, thank you so much for tuning in. Come back next Monday. I'm inviting the two of them back on here. Somebody will be contacting you. And of course, if you want to contact me, you can see me at coachingwithdralicia.com. And remember, healing is a community effort. Together we make a difference. Hopefully that today's show has raised your awareness about what scary movies mean. We got to look past some of the bad acting and the unreal. We didn't even get into Omar Epps and some of the bad writing. These were excellent characters, bad writing.
Bad writing for sure.
Shame on you, Lee Daniels, for this movie.
You will pay for your crimes.
You will pay for your crimes. But it's a movie about Gary, Indiana, and I'm from Gary, Indiana, and it's a story that really happened to this lady. So I'm always tuned in with everything Gary. Representing my hometown. But thank you, everybody, for joining us today, and I will see you next Monday. Bye, everyone.
Adios.
Hey, hello, everyone. How are you doing? How's it going? I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia, and today we are going to talk about how to find a partner. This is Dr. Alicia's Healing Haven. This is my book club, How to Be an Adult in Relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by fellow therapist David Richo. And let's see, we are starting on the bottom of page 83. And we're going to find out how to find a partner. And I like this introduction because he speaks about, are you really cut out to be in a relationship? And I think that's so great because some of us just aren't in the position to really be committed to another person, right? Because you don't want to commit yourself to another person and end up inflicting pain and suffering onto another individual. So you want to make sure that you're in the space where you can find a partner. And also in that process, you want to be in a space where you are able to look at another potential mate and determine, is this the kind of person that can be an adult in relationships? We've all talked about chapter 1 and chapter 2. So you guys can go back into the show notes. I have links in the show notes to chapter 1. I have links in the show notes to the book club of chapter 2. That really sets everything up for what we talk about today, which is finding a partner, finding a love for someone else. And the first 2 chapters really dig into the 5 keys to mindful loving. The 5 keys to mindful loving. That's the first chapter. And chapter 2 really talks about what happens in your life when you were not able to have the 5 keys to mindful loving that wasn't given to you when you were young, growing up, and how it can operate in your current life and what you can do to save yourself, to give yourself what you missed at home. And what I love about the first 2 chapters is that it ends with journal exercises. So he's breaking it all down. But what I love about what David Richo does is that he gives you practice, things that you can do so that you can grow up and live a life of peace as a nice, comfortable, mindful adult. So that is what we're doing today. And hey, everybody. Hey, Dr. Vibe and Dennis and James. These names are so familiar. Maya, Patricia, how you doing? There's no sound? Wait, can y'all hear me? I hope you can hear me. Let me know if there's sound. If you can hear me, say yes. I hear everybody. I can hear myself. Let me know if there's no sound. Dennis, there's sound? Yes. Okay, there's sound. I got a little worried. So let me see. Let me change some of the colors around. I don't want red. Let's change some colors. Let's get some blue going on. Blue is for what I consider, blue is for openness. Blue is about trust. So I'm going to get some blue in here and make it in a nice little friendly bubble. So that's what I want to do. Okay, so yes, you all can hear me, you can see me, but what's more important is that you can hear. Hi, Riley, how you doing? Mr. Forrest, James Watkins. Wait, is that cousin James? I don't know. I have a cousin named James Watkins. I don't know if that's James Watkins, but James, he has found a mate, a beautiful mate, and one of my favorite family members, if that's him. So we're gonna jump right in. We're gonna talk about finding a partner, and we start on chapter 3, which is on page 83. So let's get started today. Finding a partner. We cannot convince anyone to love us. Damn, that's deep. I think it's really interesting because the author starts the beginning of chapter 3 on finding a partner, and the very first point he makes, his main thesis, is we cannot convince anyone to love us. And you don't want to convince someone to love you, right? That's not the kind of relationship you want to be in, where you have to convince somebody to pay attention to you, to love you, to give you everything that you want in your life. You definitely don't want that. You don't want to convince anybody. And even if you try to, you can't do it anyway. So what this author is saying is that we can't convince anyone to love us. We can't force it, right? We can only open ourselves to love when it happens naturally. It has to happen naturally. We can't force it. You can put yourself in a position where you're open for love, and it will come to you if you're open for it. But you definitely don't want to force it, right? Our best path into such openness is to be as loving as we can be. Give up concern for whether others respond in kind. I like this because I've always talked about this, that if you want love in your life, you're going to have to be lovable, right? And I think that's what this author is saying. So the very first step in finding a partner is to become lovable. To find love in your life, you need to be lovable, right? So I like this because this is really coinciding with a lot of things that I talk about in some other videos that I've done. We love because we love, not to cajole anyone to love us back. Paradoxically, a non-expecting love is most likely to awaken love in others toward us. So if you're walking around and you are a lovable person and you're walking around being your nice, lovable self, you're going to attract love to you. And that's the first step in finding a partner. So it's really interesting. When I was young growing up, I would go to camp and I would be like, Mom, I don't know anybody in camp. How am I going to make friends? And my mom used to tell me, you know, to make a friend, you have to be a friend. That's what she used to say to me. She said, if you want to make friends, you got to be a friend to other people. And what she's saying is accurate, because here we're saying, if you want to find love, you have to be lovable. That's right, Natasha. Become what you desire. So if you want somebody who's ambitious, then you're going to have to be ambitious, right? That ambition, like sees like, dislike doesn't necessarily see each other, right? So in any case, what they say, when intimacy is real, our partner does not need to be talked into it. So if you got to talk somebody into loving you and talk somebody into participating with you and going on a date with you, if you have to talk somebody into it, then it's not really love anyway. It's not authentic. It's not real, genuine intimacy, because true love will just come naturally to you. They're saying it comes naturally. There's no need to force it. There's no need to make it happen, right? Falsehoods. Thank you, Patrick. Falsehoods. You don't want that kind of love anyway, because it isn't real. It's not real. Okay, so in any case, when intimacy is real, our partner does not need to be talked into it, nor is she sacrificing herself, submitting to us, enduring the relationship. It's not going to last. It's not going to stand the test of time, because it never was real in the first place. This makes sense. She just naturally shows the intimacy style that fits for success in a relationship. Both of us do. What is that style? It is an ongoing interplay of the 5 A's. What's the 5 A's? I know Dr. Vibe knows the 5 A's. The 5 A's are attention. The 5 A's are allowance, acceptance, affection, and appreciation. If you want to know what the 5 A's mean, you can go to the show notes. In the show notes, I listed out the 5 A's, and I gave definitions to them. So if you go to the show notes, you'll have more in depth of what the 5 A's are. If you go to chapter 1 and you look at the videos we did on chapter 1, it explains and expands upon the definitions in the show notes about what the 5 A's are. So that is what love is. It's an ongoing interplay of attention, acceptance, affection, allowance, and appreciation. There you go. That's probably all you need to know about finding a partner, honestly. Okay. They go on. Perhaps the most promising partners comes to us when we neither seek nor avoid the possibility of finding someone. We simply live in accord with our deepest needs and wishes and notice people we meet. We trust the universe and its miraculous power of synchronicity to bring us just the person best for us. I like this sentence too, because you have to trust that the right person will come to you. And honestly, I don't consider it being the universe, like the universe will bring me somebody. I think we need to be a little more specific, right? I think if you're talking to Reverend James Watkins here, you know, he would say, God brings you the person you need in your life. You're right. It's not necessarily the universe. But if you ask somebody like me, I'm more of a spiritualist. And I believe that instead of the universe, that you have to trust that the God force in you is going to always look out for your betterment and always bring you what you need. So that's the lens I put on that. I don't necessarily say the universe will bring me a man. I say the God force within me is strong enough to attract what I need in my life in this moment. So it all depends on whatever you connect with, the universe, you connect with God. Maybe some people think God is outside of themselves, but I think God speaks to me all the time. God is in me, right? I am hopefully a creation of God. And so I am part of that. So that's how I kind of see it as a spiritual thing. But there is a synchronicity and there is a process, and you have to know and believe this process, that just the person who's best for you will come to you, right? So number one, you can't force anybody to love you. You can't convince anybody. And if you do, that's not real love anyway. It won't sustain itself. That's the first lesson he's saying on how to find a partner. The second piece to finding a partner is just to know that the perfect person is going to come to you. You have to know and believe that this will happen to you, right? And I haven't even made it past the second paragraph. So I love this. Okay. But even more important than finding a partner. So what's more important than finding a partner is taking care of our hearts. And in the dating game, it can be devastating enterprise of broken promises and disappointed expectations. So he's letting you know this is the reality of life. You're going to kiss some frogs and it's not going to turn into a prince, right? So even in the dating world, there's going to be some broken promises. There's going to be some disappointed expectations. That's realistic. But in the midst of this all, the third thing that this book is talking about is that you have to know how to take care of yourself. You have to know how to protect your heart. I love this. Okay, look at this. Petrolia. Yes, finding a partner is long overdue for me. Okay, well, listen, pay attention today, because now you will know exactly what to do to attract this person to you. So the first thing is to know that you can't convince a partner to come, that the universe or God, or however you put that, has a miraculous power. I believe we have a miraculous power in ourselves to find just the perfect person we need. And also we have to understand that in this dating world, we cannot betray our true nature. Okay, because we have to take care of ourselves. We can't betray ourselves in a desperate attempt to get somebody to want us. No, desperate. So I know Petrolia Moss, Miss Moss here, you can't betray yourself. It may be long overdue for you, but maintain and protect your heart in that process. We have to retain our boundaries. If the process is not to end in self-abandonment and self-deprecation. So you cannot abandon your heart and put yourself out there to be abused, right? And no self-deprivation. You are worthy of love, right? You're worthy of the 5 A's. Whether you received it or not growing up, all of us are worthy of the 5 A's, to give and to receive. We cannot allow anyone to take advantage of us or put us down for trying. Ain't no shame, Miss Moss, in trying to find someone. There's no shame attached to that. I love that. Looking at ourselves from this perspective, we think, I want a partner and I can take care of myself as the first step. I remain the sentry over my vulnerable inner self during this process, which may be quite dangerous to my self-esteem. Well, I like this because this is very straightforward. It's saying that sometimes you will hear a no. Sometimes you will be disappointed. Sometimes, what did they say? Sometimes you will have broken promises, right? But you can't allow that to damage your self-esteem. You can't allow that to take away from how you feel about yourself, because you are worthy of the 5 A's. To give and receive. Yet we cannot be overcautious. For our sense of aliveness is directly proportional to how much we allow our longings to have their full career in our heart. Longing is a source of motivation and thus of achievement. Longing is a source of motivation and achievement. When you long for something, that helps you. You know, when you long for health, physical health, that gets you out of bed to go to the gym. When you long for eating right, that makes sure you get your fresh fruits and vegetables, right? So this longing is a gift. Longing is a source of motivation and thus of achievement. I think longing is also the God force in you speaking to you about your purpose in life. I also believe that too. In a profound way, longing is our capacity to love. Our goal as healthy people is not to give up longing for a relationship. So don't be ashamed because you want to be in a relationship. I like Miss Moss over here. Don't be ashamed. Finding a partner is long overdue for me, but I don't want to have any shame connected to that. It's okay to acknowledge that and to see that you're a perfect human being for acknowledging that in yourself. So I love that. Our goal is of healthy people is not to give up longing for a relationship, but to let it be fulfilled moderately by others while following a model of mutuality rather than neediness. Yes. After all, relationships are not meant to fulfill us completely, but to provide us with ever-changing and ever-evolving resources as we move through life. Yeah, I don't think there's anything about you complete me or, all of that. It's just knowing that you have this longing for a relationship. No need to be ashamed about it, but going forth through life, being smart about the choices and protecting yourself. That's great. Okay, let's move on. This happens when our feelings are welcomed and supported with the 5 A's. And when more and more of our shadow side, remember, shadow side are things that we hide about ourselves, things that we are ashamed of our shadow side is perceived by the other, who meets it with the 5 A's as well. So what this means is finding that special person for you. They see your flaws, they see your insecurities, but they love you anyway. They see you for who and what you are, but they still love you because you're not perfect, and no one is perfect. So I like that. That's saying your shadow side, the things that you may be ashamed of, and your failures and all of your insecurities, they love you anyway. I like that. Through the 5 A's. That's great. In early life, we may have had to hide our deepest selves in order to maintain the bond with our parents. We may have become used to paying the price. And so we went on paying it in relationships too. We stayed where we had to hide. We stayed where we had to hide. That changes as we become healthy adults. So healthy adults mean acknowledging your flaws. That's what it means to be a healthy adult. It worked for you as a child because those are the things you needed as a child to survive in those moments where you didn't feel comfortable. You had to lie to your parents. You had to, any of you all, I don't know if it happens nowadays, but back in the day when we would have exams and our teachers would grade our exams, and you would have to bring home your exam where you did less than perfect and you would try to get a red pen and try to hide the fact that you didn't study for the spelling test like you were supposed to. And that A, you're trying to hide it to make it look like an A, but it's really an F, you know, those things that you tried to hide, or really an F, you can kind of turn that into a B, you know, and then try to erase it. Hiding the fact that you didn't study, or you needed help and you didn't feel comfortable asking an adult for help. A lot of times when children fail a spelling test, it's because there wasn't an adult really present to help them study, you know, or paying attention. So, but that child can feel embarrassed by that. So those are things that you try to hide, right? Your spelling abilities. It was a survival mechanism when you were a child. The thing is that when you become an adult and you're trying to be an adult in relationships, it doesn't serve you anymore to lie about who and what your insecurities are. It doesn't serve you. You can't be an adult in relationships by repeating some of the childish behaviors that you did as a child, right? It's normal for a child to do that, to feel ashamed. But if you haven't overcome that, then, you know, you learn to carry these patterns onto adult relationships, and it ends up being childish. So yeah, I really think that that it serves us when we were younger, but we need to open up as an adult in relationships. We stayed where we had to hide. That changes as we become healthy adults. We still have needs, but they no longer have us. When we tolerate not having our needs met fully, our fear melts into healthy vulnerability, and a more generous love awakens in us. A healthy person looks and longs for an open, caring, daring partner capable of attuning and holding his or her feelings. That's what a healthy person does. This grants unprecedented permission for the frightened child within, who's scared about what's going to happen when you bring an F home, right? Within, to release old hurts and new ties. That's what a healthy person does in relationships. You have to be vulnerable. Vulnerability is equals to adult relationships. Dag. Not once did they mention what? How much money is in your bank account? Not once did they mention what you look like. Not once did they mention anything external. All they mentioned so far in this book on finding a partner, and we're not talking about high value, low value. I do not believe in high value people and low value people. I know that people say that a lot, you know, but I don't believe in that. I think all of us are valuable. You cannot convince anybody to love you. You have to trust in the God-force power, of miraculous power, of synchronicity to bring just the person you want in your life. You have to protect your heart. You have to acknowledge the fact that you are longing for someone to love and someone to love you. You have to acknowledge that without shame. Wow. And you have to get into a place where you can be vulnerable, where you can, a healthy person looks and longs for an open, caring, daring partner capable of attuning to and holding his or her feelings. This grants unprecedented permission of the frightened child. We all have that frightened child in us, to release old hurts and trust new ties. You have to be the ability to trust, and that is healthy. That's it. That's the introduction to how to find a partner. I think that's a lot of good stuff here. How y'all feeling? I think that's great. people who are just coming in, I just want to say I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. You can find me on Instagram if you so like to see some of the things that I put up on Instagram. Where's my Instagram? It's up here somewhere. There I am on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. That's my Instagram. You can find me there and see some of the things that I post on Instagram. Today, we are reading How to Be an Adult in Relationships, the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. We are on chapter 3, which is about how to find a partner. So today, we are going to cover the first couple of pages on what you need to do to find a partner. And we've learned that you got to be lovable. To be loved, you're going to have to be lovable. And I love that lesson. And there, he's saying, David Risho, in 5 Keys to Mindful Loving, he's saying a lot of the things that I talk about. So that's really good that another therapist sees the same thing I see. And being a licensed therapist, I just want to educate you guys on what I have to go through to maintain my clinical license. I have to do trainings and I have to maintain my license. I can't have any criminal activity in my background, no malpractice issues. I have to pay a lot of money to the board in order to renew my license every 2 years. There's so many CEUs I have to get. It's a lot. I've been licensed for over 20 years, practicing for over 30 years. It's a lot. It takes a lot to become a professional. And I just want to say that because there are a lot of really wonderful experts on relationships, but not all of them are licensed. So I just wanted to just educate you guys on what it means to be a licensed therapist and what it means to not be a licensed therapist. So I just wanted to educate you guys on what it takes, because I go through quite a bit to maintain my license as well as maintain my job. I'm a full-time college professor. Just telling you a little bit about myself. And you can follow me on Instagram if you want. Let me put back up my website. Oh boy, I gotta find it in this list. There's a lot of things in here. Let's see, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Here it is, coachingwithdralicia.com. Y'all bear with me. I'm trying to get used to YouTube. Okay, and okay, so we're moving on. We're at the bottom of page 84, and this next section I think is really interesting. It brings out the question that all of you all need to have in your mind, all y'all single people, and some of y'all people who are in a relationship that don't need to be in a relationship. Ask yourself this question: am I cut out for a close, intimate relationship? Are y'all cut out? How many of y'all in the chat? How about you? Dubai Silk Route? I like your eyeball. nice painted eye there. Are you cut out? Are you? Do you know? Am I cut out for close, intimate relationships? Put a yes in the chat if you are. If you feel like you're cut out. How many of you all don't know? Don't know. Well, today you're going to find out. Today I'm going to talk about how to figure out if you're cut out. And most important, how to figure out if you are in the dating scene, how to figure out if a potential partner is cut out for a relationship. I think, so Tiffany doesn't know. Thank you for being honest. Deborah doesn't know. I think that's great. It's great to know when you are cut out and when you're not. Sharon says no. Patrick's like, yes. Patrick got a nice little football over there. Okay, so yeah, so Patrick's like, yes. So you already know. So let's see the people who know they're cut out for a relationship and the people who don't know and the people who say, I'm not cut out right now for close, intimate relationship. Let's read on and let's see if it's true. And Maya, I like Maya. Maya is like, I'm not sure yet. It shifts from day to day. Some days you're like, I think I could deal with somebody. And then other days you probably like, nah, I'm glad I'm single. Okay. So let's see. Okay, let me start again. An adult commitment is a thoroughly truthful enterprise of ongoing love. Truthful enterprise of ongoing love. So what that says is that if you like to lie a lot, then I don't know if you're, if you're accustomed to adult commitments. It entails an unrelenting willingness to keep agreements and handle obstacles by addressing, processing, and resolving conflicts. Happiness and mutual respect results. Oh my goodness. So how about this? Are you the kind of person who's willing to keep agreements, who's willing to handle obstacles? Because you're going to have obstacles in your relationships. Are you the kind of person that can handle obstacles by facing it full on, by addressing it, by processing it, and by knowing that you have to solve the inevitable conflict, right? Because happiness and mutual respect results. So if you like to tell a lot of lies, that's not happiness and mutual respect, right? If you're confronted with an obstacle and you don't want to take it hands on, you don't want to take obstacles, then maybe you're not ready. I think that's what this is saying. And you don't know how to resolve conflicts, you're not even interested in it, then maybe you're not cut out. I think that's where he's going. True love cannot be fooled, nor does it fool others. As mature adults, we can no longer be charmed by looks or sweet talk. That's superficial. Yeah, that's interesting because I just talked about that. They're talking about openness and willingness to love and be loved. But not once did they talk about how somebody looks. Not once did they talk about any of this superficial things. All that matters is enduring mutual commitment. Mutual commitment. That's all that matters. Some people confuse attachment with love. Go away. We may feel attached to someone and imagine we love him. Someone may be attached to us and we imagine he loves us. But mindful love is bonding by commitment, not attachment by clinging on to something. Being attached will immobilize us. Love, on the other hand, helps us achieve a progressively effective and joyous evolution. Just because you're connected to somebody or any of those things, that does not mean that there's love, right? Isn't that interesting? We can also mistake dependency for connection. Insecure people may try to create a connection with us by fostering dependency through the offer of what? Of riches, humor, flattery, indebtedness, or feeling guilty for letting somebody go because you feel like you owe them something. So you're with them because you feel like you're with them because of duty. I'm not with this person because I really want to be with them. I'm with them because I feel bad for them. I feel sorry for them. And I feel like it's my duty to be with them. That's not adult love, and so forth. Wow. The 5 A's, especially allowing, offers the reliable alternative path. Yes, it's so fascinating because this kind of reminds me of like the Dream Girls. Y'all know the Dream Girls? No way. I'm living without you. Men hate that song, by the way. The Dream Girls, the famous Dream Girls song about I'm not going and you, you're gonna love me. Men hate that song. And I know why, because it scares them. Because they're like, stop being clingy and attached to me. I don't effie. Yes, thank you. As a woman, I thought it was beautiful and romantic, but then I started looking around and men hate that. Men really hate that. Yeah, love bombing is not love. Love bombing is manipulation. Thank you. Yes, Dennis, I love that song too. It's very emotional, but remember, it's clinginess. It's attaching and clinginess. It's not mindful love, right? Somebody, Derek, you want someone to be clingy? So that song doesn't bother you, but it bothered my son when he heard it. And I was talking to Dr. Boyce about it, and he was like, I do not like that song. He can't stand it. So anyway, I started singing that to him, and he wasn't for it. Okay. Of course, not everyone is cut out for a fully committed relationship. Someone can work diligently on all the practices in this book and still not be able to fulfill the needs of another adult in an intimate bond. Those are facts right there. And they should never be. You should never look for a partner to complete you. Like the Jerry Maguire, remember how at the end of Jerry Maguire and it was like, you complete me. No, that's not healthy, right? You should never look for someone to complete you. But such a person may not be relationship oriented. You need to know when you're not. I love the people who said, no, I'm not ready for a relationship. Who said no? There was a bunch of people who said no. They said they weren't ready. I think that's the most beautiful thing you can discover about yourself, the fact that you're not ready. Some people aren't relationship oriented, or may simply have no interest in doing the work a relationship requires. Some people just aren't in the space to do it. And when someone tells you, I'm just not in the space to be in a relationship, you need to believe them. Don't try to convince them otherwise. Oh, I can love them out of it. I can forget them. I really like them. They should really want to be in a relationship. No, it doesn't work that way. Just let them go, right? Let them go. Some people are more comfortable with and only psychologically calibrated for light relationships, casual friendships. They're just not ready for deep love, right? That's interesting because I was talking to my son who is handsome. He's 21 years old. He's 5. Oh no, he's 6'8". He's tall. He's just gorgeous. And he's like, Mom, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to be in a relationship. And I tell him, if you're not ready for this commitment, then you need to be honest with these women that they love him, right? He needs to be honest with them and tell them, I'm just not in the space right now. Because he's like, I have to text them every day and call them every day. I'm like, yeah, you need to do that to have a relationship with a woman. And he just doesn't understand it. But anyway, that's the thing. He's not ready. And you need to be able to recognize when you're not ready. But I would love for him to find somebody one day. But that's what I want for him. But he's got to want it for himself. Okay. So if you're just into light relationships and casual friendships, that's wonderful. They are driven not by fear of intimacy, but by truthful recognition that intimacy is just not for them in this moment, right? There's no shame in not wanting a relationship. Single people who are happy to be single, and I see them online and they're talking about the fact that they're single and they're happy that way. I think we should all give them a round of applause, right? I don't think we should shame people. You shouldn't shame people for wanting to be in a relationship, but you darn sure shouldn't shame people for recognizing they're just not in a place where they want to be in a relationship. I think it will come when it's supposed to come, right? So no shame, right? Because the healthy person is able to recognize it, right? There is no shame in not wanting a relationship. A healthy person is not one in a relationship, but one in his or her own skin, right? A healthy person is someone who's comfortable in their skin, like they're okay with how things are going. That's a healthy person, mindful, right? So many of us married out of social convention, rather than out of a choice that reflected our deepest inclinations, readiness, and personality. There's some people who are married to someone out of obligation and they really don't want to be married to that person, or they're in a relationship for someone because they feel like societal pressures are making them be in a relationship and they don't think that they're ready for it. So I really do think that that we need to recognize these things, right? People who have it in them only to be friends, never spouses, want the rhythms of distance and closeness that friendship provides. It's a different, I was just talking to my husband about this. I said, we do these pillow talks together sometimes. And I said, wow, I was listening to our pillow talk. I don't go back and listen to them ever. But I was like, the conversation that Dr. Boyce and I have, it is unlike conversation that he has with anybody else. And it should be, right? I say things to him that I don't think anyone else would say to him, because I have that permission to do it, because we are in an intimate relationship, right? So no one else could say that about, no one else could say stuff to my husband, but only I can, right? So it's okay if I say it, but if someone else said it, I'd be like, hold on, what you doing? That's not appropriate, right? So it's that sort of difference, right? It's a difference there, a set of expectations. I say stuff to him that he probably won't mind, but if someone else said those same things, it'd be a different story. So that's what comes along with being married, that level of closeness, right? But some people prefer absence, alternating with perseverance rather than continued presence. This is a legitimate option, but social pressures, once internalized, may push such a person into marriage, and the result is two unhappy people and perhaps unhappy children. Children know when the love is real and when you're pretending. Children know when you're pretending. Staying together for the children doesn't work. You have to stay together for the partner, and in turn, that helps the children, right? So staying together just for the children is not enough to have you stay together. You really, if that's the only reason why you're together, you should rethink that decision, because you think that you're helping the children, but you really aren't. Figure out a way to genuinely love each other and to push through whatever your resentments are. You really owe it to your children to work on authentic love with each other. If you really want to create a really loving household for your children, you need to, this two grown adults in that household needs to also get on board with that. Yes, the name of the book is How to Be an Adult in Relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving, David Richo. We are on chapter 3, and I'm on page 85. And this book is like almost 300 pages. I think we'll be together for a while. Okay. In the conventional view, living together is considered the logical goal of relating and an indicator of success. But the reality is that some people don't do well in mutual living situations for whatever reason, right? And they are better off in separate quarters, even when the relationship becomes more intimate. You need to be honest about that, right? Neighbors might have a better chance at stress-free relating than live-in partners. I noticed this was a trend in some marriages where you live in two separate households. To each its own, right? It is up to both partners to make the uniquely appropriate plan that fits them. I do believe that. Like, more power to you if you feel like that sort of arrangement is the best for your relationship. That's fine with me. A primary goal is a relationship. The primary goal in a relationship is to make sure it has the best chance of surviving, and that may not happen under one roof. There we go. He got that out of the way. I think what he was trying to do is he's setting up what he really wants to say, but he has to get that out the way, right? I think David Richo is smart enough to be able to recognize the caveats to what his theory that he's putting out. I think that's really a smart move, because a lot of people are going to be like, well, I don't live with my partner and we get along just fine and blah, blah. So he's getting rid of that, right? He's saying, he's acknowledging that there's other ways of being. Yeah. So he's doing a good job of that. Moving on. Marriage and family are a special vocation and not meant for everyone. There's some people who aren't meant to be a spouse, and it's okay. There are some people who really aren't meant to be a mother or a father, and I think that's okay. The beauty of it is to be able to recognize it, because marriage and family, it's a special vocation. It ain't for everybody, and it's okay. It is an individual, not a collective choice. It is for those who will enjoy a commitment to lifelong working through, working on, working within a context of family. The issue for a healthy adult is not which choice she makes, but whether it reflects her true desires and is carried out with integrity. This book, including the practices, is meant for readers across the entire spectrum. So he's trying to tell you, everybody in this whole spectrum, sexuality and gender, all right? Married and unmarried, friends and companions, anyone trying to love someone and be happy, which are the rights of every human. Every human, right? How do you know whether you are cut out for a relationship? So here we go. He set the stage. He had to lay out the theories. He had to pull his caveats in. He had to direct us in. Now he's getting down to look at the following categories and see which one accurately describes you. Here we go. Y'all all right? Everybody okay? We're now about to see what it is. Are you cut out for a close, intimate relationship? Is that person you're interested in? Is that person cut out for a close, intimate relationship? Are you dating and you got a bunch of people here and there that you're considering being in a close and intimate relationship with? Here are some of the things that you need to learn about yourself and a potential partner. These people are not cut out. Some hardwired traits prevents me from succeeding in relationships. Here they are. Examples. Introversion so extreme that I cannot tolerate togetherness for a long time. Introversion so extreme that I can't tolerate being around another person for a long time. That's how you know you ain't cut out. Here's another one. Mental derangement. Is your mental health just kind of out there? You know if you're mentally deranged. It's interesting he said mental derangement, but you know what this means. You're not mentally stable. Active addictions. Misogyny or misanthropy, criminal maliciousness or dangerousness. He got that out of the way. He said, if you are the kind of person who's so introverted, you can't even be with somebody for a long period of time, then maybe you are not cut out. If you're the kind of person who has a lot of mental health issues and you haven't gotten them in check, maybe you need to get them in check first. There's some derangement, right? And any active addictions, misogyny, misanthropy, that means negative attitudes toward men, negative attitudes toward women, right? Criminal maliciousness or dangerousness. You're not ready. Okay, so you're essentially not ready. Existential. So there's some existential sort of philosophies about relationships that lets you know if you are ready or if someone is not ready for dating. Here they are. Some of my traits keep me from succeeding in relationship, but these are changeable. So he's saying you can kind of work with some of these a little bit, but you need to think about it. It will take a commitment of time and work. So he's saying these are the people who are really difficult in relationships. These are people that it's going to take a lot of time and work to get these people walking down the aisle. Who are these people? Extreme and mild examples, right? I have had no success at relationships. Each one is worse than the one before it. Oh my gosh. So you're a serial person that seems to get into relationships that are just awful. Every single one gets worse as you go on. That means you haven't learned anything. That means you don't take accountability for your part in why that relationship went south. I mean, that has a lot to do with that mentality. I think that's what he's saying. Here's another scenario. I have to have things just so. I just have to have it just so. Yeah, you're not flexible in your thinking. You're very rigid in how things need to be. And everything has to be just so. You can't bend or be flexible. Then maybe you're not cut out for a relationship. I am in an intimacy defeating cycle and do not seem to be able to break it. For example, as you get close, I run. Yes. I've seen this a lot in people who have a very disorganized attachment. They yearn for closeness, but as soon as closeness comes, they get very scared because they think they'll be betrayed, and then they run. So it's almost like this push and pull back and forth. Come close to me. You're too close. Get away. This sort of back and forth. You really need to work on those things to be in a position where you are capable of an adult relationship. This is how to be an adult in relationships. How to be an adult in relationships, right? My buffed and bantam ego reigns supreme. Oh, it's all about you and your ego. You can't be in a relationship when you're all stuck into this ego thing. I cannot be wrong or corrected. You think you're the king of the castle, the queen of the castle. Every time somebody tries to talk to you about things that are going on with them, you take offense and you can't deal with it. You minimize other people because you're right and no one can tell you nothing. That's not the kind of person you need to be in a relationship with. And if you're that kind of person, maybe you're not cut out, right? You can't let anybody be first. So it's this competition. Or let anyone hurt me without severe reprisals. So yes, this means you're the kind of person where if someone wrongs you, you're not going to talk about and be vulnerable with how they treated you. You're going to get even with them. You're going to get back at them. Vindictive people probably aren't in the place where they need to be in a relationship. Essentially, not the best catch, right? This is why you need to date for a while. You need to observe people for a while and see how they act in certain situations. I cannot or choose not to be faithful to one person. I just can't be faithful to anybody. I have to be deceptive. I have to lie. That's childish, right? You need to be honest and open. I can't be faithful to one person. I become stuck in my unhappiness in a relationship, and it leads to neither changing that relationship or leaving that relationship. If you're the kind of person that's just stuck in your misery and you're not actively working to make sure that the relationship operates in the way that's healthy, you're just going to sit there and be nasty. Have y'all seen those videos of those really old married people and they're cussing each other out and they're miserable and they don't really care to fix things or to be kind and loving to each other? I'm not sure they're really cut out. It's toxic, right? That's what he's saying. This is toxic sort of thing. You're stuck in your unhappiness in a relationship, and it doesn't lead to changing nor leaving. Yes, immature people need not apply for relationships. Yeah, I really think that Maya brings up a good point. It's just like, pay attention to this and know where you see yourself, honestly see yourself, and ask yourself, is this the kind of thing I want to do? Is this a trait of myself? Because if so, you may need to work on this, right? I prefer the pain of staying together unhappily to the pain it takes to end the relationship. Terrible, right? That's not adult. That's childish. That's clinging on. That's, you know, you're going to love me. I'm not going nowhere, right? I have a low level desire for sex. I don't need to expand on that, but I mean, that's what intimacy is about. Part of intimacy is sexual intimacy. So yeah, that makes sense, right? I seem to have low or no capacity to forgive. You need to be able to forgive. You can't be vindictive, right? A relationship does not truly, consistently, and enduring fulfill my deepest needs. It's against my values. It's against my wishes. But it's a choice I make in reaction to societal or family pressure. If that's you, or if you hear a potential mate speak like this, maybe not the right person, maybe not cut out for a relationship. I make in reaction to society. Yeah, decisions you make in reaction to society. I am just as glad to see my partner go away or stay. It don't matter. You don't care if your partner leaves you. You don't care if your partner stays. You're indifferent to it all. Not necessarily cut out for relationships. As of now, I require 75% of my waking hours to be spent alone. Not the best person for a relationship and needs to work on some of that. You prefer to be alone, then that's your season of being alone. And so it's better to recognize that and not get into a relationship with somebody. How can you give them the 5 A's when you prefer to be alone 75% of the time? You know, out of 4 days, you want to be alone 3 of those 4 days and only spend 1 day with your partner. That's not it. Some people see this issue in extremist terms. We either are or are not cut out for relationships. In reality, we can combine apparent opposites. We know our own comfort level and design our commitment level to match it. We do not have to fear that somebody will take over the Oval Office of our life and mind. Yeah, if you see a relationship as a burden, something that you're burdened to have to do every day, and if you see sharing your life with somebody as somebody taking over the Oval Office, you're not comfortable with compromise and being flexible and being open for another person to come into your life. You know, that's something to think about, right? We can decide the size of the foothold a partner can have in our psyche. This happens in 2 ways. We know and respect our deepest needs, values, and wishes, and we find a partner who agrees with them and willingly joins us in them. So you need to know exactly how much contact with another person you're able to maintain, how much of your life you're able to share with them. You need to know this about yourself so you can have an honest conversation with a potential mate about that. The words consenting adults says it all. Partners who are truly adult and truly agree can work out a pleasing plan. Yes. So these are questions you need to ask yourself. Like, are you in a headspace mentally to be able to share your life with somebody? I think that's what this is saying. And he's asking these questions and creating these scenarios for you to honestly think about whether you are ready, cut out for a committed relationship. And I think most of all, it's important to know this because you want to know if when you're dating somebody, you're like, whoa, he can't even tolerate being around somebody more than 25% of his time. Maybe he's not cut out for it. Maybe we should just be friends, because friends has a different connotation with it than someone intimate that you talk to every single day. Y'all all right? How's everybody? Just to talk, we are here talking about how to be an adult in relationships, the 5 keys to mindful loving by David Risho. And we are on chapter 3. We're talking all about how to find a partner. I think these are excellent. I was surprised that in the first 3 pages, he kind of broke it down really nicely about what you need to look at to be in a relationship. And, you know, he's now talked about Are you even cut out for a close and intimate relationship? We just went through all of that. And now I think on page 87, David Risho is now talking about qualified candidates for relationships. So what qualifies? What are things we need to look for in a partner? We've covered what healthy relationships, how to be lovable. We've covered how to be lovable. We've covered the fact that you deserve the 5 A's and you need to protect yourself from it. We've covered the fact that sometimes dating, let's face it, sometimes you're going to be disappointed. There'll be broken promises and disappointed expectations, but it's okay. Protect your heart. Don't be ashamed of wanting somebody, and don't be ashamed of not wanting to be in a relationship. We went through all of the things that you need for an intimate relationship, and all of the things that you need to consider when you're trying to ask yourself, am I really cut out for this? Like, you want to be in a relationship with someone, but are you cut out for it? And then we also talked about not clinging on to somebody, because you cannot convince someone to love you. Okay, we are moving on at the bottom of page 87 of this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationship. It's the 5 keys of mindful loving. And I'm a therapist. I've been a therapist for over 20 years. And this guy, David Risho, I looked him up. He's been a therapist for over 50. I don't know how old this man is, but it said he's been practicing for 50 years. I don't know. So he knows. He has to be pretty up there in age, because it's the 20th anniversary edition. So I don't know. He's been around. This ain't his first go around. So he has some lived experience as well as clinical experience. And how awesome he put this in this book. All right. So moving on at the bottom of page 87, he has said, qualified candidates for a relationship. Here we go. Qualified candidates. Once we make our relationship choices in an adult way, a prospective partner who is unavailable, non-reciprocal, and not open to processing feelings and issues becomes, by the very fact, unappealing. Ladies, I'm talking to y'all. A man who's unavailable to you, like he's married, he's in another relationship, a man who's unavailable to you, he should not be appealing to you. My husband should not be appealing to you. Nobody else's husband should be appealing to you, right? What else? Non-reciprocal. It's a one-way relationship. You're calling them, you're texting them, they ain't calling you back, they ain't texting you back. That's not appealing, right? Ladies, they ain't open to processing their feelings. They not talking about their feelings. They ain't trying to have long conversations with you about issues in the relationship. That should be not appealing to you. Oh my God, I'm just playing around. But that's true. I'm directing this to women because I've seen so many women just like get carried off into something that it ain't really there, right? So this is for the ladies. Those men or those people that you might be interested in, they are not appealing, right? Once we love ourselves, people no longer look good to us unless they are good for us. Ooh. Once we love ourselves, people no longer look good to us unless they are good for us. Go ahead, David Risho is really bringing it here. He's setting the stage. It has to be somebody available. It has to be somebody reciprocating. It has to be somebody open to their feelings, right? A person is a candidate for a relationship when he is able and willing to give and receive love, to handle feelings, to make a commitment, and to keep agreements. Not when he can pay the bills, not when he can look good, not when he can do anything other than what was just mentioned here, right? He can show the 5 A's in ways that are pleasing, satisfying, and non-evasive. He can forgive and let go of his ego long enough to work out problems amicably and fairly most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time he can do these things. He follows a reconciliation, not retaliation, reconciliation model in his interactions. So he's willing to talk it out. He's open and willing to solve whatever problems they're there. He loves you for himself, not the latest woman to fill the slot in his life marked female, right? Rebound relationships are especially dangerous in this regard. Rebound relationships are dangerous in so many different ways. That's a whole nother conversation. A suitable candidate, ladies, I don't know why I'm talking to ladies, but men need to hear too. But a suitable candidate will probably meet the following additional criteria. So additional criteria, here's what it is. Lives reasonably close by. I don't know if I agree with that. I like long distance relationships, but this is what David Richo says. You got to be in proximity with each other. Maybe not at the beginning, but I guess if you feel like the relationship is worth it, you do work toward making a plan to being in the same city at least, right? Reasonably close by. But now we have technology and we have FaceTime. I don't know, this book was written a long time ago, so maybe he was talking about the barriers of seeing each other and being with each other. So I can give that. That's sort of like a kinda, right? Can show the full spectrum of human feelings and welcomes yours. Loves to give and receive the 5 A's: attention, acceptance, appreciation, allowance, and affection, right? Loves to give and receive these things. He is, I'm saying he, but it could be he or her, your friend and not just a sex partner, loves your company and compatible. So being compatible is very important. Is willing to talk about relationship issues, has no distracting ties, can make a true commitment. That's possible. Okay, he has no distracting ties and makes true commitment. Has no distracting ties that can make true commitment impossible. So if he's distracted and connected and committed to other things, he can't commit to you, right? So he has to release his ties and his commitments to other things to make a true commitment to you, right? He can't commit to you if he's committed to all these other things, right? So he has to release himself from those commitments and he has to commit to be able to commit to you. Such as another relationship in progress, an old relationship that's unfinished, a divorce that's pending, family enmeshment. Children do not represent an obstacle unless they require or are given too much attention that he, as a parent, is tied codependently to their needs and has no life of his own, his or her own. That's for women too, right? Has no active addictions. Let me tell you, addictions is relationship killer because there's so much deception. There's so much lies connected to addiction that it is very difficult to, it's just difficult, if not impossible, to have a relationship with somebody who is committed. Yes, Zara, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Family enmeshment. I've seen that in relationships where the mother-in-law will have the key to the house and just be coming into the house anytime they want. They're like, whoa, hold on. We need some boundaries here. Committed. Putting your other people ahead of your commitment. Yeah. Good one. Okay, what else? does not have a big ego that you have to cater to it or else. I see this with a lot of celebrities. Their ego is so big that you have to be almost like a yes person. Yes, you have to be. They see a partner as an extension of themselves and not a separate person with their own ideas and thoughts. I've seen this happen in relationships that causes a lot of problems where they feel like, you know, I'm this big celebrity. I'm this big famous person. Who are you? Who are you to talk to me like that? I'm a celebrity. You know, I've seen that in relationships. It's not healthy, right? Not threatened by the equality of sexes. No patriarchy here. Has no overpowering political and religious obsessions. I could do a whole show just on that. Just being so caught up into these things, but I won't do it because I'll be stepping on some toes. Okay. Wants children if you do, or does not want them if you do not. Yeah. So that's the thing. You really need to, at some point, have a conversation about having children, because you know, I really think that could be a relationship killer. If one person wants to have children and the other person doesn't want to have children, I mean, that really is an excellent reason to dissolve the relationship. I really think so. Okay, reading on. Has the sexual capacity, accessibility, and interest to satisfy you, or can work on it within the relationship, right? That's important. Has no disability with respect to money. Cannot earn, spend, share, save, lend, contribute, and receive. This goes for men and women, right? Has no disability with respect to money. They have to be responsible in all the areas of their life, including income, right? Can give quality time and enough of it to deepen the connection in an ongoing way. Is on a fairly close intellectual par, so you can share ideals equally. Yeah, you have to have somebody. I can't be with nobody stupid. That's tough. If you have to be kind of smart for me, because I that's not a quality I like. Has similar values than yours. Yeah, I think similar value. It doesn't have to be the same, but there needs to be a nice level of overlap in terms of values. Is not looking for the ideal man or woman. Need the ideal woman that's not really real. It's only being realistic about that. Does not appear to you to be ideal. Someone mentioned love bombing earlier. You don't want no love bombing, right? Does not appear to you to be ideal. You are not so infatuated that you can't see his shadow side. You can't see that person's flaws. They love bomb you so much that you can't see some of the things about them that aren't quite right. So I like that one right there. Has done at least half of the work it takes to be healthy in life and relationships. That's right. That's the person you want. You know they're not perfect, but at least they're working on things. The more on the work in the first practice session below. Yeah. So is willing to put in the work to try to be a better person. I love that. Yes. Miss Moss. Yes. You have to have a smart partner. I love that. Let's see what else we need to look for. Satisfies the ruthless criterion that applies to all significant choices, that a relationship with him reflects and fulfills your deepest needs, values, and longings. They fulfill it. They don't complete you, but for a reasonable expectation, they fulfill your deepest needs, values, and longings for companionship, right? Can and loves to focus on you in an engaged, lasting way. They want to focus on you. They want to spend quality time with you. How can I know this is happening enough? I can remember the last time it happened. So you remember that this person is giving you the attention. And sometimes we think we're in a relationship and then that person doesn't call you every day, doesn't reach out to you every day, doesn't find out how you're doing. You need that constant contact with that person to to really feel like that person is engaged with you and focused on you. I've seen that a lot in relationships where you're just kind of like, this seems to be superficial. You're not really into me. You're saying that you're interested in me, but I don't hear from you for several days. Like, what's that about? That's not somebody interested in having to be with you. You know that a person is cut out when they are cut out to be with you, when they create time in their day, in their life to spend with you, right? That's how you know. Meets the welcoming approval of your personal trio. You have a personal trio. Your head, so logically it makes sense to be with this person. Your heart, you feel like you really care for this person. And your intuition. Follow that quiet little voice in the back of your head to tell you if this person is right for you or not. Y'all know. I've worked with couples where there's been deception and cheating, and I'll ask the hurt partner, you know, how did you find out? How did you know? And usually the hurt partner, when there's been infidelity in a relationship, the hurt partner will say, I kind of knew something was off. They had this intuition that something is off. So it's almost like you think you're getting away with things if you're the unfaithful person in a relationship. You think your partner doesn't know that you're unfaithful. On many different levels, they know. They use their intuition. So don't ignore your intuition. If you think there's something going on, chances are you're right. Okay. Do these criteria fit your perspective? Your current partner? Do these perspectives fit that? Woo, y'all. I think I'm going to end it here. This is really interesting. We know today how to find a partner, what to think about, what steps you need to make to find a partner that's right for you, how to find out if you are cut out for a close, intimate relationship, and also how to find out if the person you're interested in is really cut out for a relationship. And then we also looked at criteria that you need to evaluate to make sure that you're qualified, that the candidate for a relationship, a qualified candidate for a relationship, what qualities you need to possess to be qualified as a candidate for a relationship, and also what you need to look for. And this is to the ladies, because I think a lot of ladies ignore things that should not be ignored. So that's today. We're going to continue on. This book goes into it. We still got quite a bit to go for this chapter on how to find a partner. Thank y'all for being here with me. I appreciate it. Oh gosh, am I going to come back next Sunday? I'm not sure if I'm going to do this next Sunday because I have a half marathon. I may be too sleepy and tired to do this, but let's just say I'll see you next Sunday. Hopefully I'll be able, I don't have much going on Sunday other than my marathon in the morning, my half marathon next Sunday morning. But what I'll do is I'll get a nice good nap, soak in the water, maybe get a massage, and then I'll be reading, and I'll come and we will finish this discussion, this book club, Healing Haven Book Club, How to Be an Adult in Relationship. It's the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. Catch up with us if you haven't gotten the book. We're on chapter 3. You can see my previous videos on this in the show notes. And thank you all for joining. Thank you, Zara and Rhonda and Lynn and Tiffany and Dennis. All of you all, Chili Willie. Thank you. Thank you, Chili Willie. Goodbye, everybody.
Do you see how this could be a possible plus for these women?
I mean, I think anybody is redeemable, right? If you want to come back, if you want to be renewed and changed, you can make those changes for yourself. I think that for these women, they're going to have to meet men who don't know them, right? They're going to have to meet men who've never heard of Brittany Renner, who've never heard of Black China before, so that they can ease who they were into that relationship in a meaningful way. But first, they're going to have to be who they want to be, right? That's who that man is going to have to see. And I think that there's like culture, right? We've seen Black features not be in style all the way to their in style, these fillers and all of this stuff is growing pains for these young women. And I think that if they are being authentically a new self, have at it, girls. Welcome to the boring side of life where, you know, we keep our pants on and don't show our ass cracks.
Baby, I remember when at church, if you wore a skirt too short, they put that prayer cloth over your knees. Okay, like this is what I grew up with. Like that's how I grew up with. You were very mindful, and even when things were low cut or a little low cut, my mama would come in and sew a handkerchief in a heartbeat. Okay. So what I grew up is very different from what I was seeing. But then again, I have to share with y'all. So I also was so fascinated with groups like Vanity 6. I am a huge Prince fan. I was 8 years old and fell in love with his first album. So I was a Prince fan long before Vanity 6 came along. But when Vanity 6 came along, I wanted to be one of those girls too. So even though I hid that from Mama said I could have that poster that had to stay on the back of the door. That couldn't go where nobody else could see it. But how do you balance this? How do you balance this for our children? Lindsay, how do you think that we can balance this to show that your worth is not your body and that society is showing them that it is?
Yeah, I think that comes into, we just have to pour into them as much as possible because we can't control what's on the TV. Well, if we collectively gather together, we could. And if we said we are going to watch this and hit them where their pockets are, then we could. But are we really going to do that? As of right now, I don't see that happening. So we can't control, with that statement being said, what is shown on TV, what's shown on social media, what's shown outside of your household. And we also can't, seclude them and keep them covered only to our household. So we have to do as much pouring into them as possible, try to be the example, because kids are going to do what you do more than they'll do what you say. So try to lead by example and try to find other people that are along that same mind frame. Not that you want to surround yourself with the same all the time. It's good to have a diverse group of opinions and backgrounds and all of those things, but you get what I mean. Just try to find other people who will do the same and are on that same trajectory as you as well, because we have to go back to taking a village to raise a kid. Shoot, it takes a village to raise an adult. We all need each other as a child and even as adults. So we've got to create that village like we used to.
I grew up in a village, and I tell you what, when I was a kid and growing up in the country, I thought to myself, I can't wait to get up out of here.
Taylor in that. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm here with my wife, Dr. Alicia. How you doing today, babe?
I'm kind of tired and sore today. How are you doing?
Doing good. You ran 10 miles this morning.
I did 10 this morning because I'm getting ready for the Chicago half next week. Yay.
You're training for the half in 1 week?
Yeah, but if I do 10 miles, since I did 10 miles today, I am psychologically and physically ready to go.
Well, if anybody wants to know what I was doing while my wife was running 10 miles this morning.
What were you doing?
I was snoring.
You know, I wanted you to do at least the last 4 with me, and then you just look kind of off into space, like, no way.
Yeah, I wasn't interested.
Why are you falling off on the running schedule, boys?
No, I'd rather be invited to a Diddy party.
Diddy party? Well, ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Apparently so. You see how many? I saw a commercial from 1998 where they were marketing a Diddy party, and in this commercial, they had every celebrity you could think of.
Oh my God!
All these people talking about how great a Diddy party was. Chris Rock, Will Smith. I guess they were collaborating back then instead of slapping each other. You had some white people in there. You know, I can't remember if it was like Meryl Streep types or people like that. Yeah.
So now ain't nobody got nothing to say now.
I know, right?
Quiet.
I know. I mean, these parties were attended by Rihanna down to Jay-Z, Beyonce, of course, and a lot of other famous people. And now they're all like completely silent.
They haven't said anything. What are they doing now? Do you think they're just like nobody's calling anybody, or you think everybody's calling each other going, oh, crap?
I don't think they're calling each other. I think that they're just sitting there and they're hoping that the whole shabam of just in the entertainment industry and all the debauchery that happens never gets discovered.
Well, it doesn't seem like 50 Cent
50 Cent is,
part of the whole
yeah,
thing.
he's kind of shown he's an outsider to the club. He's really,
Yeah.
yeah, he's really been vocal about it. So it's kind of interesting to see that, and I wonder how that's going to end up for him. But anyway, guys, can y'all hear us? Give us a quick yes if you can hear us. Okay, let us know if the audio's coming through all right. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia, and we have a show called Pillow Talk where we're two professors who believe in intelligent, fun conversations, and we like to lay against our pillows and just talk a little bit crazy. So if you can hear us, give us a quick yes in the chat to let me know that we're coming through all right. Hello, Ayana. Shout out your city, please. Melanin Rich Convo. I see Riley Forrest. I think I saw Brandon King from Philadelphia. Miss Bird, Joanne Dixon. Good to see you. Joyce, how you doing, Joyce? Good to see you. Darlene and Kimberly Logan. And Riley's out of Memphis. Shout out to Memphis. I love Memphis. All right, so let's hop into this. All right, so babe. All right, so did you hear about what happened with Adrian Peterson, the former NFL star who played for the Minnesota Vikings? Did y'all hear about that?
No, I did not hear about it, but I'm so ready for you to tell me all about it.
Okay, so Adrian Peterson, apparently he had to surrender his assets. They came into his house and took a bunch of his stuff. And the reason they took a lot of his stuff is because he owed about $12 million in a loan. Now, Adrian Peterson was just literally one of the most talented running backs in the history of the NFL, not just in the NFL period. I mean, the history of the NFL.
Well, did he play for Detroit?
He played for the Vikings.
Oh, maybe I'm getting him mixed up with someone else. Okay.
Yeah, and your boy, he signed a 7-year, $96 million deal in 2011. And apparently this has been kind of the talk of space. I saw Shannon Sharp even addressed it, which was surprising to hear an athlete really talk about this. But they literally he literally spent all his money. And what Sharp brought up, which I thought was interesting, was he said that Adrian went and borrowed money, got a big loan so he could have a big birthday party and fly everybody into the party first class.
Okay, wait. He got items taken away from him because he borrowed money after having this big deal. So he didn't have any money at all. And he's going to take whatever money he can borrow and he's going to throw a big bash.
I don't know
Is that what happened?
that's kind of how it almost sounded. Like I'd have to double check, but it sounded like Sharp was basically saying he borrowed the money for the party. But I know he said he did borrow money for a birthday party. Now I don't know if that particular loan was for the party or not, but I do know that if you have a party and you're flying everybody in first class, that's not gonna be cheap. You're gonna be spending in the hundreds of thousands, maybe over $1 million for that.
Do we know that he borrowed that money specifically for a party, or he borrowed that money and then he threw a party? Like, is it connected to each other?
That part I don't know, but
Who did he borrow money from?
He borrowed it from a bank. I don't know what the bank is. And he borrowed it. He borrowed 12. I want to say it was a big loan. And what happened was, I for some reason I heard the $12 million number, but I think the loan was like for $5 million. And then what happened was he was paying the loan off. It was 7.5% interest. I remember that. And then he just stopped paying. So when he stopped paying, they basically knew that he had a lot of assets in his possession. Like they knew he had a lot of stuff in his house. So they went to his house and took all his stuff.
Oh my goodness. That's what he gets.
Well,
that's what he gets for taking out that money.
Well, you know,
and not being able to pay it back. What's going on?
Well, you know, it's interesting because it kind of fits into like this consistent trend of athletes losing all their money. A lot of athletes go broke. A lot of athletes. It's fascinating how many athletes are trained to play sports really well and trained to be disciplined when it comes to sports. But there's something about athlete culture which overlaps. It overlaps with entertainment culture. The same culture that took Diddy down, in my opinion, to some extent, is similar to the culture that takes a lot of athletes down. And it's sort of like this overlap in terms of extravagance.
Well,
and irresponsibility.
Yeah, the culture guides the way in which he spends his money, but he feels like for him to have a birthday party, he needs to actually like pay people to come to his birthday party.
Perhaps.
So he's spending all of his money trying to impress all of these individuals.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, or maybe not impress, or maybe just maybe impress is the word, or it could just be maintaining an image.
Well, it's his birthday party.
Right.
So shouldn't people be paying to come to your birthday party?
Not if you're Adrian Peterson, apparently.
Is he friends with a lot of broke people who can't afford? He got to conjure up his own guest list of individuals. Like, can't people buy their own? Isn't he friends with other football players?
I don't know.
that can come to his birthday party? Why does he have to pay for everything? Like, I don't understand why people take on the responsibilities of something that is outside of their responsibilities. And
I,
what's wrong with your self-esteem that you feel like,
mm,
aren't you good enough? Aren't you good enough to throw a party and people love you and they want to be around you, so they want to come to your birthday party? It'd be scrambling to get in your birthday party.
maybe. Or then again, maybe it's because he felt like because he's the leader, he was a leader in the NFL. He was one of the he was I think he was MVP one year, right? So maybe sometimes like I could see like an Elon Musk or somebody doing that, right? I could see a Jeff Bezos
Yeah, but
flying
Elon
everybody.
Musk and Jeff Bezos, they're not gonna spend their last penny on the birthday party.
No, right, right, and that's the culture that I talk about, and I talk about this culture a lot. And some people get it, some people don't. But there's an overlap. I mean, it's not a coincidence that at the same time we're talking about this, you also see another wealthy black man going broke named Diddy, and he had his own type of debauchery in terms of irresponsible behavior. But it's similar in the sense that like there's always been an overlap between hip hop culture and athlete culture. That's why you see rappers and athletes becoming friends. You'll see, you might see, well, you see Mike Tyson and Tupac hanging out together, or you'd see Jay-Z and LeBron James, right? So again, it doesn't mean every athlete thinks that way because Jay-Z and LeBron, they clearly have kept their money, but there's a lot there in terms of examining, like what makes a guy think that when I get my $10 million signing bonus, first thing I'm supposed to do is run to the strip club.
Well, he wasn't running to the strip club. We don't want to know. We don't know about that.
Mhm.
But the thing is, it's not necessarily his decision to do this in that way. So the culture probably drives how he spends his money. But what I'm saying is, underneath it, what would drive him to even want to say, I'm going to have this party and I want all these people to be there, and they're just not going to be there on their own free will. I'm going to make sure that I remove all the stops for the reason why people would be there to celebrate me and the birth of me.
Yeah, well, it
That's
is.
what I don't understand.
Okay, I can see that, right? And I definitely agree. Like when you talk about the research that says, talks about like keeping up with the Joneses or maintaining a certain image. And what happens, I think, with a lot of athletes, especially those that make a lot of money, is there is this expectation that you maintain the image that you are the rich guy, that you are the guy who's got all the money. You're the guy who's the baller. You're the one who's you want to show that for the ladies. You want to show that for other men. And it does become very costly. But it doesn't just happen to athletes. I know black people who went to Harvard who feel like because they
Right.
went to Harvard and they got a good job working for the federal government as an attorney, that they're supposed to always pay for dinner. They're supposed to drive a certain car. They're supposed to wear certain clothes, live in a certain kind of house. So there is that keeping up with the Joneses, sort of maintaining the image that can become a financial pressure for a lot of people.
Yeah, and then keeping up with the Joneses. What is that? Why do you need that external validation that you are just as great and successful? I mean, people who are great and successful, they're meek. I mean, look at you. You don't shop at, the high-end stores all the time, boys.
No, I
Not as
don't.
much as I would want you to.
Well,
Like, come
yeah,
on, let's get some good stuff for you. Like,
no,
you don't focus on that. So, I mean, I don't know. It just kind of lends itself to, I want to keep this image. I want to look a certain way. Let's just be this power couple and let's go and spend all this money on stupid stuff
yeah,
where
yeah.
it just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. By the way, guys, you're listening to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia. And in case you wonder why we sound like a couple of nerds, it's because we partly are, but I think nerdy is the new cool because our goal is to be educated and to be smart and to have fun and to love each other. We believe in black love, black family, black wealth, and all these other things. My wife is a licensed therapist, a certified trauma specialist, and also a full professor of social work. If you'd like to get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, we believe in things that relate to love and money because a lot of people are complaining about money in their relationships, who they want to date, how much money they should have, and all this other stuff. Well, I did write a whole book about it. So if you want to get a copy, a free copy, you can go to boyceandalicia.com. And also, Dr. Alicia has gotten together with a group of other black therapists because
Oh,
y'all know our people need some help. And so what she's doing is Mental Health Mondays. I mean, give me a yes if you agree that we can work on our mental health. love. If you'd like to be invited to Mental Health Mondays and hang out with the other therapists on Monday night, just it's totally free to the community. Just text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948 and we'll send you an invitation. Now, today, our topic for today is Adrian Peterson, the former NFL star who is now retired, who recently had all of his assets repossessed, apparently, or a big chunk of them anyway, over an unpaid debt. And let me give you some history on Peterson. You know, I'm a big football fan, so I followed Peterson for a very long time. And let me just tell you, this brother was so talented. He was such a great player. I mean, he was one of the best. He was one of the best of all times, without a doubt. And so anyway, he had a couple of problems. One year, he ended up getting suspended, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for alleged child abuse.
Yeah, so he does play for Detroit.
No, well, he might have. He did. He does. I don't think he played for Detroit, but he did play for a lot of different
I don't know
teams.
why that name is so associated with Detroit.
He played for the Washington Commanders, I know, for a while, and I know he played for the Minnesota Vikings.
I remember when that story came out.
Yeah, yeah, and I didn't like it, you know, because I didn't feel like he was really trying to hurt his child. I think he was disciplining him the way maybe he was disciplined, but we know that there's a conversation we had about that. But here's the thing: let's talk about his finances and his children. Now, guess how many kids he's got?
I don't know. How many children is
When I checked, he allegedly has 8 kids with 6 women.
8 kids with 6 women?
Yes.
Oh my.
And when I heard that,
boy.
I said, all I heard was cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Cash registers going off. Kids are expensive, especially if you're having kids with women who hang out with NFL players. If you're having a bunch of kids, 8 kids with 6 women, brother, you are asking for trouble. You better hope that you can play in the NFL till you're 77 years
8
old.
kids with 6 women. Like, I don't know. To me, that just comes across as so sloppy to me.
Well, you know what it is?
I just remember, like, if I met a guy who had, like, all those kids all over the place and I knew about it before I started dating them, I would be like, that's the sloppiest person in the world. Like, why would you just keep doing that? Like, that tells me about the mentality of somebody that just wouldn't coalesce with me, you know?
Well, I wouldn't call it sloppy per se. Because you know, like Wayne says, I agree with Wayne. Wayne says we all make mistakes. We shouldn't judge him, and it's not to judge him. It's really more so about being strategic about your life, right? Like, you know, everybody talks about Planned Parenthood as it pertains to, you know, whether or not you're going to terminate a pregnancy. But Planned Parenthood should be a term used by all of us when we're talking about planning how you want to create a family.
Family planning, yes.
Yeah, family planning. I mean, it's critical, right? Like, so what it speaks to me is maybe, I don't know, sloppy might be the perfect word, or I think
If I was dating somebody, I know back long time ago when I was dating, and I never really met anybody who had that sort of situation, but that's what would come through my mind. I'd be like on the phone with my girlfriend, girl, he's sloppy. He got kids all over the place. I can't deal with that. Like, that would be, not to say that was the healthiest thing, because at that time I didn't have any children, so I don't know. I didn't know what was going on, but that's probably one thing. Like, he gonna try to knock me up and leave me. I'll be like, baby mama number 6. Like, at your patterns, that would be one thing I would think about.
Yeah, I think another word you could use in addition to sloppy might be impulsive, right? Impulsive, right? Like, think about it. And this is where I try to warn a lot of young brothers about this. Of course, some listen, some don't. Is that, you know, when you're young and you're the man, Adrian Peterson was a man among men. You're a star in the NFL. You're dominating other men. So that's going to attract female attention for sure. And the way the devil gets you is he can suck you in to make you think that you're always going to be all powerful, that you can do whatever you want. Similar to Diddy, I think that the devil in Diddy made him think he was above the law. He could just get away with whatever he wanted to do. But then life catches up with you. And what the reason I say it's unstrategic is because children are very expensive. When you have, you know, 6 separate households that you're going to then be responsible for, because you are the cash cow. You're the one that signed the $100 million contract, nobody else. Then that's going to create a fixed cost in your life, not a variable cost. Not a variable cost is a cost where it's going to go down automatically if you don't have as much money. A fixed cost is where you're just paying that consistently, you know. And so, in my view, where a lot of athletes get busted is they create these fixed costs through child support while they're athletes, and then when they retire, they get body slammed because children are really expensive. And it's not just athletes. I know a lot of brothers, 38 years old, can't even start a family because they got so many babies mamas to take care of. And that can just really drain you financially and really kill your ability to really build wealth in the future.
I'm just thinking about how much is enough? When do you have enough money? When do you have enough friends? When do you have enough women to sleep with? When do you have enough children to be had? He almost seems like somebody where there's never enough.
Mm.
There's never enough, because if you have the mentality of somebody who will throw this birthday party and have somebody come and cheer you up, oh, he's a jolly good fellow, it dies slowly because it's artificial. It's like you've created this artificial thing in this, I don't want to say fantasy, but you've created this artificial thing. It should be enough already. Like, okay, you're a good athlete. You've accomplished all of these wonderful things, but get the impression based on some of the decisions that you're telling me that he's making that he's empty. And he's looking for all of these things to fill him up. I want to have these kids to make, if I have to just have one more child, then I'll be complete and whole. If I throw this birthday party where everybody comes and they celebrate me and they're having a fun time, then I'm going to feel like I'm worthy. And then the party is over and they leave. And then you're just left with yourself. Like, that tells you how not feeling totally secure and not feeling whole can drive you to make just silly financial decisions,
Mm.
where you'll just go into debt and bankruptcy because you spent all your money trying to impress people and get people to like you when you don't even like you.
Interesting. Well, I don't know. I'll tell you what. So Michaela says that Adrian's currently married. He's been married since 2014. I think that's great.
That is
I
wonderful.
think the challenge though is that when you get married and you're like, by the way, here's me and my 8 kids, or my,
Well, maybe they're just one
or
big
maybe
happy family,
no, or maybe he had kids after the marriage. Maybe let's assume
he got married and had kids
yeah,
with the
what
wife.
I saw online was that he has 6 babies mamas, right? And so let's assume his wife is one of them, one of the mothers of his children.
Lord.
So it's like, so when the wife marries him, she's not marrying him. She's marrying him and his 5 other wives, his 5 other women. Right?
Okay, that's okay,
Yeah, well, because there's 5 other people that are going to be taking money out of your house, right? Significant amounts, like a million, hundreds of thousands a year. Like one mother got pregnant and she literally went to court and asked for millions of dollars to raise the child and pay for prenatal care and everything else, right? So long.
Well, look, you don't want to be this big time um NFL football player and have your kids projects. I mean,
Right.
you're not going to want that for your children. Like, if I made a lot of money, I would want my children, even if it didn't work out with the other partner, I would want them to not suffer. I'm sitting around flying first class and putting people in for my birthday party. Meanwhile, my kids is in the projects hungry. I
Yeah.
wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Well, by the way, everybody, really quick, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce with
Yeah.
Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia. Dr. Alicia is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. If you'd like to check out what she does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. I see some people are saying that Adrian Peterson could use counseling from us. Well, number one, I'm not hard to find. I've been talking about black wealth and talking to brothers for 15 years now. So I'm right here. And then also, if you want to make an appointment with Dr. Alicia and get help with some issues, she sees a lot of clients. So you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com and feel free to make an appointment with her if you'd like to talk to her directly. All right, so let's get back to Adrian Peterson. In terms of just talking about this, first off, I don't really want to dance on anybody's grave. Like, I'm not out here trying to make fun of him or belittle his situation or say, ha ha, I told you so. Um, and I did see someone. I agree with Wayne a lot. You said counseling would help him a lot, and I put up Dr. Alicia's URL up there. And if he does see this video, if Adrian sees this and he wants to make an appointment with Alicia,
After I called him sloppy, he probably like, man, forget
well,
that
no,
lady.
you didn't call. Well, you're not calling him sloppy.
No, I didn't, but he'll probably say.
You're saying that perhaps that's not the best way to live your life, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
And he could talk to both of us. I'd sit down and talk to him together with you. And here's the thing, but here's the part that, here's the thing though. There's plenty of people out here that could tell you you know, if you get all this money, here's what you do with it. Like anybody, a lot of people could tell you this. That check this out. Imagine if Adrian Peterson had pay attention, y'all. I want y'all to hear this because I need you to tell your sons, because some of y'all got sons that are great athletes that are going to be sucked into the culture. Here's the deal. Imagine if Adrian Peterson, he was making about 12 million a year, approximately. So imagine if he said, yo, look, I want to live my life. I want to enjoy my money. I know the IRS and my agents and everybody's going to take half of that. So I'm only going to have about 6 or 7 million a year that's going to be mine, right? Pay attention now. So imagine if he said, I'm going to party like a rock star. I'm going to waste $4 million a year. I'm gonna literally take 4 million and flush it down the toilet. I can put it in stripper thongs. I can throw it off the side of a boat. I can go buy a Maserati every week. I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want to do, and ain't y'all gonna tell me nothing. Now imagine this. Pay attention. So imagine if he said, but the last 3 million, I'm going to give that to somebody I trust who's going to, not an expert, not a financial expert, somebody I trust, like my grandma, my mama, my daddy, my uncle, and I'm going to have him put the money in the S&P 500. Pay attention. I need y'all to hear this.
Why you have to give it to your mama though?
Whoever the hell, my
Okay.
girl, my
Just
daughter.
open an account and put it in there. Okay, I got it.
I'm making a point.
Well,
I'm making a damn
ahead.
point.
But I don't know why he has to give it to
I'm making a point. Listen, woman.
Nobody's stopping you. Go
All right,
ahead.
so here we go. All right, so pay attention now. Do y'all know that if literally somebody had taken 3 million a year of his money and put it into the S&P 500, even if they randomly picked stocks, even if they knew nothing about stock picking, they only picked from the S&P 500. Do you know? Guess how much money he would have in 40 years in retirement, in terms of the legacy he could leave his children?
It would more than triple. I'm certain.
It would be over $1 billion.
Yeah.
It would be
I
over.
agree.
It would be over $1 billion. So here's what I want y'all to hear, and I need y'all to go play this part of the video for any knuckleheads in your family who think that you have to make a choice between enjoying your money and investing your money. That is not true. This man did not lose $100 million. Let's be clear. He didn't lose $100 million. He lost about 1.2 billion. You lost 1.2 billion because you didn't. It's almost like if a pregnant woman gets killed, it's not one person that died. And it's not two people that died. It's all the people that would have come from those people that died. Do you understand? Everybody who died in this, if this pregnant woman is pregnant with a baby girl and they die, or even a boy, you're not just taking the lives of the two people in front of you, you're losing the lives of everybody that would have come from them. It's a genocide.
Lineage.
The lineage. It's a genocide. Right. Money has a lineage, just like a human being does. So this was a financial genocide. Your family, your children, your great-grandchildren could have lived off of that money for the next 250 years.
The interest.
All of that's dead because you're trying to have glamorous birthday parties and don't understand balance, man. So anybody who advises the athletes on money can't just advise them on money. You got to advise them on the culture. That's what I've been trying to make. That's the point I've been making for years, and I'm trying to get somebody to hear this. It ain't just about telling them where to put the money, the 401ks and IRAs. Plenty of people can tell you that. They know this stuff. They got advisors around them. There's little Jewish guys they hire. They know all about preserving money because they preserve their own.
Yeah, they're the best ones.
Exactly.
To know how to do that.
The problem is that you're not addressing the cultural underpinnings that will lead a man to say, I'm going to spend money until I have absolutely nothing left. That indicates a psychological issue, a mental health issue. That's not just bad money management.
Yeah. So you're pointing to culture, and I think I've made that distinction even in this conversation, right? So how do we distinguish the difference between him and how he feels about himself, his emptiness inside, filling it up with all of these external validation from people coming to his party and having all of these children and all of these things that's like pulling him apart? How do we dissect that from just the culture? Like, it wasn't the culture that gave him low self-esteem, right? It was the household in which he grew up in that gave him that. So so I think we need to distinguish that, because the culture just guides how you spend your money, right? Culture has a lot to do with how you spend your money. So he could be some white boy in Colorado and he spent all his money skiing, because that's the white boy culture up in Colorado. They go to skiing all, every weekend. He didn't spend all his money on skiing and snowboarding and stuff like that every weekend, but he was empty inside. So culture guides what you're going to do. If you're going to be this white boy in Colorado, or you're going to be an NFL player spending your money, God knows whatever you're doing. But I think the real issue for me is, do you have this validation? And are you empty inside?
I do agree with that. I mean,
Yeah.
as a black male, as a 53-year-old black male who was once a 23-year-old black male, I can tell you that you have to really know who you are in order to confront and reject the culture. Because if you look at guys like D1, who's been doing a wonderful job of confronting the toxicity of hip hop culture and the bad decisions that lead to the outcomes that you're watching Diddy experience right now, D1 had to really be clear about who he is, and he
Right.
had to stand up to a lot of brothers. There are a lot of black men that will
Yeah.
fight you, like, "Oh, you a punk, you a simp, you a weak ass more." You know what I mean? Like really come at you, and you have to be able to look them in the eye and say, "I ain't scared of none of y'all. Like, I don't need all this external validation that you need, where you got to fit into a bunch of BS. I'm not doing that because I see dozens of black men in front of me who are being destroyed by the liquor, being destroyed by the drugs, being destroyed by the irresponsible sex, being destroyed by the financial irresponsibility, being destroyed by the criminal behavior. I don't want no parts of that." And you have to be strong enough to stand up. So you're right. The self-esteem kicks in, but
Right.
you got to know who the hell you are, because if you're looking to a goofy rapper or an athlete or other people around you to tell you who you are, then you're going to end up going down Schitt's Creek like them.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you're right. It is a self-esteem
You have
thing.
to be okay. You have to be okay with yourself. On a Friday night, I'm gonna spend time with things that adhere to my values, which is maybe I'll spend time with my children, all those 8 kids you got, or whatever, all those kids you have. Maybe spend time with them, hang out with them, do things that make you feel like you're going to be a nice, strong figure in their life, so that you can present a household that's loving for those children. Those kids want their father with them. They need their father. It's required. You need your father with you.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you think about it. Look at how much flack Russell Simmons, or not Russell Simmons,
Who was it?
Russell Wilson gets.
Oh, what a wonderful
I
man.
mean, he married Sierra. He's taking care of his kids, and he's taking care of the child created by an irresponsible dude, Future the rapper, who's part of that culture of not taking care of his children. He every Mother's Day he does a tweet thanking all his baby's mamas for holding it down for him,
Oh
right?
my
Which
God.
is ridiculous. That's like saying thank you for taking care of my responsibility, because I'm clearly irresponsible. And it's funny, you think about it, look at how many black dudes online were calling him a simp. Russell
He's
Wilson.
married to Sierra. Ain't no way he's a simp.
Well,
Like Sierra is beautiful and talented.
And on top of that, Russell
Yeah.
Wilson is a strong man. He's athletic.
Yes.
He can whoop any of those dudes' asses. But you got these little punks calling him a simp. Same thing happened to Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark is he played for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he made a comment regarding black women. And he was basically
really?
he was confronting that white comedian who made that joke about black women.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and I looked in the
remember that.
comments and people were calling him soft, right? So what's happened is that for a lot of these men, because they were not shown what manhood looks like, they think a man is soft if he's responsible. They think a man is soft if he loves his woman. They think a man is soft if he protects his family. They think a man is soft if he makes intelligent, responsible decisions. And that's just so backward. I'm sorry, I blame toxic hip hop culture, which was created by the Clive Davises of the world.
Oh my God.
I think their goal was
Yeah.
I really think that their goal was to make black men backward.
Yes.
Like create something and turn us into something that we're not. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you blame toxic hip hop culture for it all. I think these individuals have issues with their mother. They have mama issues with women. I think I'm looking at it. I don't disagree with, because I think it's multifaceted, the issues that you're bringing up, but I do have to get into the interpersonal, the psychology behind it. There's maybe some anger to me to be able to say something like to not to get angry at a man for standing up for a woman, to get angry at that man, then there is some internal hatred toward women. It's a hatred toward women, and that has to come with what has your experiences been with women. Like, I just get into the psychology of it. If you've had nice, healthy experiences with your mother or with women in general, you're not going to go out and spew all this terrible comments and then get angry at somebody for sticking up for women. It makes me feel like maybe you were betrayed by some woman in your background. You didn't deal with those issues very well. You didn't connect with those feelings, and you just have all this anger in you.
Yeah.
That's what I see. And anger for that person who didn't stand up for you like they should have. Like abuse happens so much in households by your mother or father, and you're angry with the other parent for not stepping in and protecting you. You have anger toward your parent for what you feel, or with a lot of cases, abusing you. You know, it's that interpersonal, what was going on in that household? That's the question always in the back of my mind. What happened in that household? And I am thinking about that in terms of Puff Daddy and her and his children. What happens in that household?
Well, nobody knows. Nobody knows. I mean,
That little
it's
baby, I saw a 1-year-old little baby, and I'm like, who has custody of this little baby, and what's happening in that household?
well, you know, in Diddy's house, they took the baby's passport because they don't want the baby to flee.
Well, that baby needs to go somewhere safe. Like, what happened?
Well, you know, it is what it is. All right, so everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and we like to lay against our pillows and just have conversations about all different interesting topics that relate to the Black community. And we, if you want to get a copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. That's boyceandalicia.com. Also, Dr. Alicia is going to start doing Mental Health Mondays starting this Monday. So because I hope we agree that everybody can use some therapy, and you've got Black professionals in your community that are smart, that are capable, that can help you live your best life, really make good choices, have good relationships. You know, why you keep torturing yourself? So if you want to join Mental Health Mondays, it is free. Can't get cheaper than that. Get on the text list, and we will text you when we do Mental Health Mondays on Monday night. So text the word love to the number 87948. Text love to 87948. And also, Dr. Alicia is going to join us at the All Black National Convention, which is going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And we're going to get together with all these Black experts from all different walks of life and just really help our community. We're going to have panels, breakout sessions on everything from crypto to fitness to anything in between, family, how to build a strong family, you know, the Black church's role in Black economics. We're going to talk about real estate, how to be a great real estate investor, how to trade stocks, how to sell stock options. We got thousands of students in the Black Business School, by the way, who are making a killing selling stock options. This is not hocus pocus. My PhD's in finance. I feel like I know I can help you. And so if you are interested in that kind of thing, you can also text the word money to the number 87948. Text money to 87948, and we can get you started. All right. So anyway, I'm going to let Dr. Alicia make her last comment, and then we're going to bounce out. So we were talking about Adrian Peterson, right? And so Adrian has, and somebody brought this up in the chat, babe. I want to ask you about this.
What they bring up?
So Adrian Peterson, former NFL player, is in the news right now because a lot of his assets got repossessed because he could not pay off a $12 million loan. He ran through $100 million. He's got 8 kids with 6 women, which means he's probably got a lot of complications in his life that are really difficult. If Adrian came into your office and Adrian was sitting with you and you were working with him, what would you say to him now? Like he's in the middle of it, right? He's lost his money. Maybe his kids are starting to feel a little bit of pressure because they don't have the support of their dad the way they want. They can't see him as much as they want. He's under a lot of stress. He can't play football anymore. Where would you start a conversation with him about, just choices?
Again, he has the choice. So I would say, what is the most pressing thing happening right now with you? I know there's a lot going on, but where do you want to start? Like I don't. It's so funny because when I have somebody in my office, I rarely say anything. I'm very talkative on this when we do our pillow talks, but if you make an appointment with me, I don't say much. I say very little, and I usually don't really give advice. I just say, what are your choices? What are the consequences of those choices? And are you okay with those choices and its consequences? And we will go forward. So really, the clients really lead a lot of it. I help guide them. So if he comes in and he say, I want to get my financial life back together. And I would say, okay, then here are some things you need to do. You need to gather everything together, get your money together, figure out where you've spent it. For a lot of people, even when we were doing those classes together, you can create a financial diary. Everything that you spent money on, you can write it down and on one side of the paper, and then the next side of the paper, write down how did you feel when you spent that money and you made that decision to buy those things. So connecting his behavior with his feelings and with what was going through his head. What was he thinking about? Making the connection between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. It's a lot of insight can come from that.
Wow, that's really
Yeah.
powerful stuff. Okay, thank you. I'll just end with this. I wish Adrian the best. He gave us a lot of good years in the NFL. I admire him as an athlete. I'm hoping he's a great dad. I don't know that I can confirm that, but I'm not going to assume that he's not. I understand that that he overspent his money. We've all done it. I mean, a lot of us have, man. I can only imagine getting that much money
Yeah.
at that early of an age, and I hate that. I wish I could build him a time machine. I wish I could have given him mentorship during that stage of his life. So to help him understand the opportunities being wasted. Because, in class this morning when we do economic elevation, financial consciousness training, which we do every morning for free, I was telling everybody what the word poor means. And a lot of my students know that when I say, what does poor stand for? And they know that it stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. And I want you to sit back for a minute, everybody, and think about all the great black male athletes we've had who have made insane, ridiculous amounts of money, who have lost it all, right? Who just lost everything. Think about every rapper who lost it all. Diddy's about to lose $1 billion, and I want you to just think about all the opportunities you have. Every time somebody has $100 million contract, that's their opportunity to become a billionaire. Just with a little bit of balance, a little bit of financial intelligence, not much, not nearly as much skill as was required to be the star running back for the Minnesota Vikings. That money Adrian Peterson could have made his family a $1 billion family by the time he died. And I'm just trying to figure out who's stopping the process. You can't say it's the white man doing it. I mean, sure, they're influencing us in unfair ways with they're using their money to control our culture, but people like me are out here. There are black men and black women out here who could look at that and say, "Come on, bro, look, you're getting $8 million. We'll let you spend six. Just take that last two. The first six, blow it. Do what you want to do with it. Throw it in the toilet. Whatever you want to do. The last two, put that in an investment account so you can build that generational wealth." And if you do that consistently, son, you're gonna have hundreds of millions of dollars. And then you can really have big parties. And then you really could, theoretically, you really could fly in all your friends for a birthday party if you want to. I mean, really think about it, babe. If Michael Jordan flew everybody, Michael Jordan
If
has
he wouldn't, he's not the kind of person to
he
do
wouldn't
that.
do it because he's kind of a selfish sob. But still, though, and I'm like, I know Larry Miller who ran the Jordan brand, so I'm not going to be mean to Mike. But Michael, right now, if Michael had wanted to have a party, Michael could go get 10 private jets and fly in 1,000 people. He could do that and still not even miss a beat with his finances because the man makes probably $10 million a day, 5 million a day, some crazy amount of money. Maybe it's 2 million. I don't know, but it's enough where he could do that, right? So you build that wealth, then you can do those things. So I don't even think that I'm not even going to clown him doing what he did for his birthday party. What I am saying is that sometimes you put the cart before the horse. Like I want everybody to think about wealth, a balanced, wealthy life to be like eating a healthy meal. When people say, "Oh, the reason you're obese is because you keep eating that chocolate cake," well, let's just be clear. There's nothing wrong with chocolate cake. There are lots of healthy people who eat chocolate cake. The problem is when you eat the chocolate cake before you eat your vegetables. You can't eat a whole cake before you start on the green beans. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Give me a yes if you get what I'm saying. Because it's important for us to get this, to just know you can enjoy your money, but you cannot enjoy your money at the expense of all the things all the healthy things that money can do for you. So anyway, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you'd like a free e-copy, I have a book called Financial Lovemaking. You can get a free copy by going to boyceandalicia.com. Also, if you want to join Dr. Alicia for Mental Health Mondays, it's totally free. Just text the word love to 87948. Are you going to do a StreamYard? You're doing StreamYard, right?
I'm doing streaming. I'm also doing my book club tomorrow. And tomorrow we're doing chapter 3 of how to be an adult in relationships. And it's
Oh,
chapter 3 is all about how to find a mate.
Oh well,
I
then
cannot
hey,
wait to
what?
dive into that.
Yes,
tomorrow.
yes. I love that. That's good. So many people need help with that. We keep forgetting that there's like black professionals who can help you fix your life.
Yeah.
It ain't just Ayanna Van Zandt. Ayanna Van Zandt is smart.
Oh my gosh, she's so
she
good.
can give you a nice sermon,
but she's not a therapist.
right. And the thing is that people forget that there are real therapists that know real science on how to fix these things. So stop trying to do it by yourself. Get some help. And money ain't the barrier. You just gotta go. You ain't gotta pay money. Just pay attention. So text the word love to 87948, and we'll send you an invitation to Dr. Alicia's book club. You can get to know her and connect and see what her and her therapist friends are all about. I know I'm excited about it. I've learned a lot. I'm gonna say this publicly. I have learned a lot being your husband. Did you know that?
Really?
Yes.
You don't push against all my little liberal progressive things that I say.
I push against everything because it's weird, but I listen and I think about it, and because I I consider myself a relative, decently smart man. I think smart means being humble and listening and learning and trying to explore ideas that are different from your own. So not everything passes my smell test, but there's a lot of stuff where I look back and I'm like, okay, I think that I'm gonna try this because what I've been trying has not been working. Right. And so learning little things from your therapist friends has helped me to communicate with others better. It helps me connect with the children. It helps me understand myself better. I'm a happier person because of that. So I encourage everybody to explore these tools. Yeah.
I'm gonna record this because next time you talk about me, I'm gonna play this little clip.
I know, right?
Remind you what you said.
You're gonna get a fight with me. You know me. You know, yeah, but you can't fight with your mental health patients. I'm your patient. You can't fight with your patients.
Oh my God.
Anyway, y'all take care. Have a good day. God bless you. And again, text love to 87948. And also, if you want that free training on how to make money without working, some of you are asking about stock options. That's my thing. My PhD's in finance. In case you don't know, just text the word money to 87948, and I'll send you a free training I have called How to Make Money Without Working. This is not hype. I'm not making this up. There really are people that make money without going to work every day. So get off that corporate plantation and go live your destiny. Talk to you guys soon. Love you. Peace.
Hey, everybody. What's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Listen, y'all, I got a headache already, even just thinking about this topic that we are going to talk about. We're talking about a deeply unsettling story that sheds light on the darker side of a family breakdown. A father, somebody's daddy, y'all. I don't even know if we can call him a father. What y'all think? A father has expressed relief and even celebration over the death of his son, claiming it as a way to avoid paying child support. Now, this shocking reaction raises questions about our societal values and the state of fatherhood. We are currently in our current state of family dynamics. I don't know, man. This seems like a 911 in our community, but it doesn't represent the sum total of us all. But this is very frightening to hear this conversation and then to see it go viral and explode in the way it has. But before we really even get into this video, I have the most beautiful, amazing, intelligent queens on the planet rocking with me today. First of all, we have Vanessa Gopal. She has a master's in public policy, entrepreneur, and she's an international travel advisor. And then we have Miss Athena Gardner. She is a CPA and wealth coach, y'all. Move her away from me because they're gonna get us mixed up because we both got the red and blonde going on. I don't want her next to me. There we go. Thank you, y'all. And then we have Dr. Charm. She is look, I'm the funny one today, Dr. Charm. She's a stand-up comedian and she's also a doctor. That's hence the name Dr. Charm. And she's a psychic medium. So if y'all want to holler at her, girl, she got the tea. And then we have Ms. Felice. Where's she at? Where's she? Right here. Okay, there she is.
Right.
Yes, she is the Be Big. You didn't put your stuff in. She is the Be Big coach and therapist. Thank you all for joining me today, y'all. So listen, y'all. Okay. Y'all want? Hey, let me ask audience a question. Y'all want to kill some brain cells real quick? Y'all want to kill some brain cells? Let's listen to this video.
God, man, and
I don't appreciate everybody sitting up here talking about, oh, you going viral off of your son's death. You going viral off of your son's death. I ain't going viral off of my son's death. But if y'all gave me this, y'all can't say it's something wrong with me doing this shit through my son. LeBron James doing it through his son. Dwayne Wade got that faggot ass son, and he doing it, and Magic Johnson got them punk ass kids, and they doing it through their kids. Your kids is your investment. Like I say, I ain't meant for this to happen. I just made a fucking post. But y'all ain't finna sit up here and make me think that our kids ain't not an investment. I invested a lot into my son. So if y'all gave me this, y'all can sit up and say, oh, you making money off your son. You making money off your son. Or you going viral off your son. LeBron James went viral off of Bronny.
How many of y'all lost brain cells listening to that? I did. I want to start with the good doctor, because we need some therapy. I need some therapy after this shit. This some bull. Doc, please. What are your thoughts about this? I need you to get off mute though. Oh, look at, I like your hair, girl. I didn't even pay attention to you earlier. Look at you looking all crude and stuff. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Constance. Well, first it's alarming, right, to hear this. And the way that he justifies it by throwing other people under the bus about them and what they're doing with their families is horrible. But it's also, signaling like where we are, as a people, possibly a community, because I'm sure that he just didn't conjure up this alone. Like he's probably got a crew who's amening him back somewhere saying, that's right. And it's really alarming because unfortunately, a lot of our children have to pay for our choices. And what did that child have to do with him not wanting to be a father figure, not wanting him to be a role model, not wanting him to be a support emotionally and or financially, like for him to wish that. But let me just tell you this too, that as a therapist, I mean, this is not uncommon that people really do harbor some deep, dark thoughts and feelings that he didn't have the wherewithal not to share on a social media platform that could go viral. But he's not alone. There's a lot of people who harbor deep darkness within themselves that you don't necessarily hear. But I'm glad that he came out to the forefront and he put himself out there, because I'd rather people speak their truth out in the open so I can see you than him to have these feelings and harbor it and just stay underground and you never know what he's really thinking or feeling. But it's alarming.
No, understood. And when you said that about people amening him, that actually spoke to me personally, because I could tell you that I've had experiences similar with somebody I was once married to that is equally as ignorant, and me overhearing some people just encouraging some foolishness. And I remember when one of them came up to me one day and was like, try to hug me. I was like, oh, you don't know I heard. No, back up. And this boy was like, I was just trying to be a friend. Well, if you are a friend and if you are a man, tell him the right thing to do. Don't encourage the foolishness. As a man, y'all supposed to hold each other accountable. You ain't supposed to just agree just because you're trying to be somebody's friend. So that right there, when you said that, I was like, oh yeah, people actually do that shit. People actually ain't telling people the truth. Because I be thinking, when I listen to, when I hear the ignorant stuff that comes out of this person's mouth, I be like, I wonder if he's telling other people this. And he is. And they're saying yes. And they might just be saying yes to just be like, nigga, get out my face. Or they might be saying yes to really encourage him. I don't know, but it's absolutely crazy. What do you think, Vanessa? Did you cringe when I said the N-word? I think I saw you jump a little bit. Did you jump?
No, I mean, I cringed at the video. The conversation is, I'm like, the thing is about it. And, as a woman, there's so many layers to this. I feel like, you have women in around the globe who struggle with fertility issues. And, just the thought of how children are like miracles. Like if you have a healthy child and that you were able to bring into the world, that child is a miracle, because there's so many things that go wrong. So I think it's just the insensitivity of the way that he's expressing himself is what I have a problem with. But what's interesting, Dr. Felice, is you said something, and I want to bring it up. So when I took care of my father for 9 years, he was completely, disabled, and and he was blind, and it was extremely difficult. I was 28 when I took care of him, and I mean, it's a lot of work. And I remember going through therapy sessions afterward, and I remember the therapist asking me, "It's okay that you feel a little bit of relief when he passed away. It's okay to feel that. You feel bad. And I was like, well, I don't. It's a guilty feeling of feeling like that. But if your whole life is like, I'm taking care of this person, so a part of, I mean, I think that there's something wrong with him mentally, obviously, but on the flip side, maybe he's expressing something, just not in a valid way
Do
of
not give
relief.
him that. Don't give him. Don't give it to him. Don't, because listen. What you're saying about your experience is very valid. I know tons of people who end up taking care of people who are sick and feeling a sense of relief, right? When they die, doesn't mean that they didn't love them. This man was not taking care of no sick child. He was obviously a deadbeat dad. That is not the same. And when you are a mother or you're a parent, you will go through great lengths to do whatever you can for your children. If you're a parent, a good parent, it doesn't matter. You will every inch, every ounce of energy you have in your body if you are a good and present parent. So don't compare him to your situation.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Don't even give him no excuse.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna take it.
When Dr. Felice brought up deep dark feelings, I mean, I obviously disagree. I think that it's a horrible comment to make in the context and the way that he made it. It doesn't seem like he was involved in his child's life. It doesn't seem like he was very dedicated. However, people can still have those feelings. So that's my point, that those feelings do exist. Because when you said that, it kind of, but this.
No. We have to get let's go to Athena. Wait, before I go to Athena, Big Mac said, and I love what he said. He said he does not represent the best of us. He absolutely represents the worst of men, black men. Athena, what you think of that? Bull. Any parent that celebrates the death of their child is below the bottom below, just garbage to me. But go ahead, go off.
Well, I'm glad that we're discussing it, because when I first saw this story, because I was the one who brought it to the group, I was just like, this is like a level of dust that I have just not seen in life before.
A level of dust as in dusty?
Yes, I was like, is child support pressing your neck so bad that you are relieved?
They get to keep their little $50 that they pay a month for these babies.
Look it up. I don't have kids, so I was like, let me go look this up. And I found a stat. I said the U.S. Census Bureau saying the average child support payment is $441. Now that stat was from 2021, but even if you adjust it for inflation, you're still under $500. So I'm just like, in this economy, $500 ain't doing anything. That's not scratching the surface. I don't even think that's groceries for a month for kids. I think I spend more than $500 a month in food, actually. So,
and it's just you, right? And it's just you.
And it's just me.
Oh, okay.
I'm just very shocked and appalled that this is where we are as a community. One thing I can say is thank God, Hashalaboya, I do not have kids by no dusty man, honey. I said, look at what good life choices have brought me to, because the level of dust in these streets, girls, ladies, y'all got Debbie's baby daddy. I'm gonna say a prayer or two for you guys.
Listen, it's hard out here. It is hard. It really is. And let's talk about this whole idea of child support, because there's this thing that I think that these black men are saying they're not voting for Kamala because of child support issues. I know you just came back on here, Dr. Charm. I'm going to get your opinion really quick. But the idea that a lot of black men, and I know we have a lot of black men watching, so it'll be really good to get your opinion. But y'all be mad as shit about having to pay for your child, which is crazy. You want to pay when you want to pay. Then you pay a little $50 a month or the $50 a week or whatever you think is really, really big. Then you want an accounting for the little $50 you paid, and not understanding the cost that it takes. I spend $500 a week just in my household on my children. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all, a little $50. Like I'm gonna go ahead and be real. I don't get no child support for mine, right? But I've always taken care of all of my kids, right? But when they do ask the man for $20 for DoorDash, they get a 30-minute lecture. Okay, 30. And my youngest don't ask for my. I think the last time my youngest one asked for some money was probably back in January. He just doesn't want to be bothered. So it's unfortunate that you have men out here that are just not interested in taking care, not just financially, right, but physically as well. And before I get to you, Dr. Charm, let me just reset real quick. You guys, you're watching Fly Nubian Money. And we love when you guys come here and talk to us every day at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. We love for you to talk back to us and talk black to us, because this is a dialogue and it's not a monologue. So we love all the comments in the comment section. We're going to get to you. We're going to put you on the screen too, because we love to talk back and forth with you as well. Every time you want to get notification when we go live, text the word Queens to 87948. That's QUENS to 87948. And y'all, guess what? We on Spotify. So if you want to hear us, you can't see us, you want to hear us, you can't see us, you want to hear us, go to Spotify and search for Fly Nubian Money. And if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, go to flynubianmoney.com. Now, Dr. Charm, I know you had to get off real quick because you had some situations and stuff going on. Did you see that video? And are your brain cells gone after watching that video?
Child, I don't know. The maintenance man decided to just show up unexpectedly right now, and I'm tired, Jesus. But put that producer, please put the picture back up of the cross colors, because I had a question. If you don't mind putting that photo back up.
See, you already clowned it. I already know where you're going.
Where is that picture? No, not that one. The other one when he had the fro with the fro. Yes, that one. Now I was wondering. I used to love watching Martin back in the 90s, and I always wondered what became of Jerome when the show went off the air. And so now we know this is what happened to Jerome when Martin went off the air, and I want to wish him well. That's all. Take care of the babies. But that's it. He said he's avoided paying his child support payments. There's a thin layer of dust, just like this dust.
Sis, it ain't thin.
No, it ain't. It's
thick. The dust is abounding.
And when bunnies from the
it's the babies who suffer. Women. It's the babies who suffer. Women, y'all are laying down with these men. I'm in one of these groups on Facebook where they send a warning about, they put the man's picture up and they warn, like, oh, ladies, does he got another woman? It's called I dated him or something. They got like 50,000 members. So at least somebody is trying to take some initiative and some, page. And there's so many stories about these women that put up with the bare minimum. And it boils down to self-esteem. If you're dating him and he's not taking care of the kids that he has, how do you think he's going to take care of yours? So, and not trying to put this on the women, but at the end of the day, we're the ones that have to carry the children. And whatever you believe on abortions or not, abortion is not birth control. Birth control is birth control. Also, there's called mental birth control, which is don't even lay down with these. Anyways, okay.
Where my tambourine?
Get your tambourine. I'm about to throw my shoe at this screen. Okay, you said that. Listen, there is. I think there's some mental health challenges here, and we're gonna go to that, Dr. Fleece, in a little bit. But Big Mac said it's insulting to a man who takes care of his child or children to be put on child support. I 100% agree. If you are consistent and you are paying and you are equally taking care of your children, you should not be going down to the white man and having him get involved. Absolutely not. I would never think to do that. What do you guys think? Do you think child support is, because I do understand where people think that child support is a method to keep the black man down, to keep what's the percentage actually, Dr. Fleece, you think of people who are put on child support that have to be, and people who are put on child support because of how they're, they just want revenge because maybe the man don't want to be with them or whatever? Unmute yourself, boo.
I think the have to be percentage is high. And it's really unfortunate that it has to be that high. I mean, I told y'all before, like, I saw my mother chase my dad for child support. So I refuse to do it. But it really boggles me because a lot of these men who you have to force to pay child support, they probably have family members, or if they go back in their past and saw how their mother struggled. How does that not play a role in your decision to say, I'm not going to do what my dad didn't do, and I'm going to do something different? Because I know that my father didn't have his dad in his life, and I know that my grandmother struggled. So for you to repeat that cycle, it's almost like a curse, a generational curse, where you don't stop it where you are and say, I'm going to be responsible. And I agree with the ladies. Like, I know that we bring it back on the woman, but we do bear the burden because we're the ones who have to decide whether or not I'm going to bring this child to this planet or whether or not I'm going to abort it. That responsibility is on us.
No,
and
I get 100%. It is on us. And yeah,
we've got to make better choices. And until we come up with the universal vasectomy plan, and I'm serious, I really think that instead of us having to decide whether or not we get on birth control, why not give them vasectomies? Like, it's reversible.
Castration for people like him. Castration for people who don't have the mental capacity to take care of children. Just cut it off. Just cut it off. Okay, Athena, let me ask you a question. As far as child support, I know you said you were raised in a household. I think you said you had a mom and then your dad wasn't in your household. And I know you don't have children. Did your dad pay child support? How did that work with you and your siblings?
Well, I grew up with my dad, so.
Oh, you live with your dad? You live with your dad?
Yeah, my parents are together. Yeah, so my parents are together to this day. 40 years.
Are? Oh, I thought you said your mom was separate from your dad. Okay, go ahead.
We'll talk about it another time. But yes, I grew up with my dad and my stepmom.
Okay.
Yeah, so I grew up with my dad and stepmom for together, and so I'm not used to a dusty man. I'm used to a man that provides for his family, and he paid for all of us to go to school, and the trust and everything is set up. So I'm not, when men come in a certain way, I just don't even know how to respond to that. Mm-hmm. But I do have male friends who do have child support situations, and I was always curious about it, and I found out how much they do pay, and it does fall within that average I told you guys.
But $400?
I think one was paying 300 something. And one was paying under $5. So I was just like, okay, but they were still angry about just being put on it. There was a level of anger that, because if they miss a payment or something happened, they can go to jail. And they were angry about having to be accountable. And also I felt like because the woman also moved on, there was like a lot of like vitriol about that whole situation. So when I learned that from them, I realized it doesn't matter how much the amount is. There's like a feeling of betrayal that you put them in the system for child support.
You know what?
And to their credit, these are men that do take care of their children. So, because I don't associate with dusty people.
If I can say this though, Athena, the level of, when you're not taking care of your kids, the level of betrayal really is on the children. The betrayal is you brought these kids in the world, but you don't want to take care of them. And I'm gonna go ahead and speak from my personal experience too, because I'm again the sole provider. I've always been the sole provider, right? So I've always been the sole provider for everybody in my family. And then when I got divorced, I was hoping that he would help out, but he doesn't. And so when my kids ask him for money, he's like, your mom got it. Your mom got all the money. Your mom got all the money. And so my boys are, they're old enough to understand, just because whether you think my mom has more money than you or not, it's what they tell their dad. It doesn't absolve you from you having to take care of us as well. Right. It is still your responsibility as a father to take care of us as well. Now, here's the thing. I'm outside. I'm living. I'm enjoying. He is too. Enjoy your life, bro. Hang out, travel, go eat, go do your thing, but take care of your kids. And that's one thing that a lot of these brothers don't do. And then they get mad because you put their ass on child support, and now they ain't got no passport. Their license is suspended. They can't get certain jobs because you weren't taking care of business. Now, Vanessa, what do you think about the idea of child support? Do you think it's a necessary evil that we have to use as Black women?
I think for child support, I mean, if you're not taking care of your children, then you should be on child support. For men that do take care of their children and they provide and they, they do what they need to do, I mean, I don't think you need to put them in the system. I do think that the system is not set up for, you know, Black men who take care of their children. Child support was designed for men who just make babies and they feel like they don't have to take care of them. That amount, Athena, is a joke. The average amount of, you know, $400 or whatever dollars for a child, we run through that in a week in food. And let's not throw on activities. Let's not throw on clothes. Let's not throw on random ice cream outings or play dates. Like, that's just the bare minimum for maybe a week.
Constant look like she about to ratchet up when you were talking.
Listen, I'm thinking about all this shit. I got 4 of them.
Yeah, it's a joke. But like you, Athena, I feel like it's important for women specifically, and that's why dads are so important. I had 2 great dads. I had I hate the word stepdad, but bonus dad, and I had my biological dad, who were really, they set the bar. So me dating dusty broke men was never, I just don't like, you couldn't even approach me.
Where is
My dad used to bring me flowers, you know, from elementary school, just on a regular day. So my bar was set high. I think it's extremely important for us to, you know, to raise our girl children. If you don't have a father figure, even as a mother, get them around a positive coach, a positive, you know, minister at the church, a positive man, so that they can see what a good man treats women like. Because despite us looking at this guy, there are great Black men. We are not like, oh, okay, this is what Black men do. I know so many Black men that take care of their children. So yes, child support is needed for men who, you know, don't take care of their kids. You call them, try to get money from them. You can't do it. But I know men that have been put on child support who were, you know, doing everything that their children needed, paying for, you know, sports, picking them up. And because the mom was bitter and, you know, angry, put them on child support. So I disagree with that. But in the sense, if you don't take care of your child, you should absolutely be uncomfortable in the child support system. Your ass need to be uncomfortable.
Your ass need to be uncomfortable. Thank you. There is a comment. Let me go to that before I reset. Where Black Queens said, I mean, Gija Transport said Black Queens need to raise better dusty men. And, you know, and then we always talk about how Black women need to choose better, right? Again, I'm gonna do a personal testimonial. I just feel like doing personal testimonies today. But for me, I was married for 132 years. So it's not like I just had some couple of baby daddies. I was actually married. And when we were married, he was a present father. And then when we were no longer married or together, he was not a present father, unfortunately. And when you talked about how your dad sent you flowers, I feel so bad for my daughter, because my daughter told me one day, Mom, I would really like for you to, have a man so I would love to have a father figure. And then when I tell them, stuff about, hey, you know what? I try to encourage them to have relationships with their dad. Well, and I try to take up for them and stuff like that. I don't talk like this to them. She'll go, Mom, you had a good dad. You don't know what it's like for us not to have a good dad. So you're coming from your perspective of you having an amazing dad. We don't. So you're giving him the benefit of the doubt that you would have given to your dad. And so then I would, encourage them to have these relationships with him. And I had to stop, because I was like, it's causing more toxicity to them, or at least my daughter, when she would call and, have all, she would be stressed out for the next 3 days and all that. I was like, I'm not doing that to her no more. I'm not going to encourage her to be a part of this. I'm not going to encourage her to try to talk to him. I'm not going to encourage any of that stuff, because you need a yin and yang. All kids need a male and a female. You need that, but you don't need the toxic shit. So I'm not going to encourage my child to have a relationship with somebody that's toxic. Not at all. So anyway, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. We come live every day. This is where we help you to maximize your money. If you ever need to get information on how to grow your money and not blow your money, text Queens to go to flynubianmoney.com. And then if you want to get notifications when we come live, text the word Queens to 87948, and go to Spotify. Search the word Fly Nubian Money so that you can listen to us if you can't see us. All right. So there is another video. Y'all ready? Wait. Well, hold on. I need you guys to prep for this. Let's prime our minds, because we about to lose some more brain cells. Listen to this shit. Let's go. All right, let's go.
Once again, man, I never wanted kids, bro. I ain't no family type of nigga. I ain't the type of nigga to be connected. I don't like being connected to women like that. I don't like to be 100% connected to no woman like that. I just never did. So even since I was young, I just never liked it. I never liked it to be connected to a woman out there because women are slimy, women are conniving, women can be some bad people sometimes. So why the fuck would I want to have kids with a bitch and be locked in with a bitch for the rest of my life? Hell no, I never wanted that.
Let's have a moment of silence for this ignorant ass shit that we just saw. All right, Dr. Felice, I need you to therapize this. Give us your feedback on this silliness.
Something happened in his childhood. Something happened with regards with him and his relationship with his mother. And I don't know what it was. It's possible that she wasn't a proper role model. It's possible that the environment that he grew up in didn't have positive women that showed him traits that were admirable. And he probably doesn't hang around people who see women properly. And so he's only coming from a space of what he knows and what he's seen, and he feels very justified in it. And so when you don't expand your circles and you don't come outside of your spaces and you don't see something different, then this is what it shows and this is how it represents. But my thing is his disregard for women is so little. Well, why not be gay? Like, just go and be with men. If you don't want to be with men. Like,
if you want a man, just say so.
If you want a man, just say so. I mean, we're in a time now. It's okay. Like, just come out. Because his disregard for us is atrocious. And it's a woman who got you here. And so him and his lack of respect for us is some trauma in his life that has not been addressed. And he needs some healing. Obviously.
What'd you say, Dr. Charm?
You know, he even got the Jerome teeth. Like, he even got the missing tooth in the front.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm trying to move past Jerome, but I can't. But yeah, I agree with Doc that there's some trauma going on. And the thing is if he knew that he didn't want children, then definitely it would be on him to have a vasectomy, because he resents his own mother. He resents female figures in his life. He resents these women, but he's still sexually attracted to women, but still not liking them. You know, a man can be sexually attracted to you and not like you, and he'll show you in every way if he doesn't like you. But on the flip side, I do, want to talk a little bit about the child support system is right to be abused. And I will say that as a woman, and I'm in a very small minority of women, but I'm a woman who used to have to pay child support. And I had the majority custody of my daughter when she was younger. She's 21 now. But because I lived in the state, Arizona, and I made much more money than my daughter's father, I had to pay child support. And there were all kind of, and I will not go into specifics, but there were all kind of ways that he was able to abuse the child support system. And I was under a lot of stress behind it for many years. And so I want to talk about that, because I got a taste of what some of these men are going through. There are men who do take care of their children. A woman will get mad and he didn't save receipts. And the courts look at it as like, if you gave the woman money and you're not on child support, then that's just a gift. It doesn't count. And there are many men who weren't on the papers for years, and a woman gets upset because he's dating somebody new or something. And then he's next thing you know, he's got $50,000 in back child support because she's mad. And so I do want to talk about that, because it's a real thing and it's something that I went through.
And I would be interested really to know, like, is that the greater majority? Because, it might, there's probably some cases, and I don't know, I couldn't even call it, but I would suspect that there are abuses, but I would suspect that more people probably should be on child support, and they should be taking care of their children. And if you are taking care of your children, here's the thing: if you're on child support and you pay the support, guess what? You ain't got nothing to worry about, right? Vanessa, what do you think about that last video?
Just, like, I'm with Dr. Felice. Just go ahead and come out the closet. Like, just come out. It's cool. But I think when I looked at this video, I honestly thought, at what point, like, or how was he raised? That's literally what my question was. And at what point did it get so bad where you just deteriorated at a snowballing speed? Because I mean, I just don't. I mean, when you look at a child, right? We bring children into this world. They're innocent. They're, and then you slowly see them change. So, at what age? What's his background? What's his family? How was he raised? That is literally what I thought about when I looked at this video, because it's just a lot. It's like you hate women, you don't want kids, but you're sleeping with all these women. You're making babies. Obviously, you're not having protected sex. It's so many layers. But at the base of it, how were you raised? And if this is a similar situation to how other males were raised, like what can we do to stop it? And at what point, like how do you stop this cycle of this type of individual being raised and having these feelings and then now abusing women? Because I mean, when you just sleep with a bunch of women, make babies, don't take care of them, you hate women. I mean, that's a form of emotional abuse for a woman.
Y'all, okay, so go back to that picture of that little baby, him holding that baby. That baby looked like he about maybe 1, maybe 2.
Yeah.
How long do you really think this man paid child support? And then you got Gija Transport that says, why are y'all bashing him like that? It's not his fault how he was raised. I bet his mother, if you could put that on screen, why are y'all bashing him like that? It's not his fault how he was raised. I bet his mother didn't pick a good man for her. So you can't fault him for what he was around, him and what he was taught. You're a grown-ass man. I had childhood trauma. Many people have childhood trauma. We have things that we didn't like about our parents. You do different because you know better. How long are you going to blame your parents for your trauma? Right and wrong is I think an inherent thing. So you saying that you glad that your son died and you want to blame the way he was raised? Out of here. Come on now. You a grown-ass man. You got no right from wrong unless he has some mental challenges, which it looks like from these pictures he just may. Athena, what do you think of the idea of actually the last video that he said, please?
I think with this guy, we have to look at the issue. So there's a lot of men who operate this way, right? And I think the issues is when we're meeting people, they're not bringing their true self. They got their representative. Now, if he would have said, you know what, I don't really care for women like that. I don't really want to have kids. I don't really want to have even a good relationship with you. All I just want is the poems. Then that is something a woman can now decide, right? But unfortunately, I feel like a lot of women, first of all, I don't know why anybody lay down with him, so we can say that. But a lot of women choose to entertain men not fully understanding what their intentions are for them, and then the children suffer coming out of these situations. There are a lot of men who don't feel like connected to women, who don't really like women like that, but they like the poems. And that has caused the issues that we've had as a community, because now you're bringing children, and the relationship you have with that partner is definitely going to affect the relationship you have with their children. It definitely does pass through on the men and the woman's side, because I can talk about the woman's side with my mom. Like, she definitely treated my brother way better than me because, she hated my dad. So, and that's a whole other topic we can talk about. But I think that, and I can't even be, I know, Constance, you might chew my head off a little bit. There is something to say that as women, we need to be more selective and not pick these dusty ass men to
listen. I got married before my prefrontal cortex was developed.
Constance, you're different, but if you in like a harem situation, like a future Nick Cannon, Cam situation, if you in a harem and you see you gonna be in this lineup, you can't complain now because you saw the lineup. You saw where you
knew what the job was when you took it.
Basically. But Sierra got out of that future harem and she got her Russell Wilson.
Can somebody move?
I need to write down Sierra prayer right now, honey. I need to write that prayer down. You.
Hey, can y'all move, Athena? But look, I want to let you men on a little secret. The ones who are adamantly against child support, who abhor child support. Guess what? If you spend a little bit of more time with your kids, guess what? It goes down. Did y'all know that? If you spend a little more time with your kids, it goes down. But anyway, there's another video we got. I think we got some more brain cells that we got to lose real quick.
Lord Jesus, the brain cells gonna be frying today, honey. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Before we get to the video though, Big Mac did say you don't have to be connected to the woman to love your children. And I always say this. I wish you loved them more than you hated me. If you love your children more than you hate your ex, it wouldn't be nothing for you to step up. It'd be nothing for you to take care of them. But you so caught up with that other person that you won't even take care of your kids. So you say, I'm glad my son died because you hate her more than you loved him. That is and let's talk about that. Is there some mental illness going on here, Dr. Charm?
Well, you know, the thing is that you mentioned about in your personal situation where your marriage, he was a present father, but when you guys got divorced, then he stopped talking to the kids. That happened to my sister, and she was married for 21 years.
24.
And yeah, so we don't talk about that, like and that's all on him. That's all on these men, that you're so traumatized by the marriage or what happened in the marriage. Whoever fought, everybody bears responsibility. But for whatever happened, I think for them it's triggering to interact with the kids, because then they're having to interact with you. That it reminds them of the family that they're no longer in, and so that's what happens.
Look it up, Buttercup.
I will have to say that, as you know, while you were married, he was a present father. And that also makes me emphasize the fact that we need to emphasize marriage. We need to get married, because, a man is going to be more likely to be present in his children's life because they're in the same household and they're bonded by marriage. Now, there's a whole nother conversation about women doing all the household chores and this kind of thing and putting in a lot of responsibility. And you can have a husband who's there physically in the house, but is really checked out. And there's an exception with that. But 9 times out of 10, the likelihood is going to be higher for the man to be present if you're married in the same household. And I'm not talking about y'all cohabitating, because I look at it like this: if we don't have marriage papers, honey, if you go and on life support, I can't pull the plug if I want to pull the plug. So let's get married, okay, people, and not be just accepting these situationships of dating for 5 years. That ain't dating no more. That's just free milk. So
I don't know if I'm gonna get back.
And then they break up with you and marry the next
This next man might get free milk from me because I don't know about this whole idea of marriage. But anyway, Big Mac is on fire today. He said kids should not have to pay for the sins of their parents. I do want to ask you this, Dr. Fleece, though. What about someone can do if they have a negative feelings about their children because of the mother? Like, it sounds like this man hates his baby mama and he's taking it out on that child. Like, what kind of therapy, what kind of like electronic therapy does this clown need?
Well, and we do it too, right? When we don't like our significant our ex either, you have to separate that, right? But I'm sensing some arrested development with him. I'm sensing that I'm sensing that there was a certain age where his brain became arrested. It stopped developing. Like he's, whatever age he's in, he's trapped in like a 16-year-old mind space, right? And so how can a 16-year-old really make decisions and choices that make sense and be held accountable? But also to separate and realize that baby, yes, he's connected, he or she's connected to the mother, but you want to build your own relationship with that child, because guess what? That child, you're not going to be this age forever. And I always try and tell my guys that I'm counseling who's in this situation, there's going to come a day where you're going to want a relationship with that child. And it's not going to be there. That child is not going to be able to have a relationship with you that you never developed. And there's going to come a day where you will need that child. And that child will not be there for you. So I need these men to stop being trapped in this one little space with their baby mama and some money. It's money, right? I think one time we had a conversation where it's more than just money. It's quality time. It's you giving a call saying, hey, did you do your homework today? It's you showing up to a basketball game. It's more ways that you can build and have relationship with this child. And all you got to do is communicate with the mother and say, hey, this is where I'm at. This is what I got. what I got, I'll give it to you. And there's more ways that you can show up for the child where it doesn't necessarily have to be connected to finances in order for you to build relationship with your child, because there's going to come a day where you're going to want it.
Child, you said a whole word, and I definitely want to throw my shoe at you, because money, and I think I was talking to you about this the other day, Athena. Money, I don't put a whole lot of stock in money. People say, oh, you don't think about money because you got money, but really money is a currency. I don't present, that's not the first thing that I think about when I think about me or anybody else. Is the money that you bring. It is the time, it's the quality time, because money comes and goes. It's just the currency that you use in order to do things. Y'all put too much and stock in money. It's just money. What about the time? I always think, and this is why I feel, even though my son told me, Mom, why do you feel sorry for my dad? He did everything except for put a hit out on you. That's what my son told me. He did everything except put a hit out on you. I feel bad because first of all, I was with him for 30 years, right? So I have a certain level of empathy, but I feel bad because I know that at the end of his life, or there's going to be a time where he's going to need them, right? Take care of him or whatever. He's going to need his kids, and they just might not show up. And then he's going to be lonely, and he's going to be miserable, and he's probably going to end up going like really, really, really crazy. I feel bad. And I feel bad that is their father. And I don't want him to die, because then it hurts them. It affects them, however they feel, it affects me. So I just, I have that empathy, and I feel bad that he's not present, because I know that there is going to be a time where he's going to want to have a relationship with them. And they're going to be like, peace. No, you wasn't here. You wasn't out. You didn't come to a basketball game. I mean, he did when they was little, when we were together, he was there. Basketball dad, coach, soccer games, football, all of that. Now, call every once in a while, you playing basketball? What you doing? Playing y'all playing? And my kids are like, I don't want to play basketball, Dad. Well, you should. So you start playing basketball, Dad. I don't want to play. That's the only thing he has to talk to them about. And it's really sad, and I feel bad for him. Anyway, y'all are listening to you're listening to Fly Nubian Money. I'm just messing with you. My producer is going to kill me, y'all. You are listening to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to maximize your money. Now, listen, we come live every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And we are talking about topics that I think are very critical to our community, to our culture, to our race. And at the end of the day, we want to talk about things that are uplifting and how we can change the dynamic of our situation. That's what it's all about. At the end of the day, we can talk about all this stuff. We could pontificate. But at the end of the day, we need to talk about how to build our communities. And so that's what we try to do here on Fly Nubian Money. So if you want to know, every time we come live, if you want a notification, make sure you text word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. I want to go to some, we have some more videos, but I think you guys probably have lost enough brain cells. So we ain't gonna look at no more of this raggedy ass videos. But what I do know, because I think, I do want to look at it, because I think he talks about going viral, or he making money off of his son's death. Did we already look at that video or no? Let's look at that video where he talks about making money off of his son's death, which is really crazy, because the fact that he has a microphone and he's getting paid from social media because he's going viral is absolutely abhorrent. It's crazy. Do we have that video?
Well, maybe he can use that money to take care of the rest of them kids.
Hey, you got to be willing to risk it all. You got to be willing to let it all go. You got to be willing to let it all fly when it comes down to you being a man about your word. You as a man, your word is everything. And if your word can't be respected, you got to be willing to let it go, release it. I don't care what happened after that. If my word ain't respected as a man in my household, in my relationship, then I don't want the household. A lot of females be wanting a nigga to pay stepdaddy, but a nigga go come pay stepdaddy and help pay the bills, but their word ain't even valid in the household. You got guidance. You got leadership. You got a better way of going about this shit. But she ain't gonna respect your word because those ain't your kids. That's why it's always...
How many brain cells did y'all lose on this one? But this wasn't the one where you talked about monetizing, was it?
No, he compared himself to in the other one, LeBron and
yeah. Did we see that one? Oh, we saw that one.
Well, maybe he can use that money, his newfound viral coins.
I know you put
kids to pay for the rest of them kids that he ain't taking care of.
That part.
How many he had in total? Was it 3 kids? Why isn't
down with this man?
Why isn't it just?
You know what? It's a lot of ratchet chicks out there too. And so here's the thing I think is we need to teach our women better. They need to want more. We need to, you know, we just don't, there's just no standard that I think with the lack of optional men out there. I just think that, you know, we pick it from the bottom of the barrel, but sometimes it's the bottom of the barrel picking from the bottom of the barrel. You know what I'm saying?
And it's homosexual season too.
That's right. It's about to be winter time. You leave a roof over his head. Yeah. QM said, oh, let's look at these damn comments. You don't have to want kids, but the moment you get someone pregnant, it's your responsibility to pay child support. If that mother decides to make you don't want kids, sleep with. Oh. Somebody said it. Get your ex-lover back, win lottery ticket, marriage spelled, whatever. You're a slow bum. Yep. I'm gonna get you. Your mama ain't love you. Yeah, probably. Ayo found blood. Take this post down, my guy. Wrong way to go about it, bro. From a parent who also lost a child, this is such a heartless thing to say. I'll take all that stress that came along when my son was here over him being gone. You know what I'm saying? That right there. Right there. I will take all the stress. I don't care if I have to, if I am skin and bones when it's all said and done. I'm gonna do everything I can for my child and never feel relieved. But Big Mac said this guy is plain ignorant, y'all. What do you have to say about that? Do you think he's ignorant? Do you think he's special ed? I know Dr. Flea said there was some kind of we can't say the R word no more. So there was some kind of arrested development that happened at some point in his life. Maybe his brain didn't develop. Maybe his prefrontal cortex is still that of an infant. What do you think, Vanessa?
I agree. I mean, I mean, that's the only reasonable explanation that I can, come up with. I think that it just has to do with the way that he was raised. His development had to stop at some point. He doesn't even seem like, I mean, it's just a lot. He seems ignorant. There's so many layers. We just got to teach our women better. We got to teach our young girls better. When I look at this, I'm just like, who laid down with this man? Even if you come from the bottom of the barrel, honey, we still got to teach you better. We got to teach you.
And I bet he got about 4 or 5 of them fighting over him. That's the cold-blooded part about it. It's probably 4 or 5 hood rats fighting over this dude right now. Baby mama number 5. Listen,
it's a lot. We just got to do better.
We do. We got to do better, black people. Athena, what do you think about that damn video?
There's a bunch of Richettas out right now willing to line up for this man. While we all on here talking bad about this man, these Richettas out here about to be like, I'm baby mama number 4. That was so disheartening because, as I'm thinking about the situation, I realize it's like, there's no excuse for this. We're trying to rationalize crazy. We're trying to rationalize a man being a homosexual. We're trying to rationalize all these things. Maybe he's slow, whatever. How many people you've met are slow, but still have the ability to love, still have the capacity to love, still have the capacity to be a good person, still have the capacity to show empathy? You just want to be a dust bucket. And you feel like you are getting revenge on your baby mom and the system and the matrix because now your son has passed away, so you don't have to pay money anymore. What kind of lack mentality do you have to be tripping over what probably is under $500 a month? That is the average child support payment in America. It's under $500 a month. Don't let Tyrese and the Nick Cannon baby mama package fool you. Most women are not getting that much money. Now, it might be a headache and she might, pop up on you and act crazy, but that is the result of you not picking. I'm out here in these dating streets. A lot of these men don't have no discernment or standard for themselves. They are trying to jump your bones as the pathway of least resistance to the pooms is what they are trying to do, right? Mm-hmm. And then now you've created a child with somebody that you don't like. This man is on video saying that he does not feel connected to women, right? So if you don't feel, I'm telling you, once AI Once they get these sex dolls to Walmart prices, it's over for us ladies. These men, they ain't trying to be connected. Let that sex bots be able to play a video game and watch TV. We're just gonna be erased, because this is unfortunately a growing attitude and mentality that some of these men have. They're just not seeing it. He was brave enough, maybe because he wasn't really thinking, to expose himself in this way. But trust and believe, a lot of men think this.
Yeah, agreed. Armando said it's like dating a girl who practices witchcraft. They don't tell you up front. You don't know what type of spells are cast. Maybe he's been cursed and he don't know it. Dr. Charm, I want to hear what you got to say about that, only because you're a psychic. So is that a thing?
I am a hoodoo. I'm a hoodoo practitioner too. So, and hoodoo is not witchcraft. It's, you know, it's part of our lineage as Black Americans here. But I'll tell you what, as a hoodoo practitioner, he better stop. He better, whoever saying that, oh, maybe they threw witchcraft on him, take some responsibility. You know, when somebody comes to me and they're having a spiritual problem, the first thing as spirituals, we look at the mundane, which means take care of it on the earthly level before you be trying to go to a spiritual level. Oh, I can't find a job, but I didn't finish high school. Okay, let's try to get you in the program. Now we can do some spiritual things to help you get a job, but you need to go and get your education straight now so you'll be a better candidate. So this Dusty is over here. And it's just really sad. He does probably have some rat cheddars lining up because he got some new coins because he done went viral, honey. He on LeBron level. We taking over 1999. But
you know what?
I will have to say that for the mother of the child that was lost, I'm so sorry that you lost your son and that he left at such a tragically early age. But please find some solace, a level of solace in the fact that you will never have to deal with this Negro ever again.
Ever. You know what? She might be laying up with him right now. You know, it's some stupid ass out there too that will go back to some silly ass like this. So it's just it goes all around. It's enough, like, I love the way you said that, Arrested Development to go around for everybody. Dr. Felice, I'm interested in knowing what your thoughts are on, you know, him, the idea of, what was the last thing he talked about? What was the last thing we was talking about? I forgot.
I done lost too many brain cells to remember looking at it. Okay.
So,
anyway,
I'm gonna get really geeky on you too, y'all, because I think there's a lot of reasons for this, and just from my teaching, Abraham Maslow says that we have a hierarchy of needs, right? And so that means that when our basic needs are not being met, then we can't go to the other levels that go to safety, about having to keep our children safe. And so if a lot of these Black men are feeling the financial pressures, right? We do live in a capitalistic society where there's not enough resources to go around, and everything takes money here. And so if they're feeling extreme pressure from the financial pressures, then that means that they don't believe that their basic needs are getting met, like food, shelter, clothing, right? And so when that kicks into effect, then they go into survival mode. People who are in survival mode, that's a very selfish state of being. And so that means that you only look at your survival. And so he could also be in that frame. When you only looking at your survival, people who are in survival mode, they'll eat you, right? And so right. And so if he's feeling, and like a lot of Black men are saying, they're feeling these extreme financial pressures where they could be homeless, or where they're not going to know where their next meal comes in, or where they can't leave a city, state, or country, then how the heck do you expect them to want to look out for a child? And then there comes that relief when they don't have to do it. And so sometimes I'm just getting real basic. Sometimes it's just a hierarchy level of needs not being met, and you can't graduate to the next level where you can care about the safety of your children.
Well, stop making babies, though. Stop making babies.
But that's a layered thing, right? We know that there's a systematic thing that's going on where we have communities of people who don't know better, and they don't know to do better, but we're not going back to help them either. And so y'all know I am the community person. We got to
go ahead, Vanessa.
Really quick. So, you know, we had where I grew up at, we had a teen pregnancy problem. We actually had a daycare in our school because it was such a big issue. But then they implemented sex education classes, and it made a monumental change. I think more people started paying attention to, like, oh, I can get pregnant. I remember being a peer sex educator, and one girl asked me, and we're both in high school, well, if I'm on top and he comes and I go to the bathroom, that means I can't get pregnant. So I mean, I understand a little bit of that, but I feel like we're at a place where information is so. I mean, back in the internet wasn't as we didn't use the
Prevalent.
internet, like,
Right.
we didn't have it. But now you can Google, you can YouTube. I mean, information is right at our
But
fingertips.
what do they say
So
about Black people? If you want them to not see something, put it in a book.
Nah, listen, I think we got to
but
take
it's on the internet
responsibility, doctor.
now.
Listen, Doc, if I could just say this. So I believe that we definitely need Black wealth in our communities. That is a core belief that we need. How can we help other people if we can't even help ourselves, right? That's paramount to our survival, to us being able to thrive. However, you have people all over the diaspora who are impoverished, who are starving, who are way more poor than us, but that love and take care of their kids. So I'm not going to give these people a pass just because they hungry or they a little broke. Because listen, you can go to the corner. Do they still do Obama phones? Them people still out there with them things giving away Obama phones? I don't know. They don't do that in over here, but you can get an Obama phone. You can get an Obama phone and get online. We have more information at the palm of our hands than they had when they put the man on the moon. Information is out there. So everything is. My kids know more than I do because they online 24/7. They are geniuses. Study the right things. On one hand, white man, systematic racism, discrimination, all of that. White man got his foot on our neck. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I am saying that there are those factors. On the other hand, we have to take accountability. But I do want to get our final thoughts, and I'm gonna let you go last, Dr. Felice. I want you to therapize us. I want you to come around and therapize us and get us all the way together. But I want you to give us your final thoughts on the idea of what it means to, have child support in the Black community. How necessary is that? Is that necessary? What's the state of our relationships and how we're raising our kids and these single, whatever you want. There's so many ways, and this conversation is so layered, and we can go so many directions. And there's a real problem in our community because too many people agree with this frame of thinking. There's some sickness going on, I think, in our community. But Athena, why don't you go and give us your final thoughts and where we can contact you.
Final thoughts are this. I'm going to talk to the men first. Men, we need you to come out of this arrested development stage a lot of you seem to be swimming in, and to take full accountability for your life. You don't want to have kids? Wrap it up. Get a vasectomy. There are options. Don't have sex with a woman. There are options available for you. Okay? Once that happens, you have to man up and own your responsibilities. No amount of mental illness and whatever situation should make you have this level of thinking and lack mindset and towards your own children. Now, my ladies, okay, do not sleep with broke dust bucket men, because clearly we have an issue with this. And I know it stems from poor self-esteem and the desire to be loved, that you are willing to accept it from anyone who looks like they can dangle a carrot or put you on a 12 years a slave timeline.
Or dangle their penis.
Or dangle or what they think is one. But anyway, we need to focus on building our self-esteem, our confidence, and our own economic development as women. And if you're a woman who is interested in doing that, you can find and learn more about how to confidently manage your finances and live your best goddess life. You can find me at We Wealth Women on all social media platforms, and my website, wewealthwomen.com. My latest course, The Goddess Guide to Money, will help you get there. Say no to dusty broke men and level up.
Just say no to dusty broke ass dudes. Dr. Charm, what you got to say, Guru?
Well, I have to say there is a way to weed these people out. Ask them to read, give them a basic reading exam. So because That lets me know a lot of things. You know, text with them for a little bit. I'm more of a phone call person, but text with them and see what the grammar and syntax is going on here, because that let me know if you got an undiagnosed learning disability or something, and you need to, you know, go take care of that. But we need to have better self-esteem, just like Athena said. I really think about choices and emphasizing marriage, because again, this is less likely to happen if someone is married, I will have to say. But again, men actually control marriage, so this is really going on more to the men. Stop making babies with women that you have no future with, and you know you didn't have a future with them when you laid down with them. So that's another thing. Stop making all these Black women baby mothers and baby mamas. You can find me on Instagram, charmgirl77. If you want a psychic medium reading or a tarot reading, you can text me at 404-832-5179, because a lot of you sisters, y'all had just came to me and got a tarot card reading. Y'all could have went the other way from that Dusty. It'd be like a magnet, just repel, you know, just get a good tarot card reading from me. And then, you know, I'm a medium too, so I can contact your dead granny and she can tell me a couple things. I'm a real good medium now. I'm certified by the church too.
All right. Well, all right. Thank you, darling. I appreciate you. All right, Miss Vanessa.
Women and men, we have to be careful about who we decide to have children with. It is a lifelong commitment. So that one night of wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, could cause you a lifetime of pain and stress and money. So be careful who you lay down with. I think it's also important, you know, we didn't dive right looking at the family, but when you're having a child with someone, you're also having a child with their family. So just do your research. I mean, it seems pretty smart that if you're going to make a lifelong commitment, that you do your research about this man, his family, or this woman and her family. So, because maybe the man don't turn out the way he's supposed to, but maybe that family is 10 toes down. So you still have a support system in a village, because raising a child is about having a village. It is not only about that mom and that dad. So we also want to look at the families that these people are coming from.
Where you at? Where you at? Oh, it was good too, and I can concur with that. That's actually what I tell my daughter is look at their parents, right? When you looking at a suitor, look at their parents, because that will kind of give you an indication of how they are going to be in the future. And I had to learn that the hard way. Like, look and see what's going on with their parents, because they might say all this stuff, but they end up, most of us, even me, there's some stuff that I don't like about my mama, but I have a lot of her ways. But Dr. Felice, go ahead.
So what I think we have here is a lack of self-love going on, right? He obviously doesn't have love for himself. And so how can he express that or give that to others? And even the women who he's laying down with, I'm feeling that there's a lack of self-love, and there's a need for some healing to be experienced by all in this situation, because hurt people. And also it's a lack of being able to make wise choices or even just good choices, right? And this is what I tell people: if you can't pay for the price, then don't make the choice. And then we have to learn how to do that. And so if you need help learning how to do some self-discovery, some self-acceptance, and most importantly, some self-love, then please reach out to me. I am at www.thebebigcoach.com, and you can just go on my services and, you know, let's do a 15-minute free call and talk about how we can build you up with those skills.
And your IG too is what?
Be Big Coach.
See, I'm so glad you got it up there, because you don't normally have it up there. B.big.coach at B.big.coach. Yes. So if you want to reach out to her or follow her on Instagram, go to at B.big.coach. B.big.coach. Hey, all right, y'all. Listen, my mama told us when I was little, be careful who you have babies with. She didn't even say be careful who you marry. She said, be careful who you have kids with. That is a lifetime commitment. So it's so important that you judge a person based upon whatever else is you see. Number two, don't lay down and have kids or get married before your prefrontal cortex is developed fully. And that doesn't happen until you're 25. Number three, men like this should think about chemical castration. Cut that shit all the way off and don't have near another child. Where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter. And look, I got a whole bunch of stuff going on. I partner with Dr. Boyce Watkins. We have the Real Estate Mastery Blueprint, where we are teaching people how to be real estate investors all over the country. It is absolutely phenomenal. Do that. Number 2, Black women. If you are a Black woman, you know a Black woman, I am coaching Black women on how to increase their net worth by 7 figures. Number 3, in the DMV, come on out and join me in November 9th through the 11th. I'm going to be having a weekend of wealth experience where I'm going to just be showing people how to pivot and go to their next, how to take their idea and make it monetizable in person. It's going to be absolutely amazing and transformational. So y'all, I'm so glad we had this discussion because it's a necessary, discussion in our community. And I love the way we all ended with what we can do to improve our community. Sometimes we need to have brothers on here, and I can appreciate Big Mac always coming on, and Black Lexicon always coming on with your positive, and Armando, of course, always coming on and having such positive things to say, your contributions, and then everybody else. Don't get it twisted. We love all of your comments. And then somebody said, don't nobody want nobody with 4 kids. I beg to differ. Okay, I have no problems getting a man. Thank you. They said that earlier. Anyway, join us every day, Monday through Friday, on Fly Nubian Queen, on the Fly Nubian Queen YouTube channel, also on Dr. Boyce's Black Excellence channel as well. And you can find us in many different places and spaces. But this is Fly Nubian Money, where we help you maximize your money. If you want to get notified every time we go live, text the word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. And if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, because if you blow your money, it ain't a damn thing funny. Hey, go to flynubianmoney.com. We appreciate you. We're going to be here tomorrow, same time, same bat channel. See you later, ladies.
I'm good. We've been up for a while, haven't we?
We were in the 5 a.m. club.
5 a.m. club. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's funny. She woke me. Here's what she did, right? So she wakes me up and she goes, "Boyce, we have 8 minutes to be in the car."
That's true.
And I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to move." And she's like, "You'll be glad you did it." I said, "Okay, all right, I'm gonna get up." So I rolled out of bed. It is so excruciating every day to do that. But the good thing is that you get to later on then brag about it. Like I got up at 5 in the morning and lifted weights and
Well, if you skip it, then you just feel bad all day. Like, oh, I skipped it. I should have not stayed in the bed.
That's true, but sometimes like because you're so like ready to get to boot camp on time, it like I don't get time to like take my supplements because I started taking like creatine and omega-3. I take that now.
Gosh,
Yeah,
you gotta be buff.
I have a whole regimen. Yeah, well you've been seeing my muscles.
I know I have
Don't
seen your
lie.
muscles.
And you're looking pretty good yourself.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, boot camp is something because if you're late, you have to do all these burpees.
I don't even know what a burpee is.
It's not fun at all. It's 25 burpees, I think.
That
So I
doesn't
don't
even
want to be
sound.
late.
I mean, when I think burpees,
On top of what we already do.
right, the burpees don't even sound like an exercise.
It's not fun.
Somebody just made that name up. Anyway, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? And first off, I want to start off by first asking you, can you give us a quick sound check? Let us know you can hear us. Give us a quick yes if you can hear us. Shout out your city, too. I see Nikki from the UK. Oh, we're going to talk about the UK today because y'all got some podcasters who really messed up. And we're gonna break that down. Karen Dorsey from Gastonia, North Carolina. Good to see you. El Hodge, Deja Vu from Alabama. Shout out to the Crimson Tide and also the Auburn Tigers. I don't know which side of the fence you're on in that. You were born and raised in Tuskegee.
Roll Tide.
Yeah,
I'm
Roll
an
Tide.
Alabama fan for sure.
Okay then.
Yes.
All right, Justin Pender from New York City. I see you. Yoshika. How you doing, Yoshika? LaShonda Cooley. Good morning to you as well. Darlene X. Dupree Wade. Rise and Shine Sky Dwellers. Sky Dweller. What's a Sky Dweller? Oh, well, it sounds good. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, so Dupree Wade, let's see who else is in here. Larry C. Good to see everybody. All right, so let's jump into the topic for today. So there apparently was this interesting controversy that got my attention this morning involving this comedian. I'm gonna put his face up here. His name's Andrew Schultz.
Let me
And
take a look at him. I've never seen him before.
Well,
He's a famous comedian.
well, he does a he does
know anything about him.
like a podcast stuff with Charlemagne.
Oh, with Charlemagne.
Yeah, and you and
Charlemagne's crossed over now.
I don't know what that means. I mean, I
What's
guess
up?
if you work with white people, that
He
means.
done made it.
Well, he does a lot of stuff with white people. You know, he was on the Comedy Central and stuff.
He was on Comedy Central. It was pretty funny.
I thought he did a good job. I did. You know,
No.
he did. And Charlemagne, I'll always respect him for the fact that back when I met him on the Wendy show, he asked for a copy of my book. What if George Bush were a black man? And I was like, yeah, sure, here you go. And I just give out the copies because I assume famous people don't have time to read your books. I came back, he had read my whole book. I was like, okay, that's a smart dude right there.
Did he like it? What did he say? He gave you some feedback?
You know what? He didn't say anything. So maybe he hated it.
No, because if he didn't like it, he wouldn't have mentioned it to you.
Oh, that's so true. I think it was a damn good book. I thought that shoot. Because Damon Wayans, when I met him,
Which book was it?
What if George Bush were a black man?
I read it.
It was like
I read it.
Yeah.
It was funny. It was entertaining.
I didn't even plan to be funny when I wrote it. I just
Really?
Yeah, the funny just spilled out of me.
Maybe you should be a comedian.
I think so. I think I could do it. What do y'all think? Anyway, so yeah, but I gave a copy to Damon Wayans and he didn't. He was like, I want to read your book. And it's like,
Damon Wayans?
Yeah, he's really big in person. He's really tall.
Is he really?
Yeah, I think all the way.
Especially the sister.
Yeah, and they're just some big old Negroes. But anyway, so apparently Andrew Schultz is this guy who he does stuff with Charlemagne. I like Charlemagne. I don't know how I feel about Andrew Schultz because I never met him, but I can say this: he made some comments that just were a little bit baffling. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play what was said, and it had to do with black women, and it really set the internet on fire. It also, in my view, was reflective of a deeper discussion that I think has to be had about how the world kind of views black women and black men. And then also if you really even compound that with what's going on with Diddy, that also reflects the image of the black man around the world and what hip hop unfortunately has done to that image. So let me just play the clip here and then we can kind of discuss it. So, and our goal is to have an elevated conversation, not just to gossip about it. So here's the clip. Here we go.
Podcasts have been under immense pressure from their audience because they laughed at jokes on the Flagrant podcast. But not just any jokes. This one seems to be the one in particular. Take a listen.
Meghan Markle, she's cool, man. She's cool. She stole your gin. How you feel about that? I'm here for it, bro. I'm here for the multicultural. Really? Yeah, black girlfrient effect. Yeah. You're into that. Yeah. Meghan Markle came in.
What's black girlfriend? They just come in and start fighting?
Nah, bro. Black girlfriend effect. She just.
Wait, what is the black girlfriend effect?
Oh, you don't know about this? Glow up the other culture. Yeah. So you'll see a guy who's had a black girlfriend. All of a sudden he's got buzz cut, like clean shaved.
Yeah.
Glows up, bro.
I like that. I like that. They shave their hair because they start losing it. Because they're so stressed being around this black girl complaining about shit. That's why they gotta shave their hair.
Nah, bro. White guys with black girlfriends, they
grow a beard because there's more cushion when they get slapped. God, I think the black girlfriend effect. It might be a protective instinct, bro.
You think? Protective.
Yeah. Do you guys have you ever had black girlfriends?
Yeah.
Have you ever had white girls?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. What's your favorite?
We love them all.
Yeah. Oh really?
We love them all.
Yeah. That means white. Yo, who gets translation?
Kendrick fans.
Throughout the podcast, the jokes were all cultural based in that realm of this is a white guy, this is an Indian guy, you guys are black guys, but you guys are black guys from the UK and we have a black guy from America. So we're all just talking from that perspective. It's not really deeper than that, but that's
Okay, so give me a quick yes first off. Let me know you were able to hear and see that clip. If you're on Spotify, which by the way, this podcast is on Spotify. If you like intelligent black podcasts, then I hope you'll look us up. Just look up my name, Boyce Watkins. But also let me know, were you guys able to hear that and see that okay? Give me a quick yes so we can have our discussion about it. Okay, thank you, Rudy Dolomite. And Rudy, that's a great name, Rudy Dolomite. That's awesome. Dupree Wade, good to see you. All right. So did y'all catch the points that were in there? So basically he made a couple points. And then I'm gonna pass the ball to my wife because my wife has actually done lectures on the stereotypes, the major stereotypes of black women that have been around for hundreds of years. And so first off, what I picked up on, babe, was there was first this discussion about let's see what the comment about like they get the buzz cuts or something because their hair's falling out because dealing with black women can be so stressful. And then he said that when they grow the beard, it's to cushion them from being slapped, as if black women are more likely to be violent, more likely to hit you. And then he compares black women to white women. And when the guys say, you know, we love them all, he says, "Oh, that means you like white women better." Your
And he
thoughts?
didn't correct them either. And he's doing this podcast in the United States that they come and visit the United States.
Yeah,
They're
basically.
here in this country doing a podcast tour, and on their tour, they're going around having these conversations.
Yeah, it's like these two brothers. They've already apologized, by the way, which I think was a good move on their part. I don't have the
Yeah,
name of the
because
podcast. It's like it's something weird, like shits and giggles or something. I don't know, but I mean, I probably
okay,
said it wrong, but it's something like that. Anyway, they got checked immediately. Like
yeah.
they immediately were like, "We're sorry, we didn't," you know. And I think a lot of people, like Ryan Clark, who I really respect, who's a former NFL player who has a great podcast called The Pivot. D1 was on there, our buddy D1. Ryan stepped in, was like, "Yo, you don't say this about black women. Like this is not appropriate." So, what are your thoughts on it?
Okay, so here, essentially, these are visitors. So they're visitors, like someone's visiting your house and they come into your house and then they insult your woman.
Hmm.
So that's what's essentially happening. So they're coming to visit. We're trying to be gracious host, but their whole thing in trying to have this podcast to be funny is they come into your house and then they insult your woman. Okay,
Well,
so
but
that's the first thing.
but let me just clear that part up though.
Hmm.
Um, they didn't say anything. These two guys didn't say anything. The black guys didn't. The white boy
Wait,
was the one because they were actually talking about the black girl effect in a positive way, and the white boy was the one who said, "Yeah, your hair's falling out because it's these
oh,
black
he
women."
was the one who
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that.
So it's the white boy Andrew Schultz who made the comment, and what the black guys are being criticized for is
Not
just
saying
sitting
anything.
there and not correcting him.
Oh,
And
they laughed.
yeah, they were
I
giggling.
heard some laughter. Not one time. I mean, they could have said, "Hey, hold on." So, okay, all right. So they're inviting. Okay, so that's a different context. I thought it was those two gentlemen, the British gentlemen that came here to United States and insulted us. How do you do that? But
Mhm.
no, the host let them come in, and then the host took that opportunity to just lash out at black women. And he's from America. He's from here.
Yeah, Andrew Schultz, the
Andrew
white boy
Schultz
who
is
made
from
the
here.
comment, that's Charlemagne's partner. And what Ryan Clark said was Ryan
Oh,
Clark actually called on Charlemagne, which I do as well. I call on
yeah.
because I haven't talked to Charlemagne for years, but he knows me. We know each other. I call on him also. Like you need to correct your boy. Like this is not because that's the thing. Like we think
Mhm.
that money and laughs is makes everything okay. Nothing's out of bounds. And I got enough of a sense with Charlemagne. He has a black wife. Um, there's something about being a man in a community where you just can't be letting other people from other spaces come in and insult the
What you
women
gonna
here.
do? What's
Right.
he gonna do? I mean, he
Exactly.
hasn't had a chance. This must have just happened, so he hasn't had a chance to
About 3
say
days ago.
anything. About 3 days ago,
Yeah.
that's enough time to push out a statement.
Right.
I'm surprised because Charlemagne, he kind of comes across as pro-black in a
Well,
lot of ways.
I think he is. I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would like your assessment just as a professor who has taught classes
Okay.
on
Yeah.
black female stereotypes. You
Okay.
you you actually broke down the four major stereotypes of the black woman. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I do want to talk about now that I understand like the context and what's happened here. Okay. So yeah, so there he is what he's doing is he's perpetuating the angry black woman stereotype.
Mm-hmm.
And it's terrible. I mean, think about the angry black woman. What are all the things historically that black women can be angry about? The lynching of their husbands and their sons. They're angry about injustice and slavery and lynching and all of these things that black women are legitimately angry about. And instead of connecting to their pain because they've seen their husbands, their children, all of these things happen to them. Okay. What you do is that you turn them into the aggressor. You make them become the angry black woman. So it has no compassion at all, no humanity in that at all. That stereotype comes out of the inhumane conditions of Black people and Black women's reaction to being wrongly treated, and their family members being treated, and having to witness all of these things. So the angry Black stereotype is turned around and placed against the Black woman, like she doesn't have the right to be angry, and making her pathological, when the system of racism and white supremacy and privilege and all these things, that's really what's the tragic piece in it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the angry Black stereotype.
Okay, and then you also
So it's a lie.
and then I remember you informed me on like the Mammy and the Jezebel and the Sapphire, right? Like those. That's
Yeah. So another stereotype is the mammy stereotype, and
Oprah.
well, you know, okay. So you mentioned Oprah. So the thing is that all Black women in media, usually they take on the characteristics of one or many of those stereotypes of Black women. And it's because we do not own the media, right? Other people own the media, like this gentleman who have these negative stereotypes, negative images and portrayals of in their mind because out of slavery about Black people in general. There's stereotypes of Black men too, but for Black women, that's all they see us in. It's oppressive. It puts us in a box. We're objectified, and we're not seen in our totality. Who and what we really are, we're not seen. We're just seen through the lens of the stereotypes.
Okay, so yeah, like what that analysis did for me when you explained those four major stereotypes, it made me look differently at kind of how the world views Black women. And then you're right, like people like Andrew Schultz. I'm assuming Schultz, I'm not sure if he's Jewish or not, but his community owns a lot of media, which probably played some role in his success or his opportunities. I'm sure there's people out there that are funnier than him, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I'm making an assumption. But either way, though, they have these beliefs about Black people, and if you bring a Black person to the table, you're looking for one of those stereotypes. Like, it's a Black man.
Not looking. You can't come to the table unless you sign up and agree to portray one of those stereotypes.
Okay. Well, Jay says Schultz is Irish. Okay, so he could be Irish, which unfortunately the Irish community has, some racism issues.
But you know what? Not the
Especially in places like Boston.
I have heard of Black people. That's really interesting. I've heard of Black people going to Ireland and getting a lot of love in Ireland because they hear about our struggle and they struggle just as much. So they kind of almost like relate to us in a lot of ways. The Irish, because of what the British did to them, it's like really awful historically.
Yeah, well, I think that what that speaks to is that you can't put a group of people in one box, right?
Hello.
I'm sure I can meet an Irishman who hates Black people, and I can meet an Irishman who admires Black people, right? Just like you can meet a Black person who behaves according to the stereotype versus a Black person who doesn't, right? So I think it's when you laid out those four stereotypes.
Well, I just talked about two, but you're talking about in general. Okay,
yeah, when you explained those to me,
mm-hmm.
It helped me to understand. Like when I had such an issue with the record labels that had Lizzo kind of behaving in a way that I thought was not representative of. You helped me. You were like, okay, this is the mammy stereotype, like the sort of big Black woman that white people love,
and with a smile on her face.
Right, and then you have the was it the Sapphire? Is it wait? No, which one is the one that's it's like hypersexual? Is there which group with that?
Oh, the Black whore stereotype.
Yeah,
she's both of them. How can you be the mammy and the Black whore at the same time? But boy, she nailed it.
Yeah,
she nailed that stereotype. Yeah,
and I think it's important to understand these things, right? Because a lot of us don't get it. Like we just think that's just being Black, or that's Black culture, and it's very dangerous to fall into that trap because then next thing you know, you're starting to feel as a Black person like, okay, because I don't fulfill a certain stereotype, I'm not Black enough, or even other Black people may not accept you, right? It like even as a Black,
because it's internalized. Of those stereotypes, we internalize them and we use it against each other, and it's so fascinating. Like it even happens in like romantic relationships. Even Black men and Black women, when they get together, they're looking at each other through those stereotypes. It's really sad to see, but it's what makes Black couples unique, is how do these stereotypes play out in the relationship, in how you relate to each other. So like if you're late with something, I'd be like, them Black men sure can't come through for us. I can say something like that, which is not, it has nothing to do with a stereotype. You're just late. But here I am throwing these things at you, and it happens in our relationships.
Yeah. By the way, everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm a professor of finance. My wife is a professor of social work and a licensed therapist. And so if you'd like to get to know more about what Dr. Alicia does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. And what we do is we literally lay in our bed and we do pillow talk and try to have fun and thoughtful conversations about things happening in our community. So feel free to hit that thumbs up button. Also, if you want relationship advice from Dr. Alicia sent to you via text the word love to the number 87948. If you text love to 87948, she'll send you some stuff for free. All right, so here's the thing that's interesting about this, right? So we're talking about Andrew Schultz, the Irish comedian, and he's on a podcast where he makes a comment about Black women, and basically they're talking about the Black girl effect. And for those who just got here, he kind of just basically said Black women were violent and that they stress you out, that being in a relationship with a Black woman is stressful and violence. And maybe he's speaking from his experience, right? He sounds like a guy, I notice this, like sometimes when you have white people that are really comfortable around us, they'll feel okay like saying certain things. Like they'll say, "Oh, I have a license from Charlemagne to talk about your women," and that's okay, right? And they don't understand that just because Charlemagne gave you a pass doesn't mean the whole community gives you a pass.
I doubt Charlemagne gave him a pass.
I think Charlemagne does, honestly. I think
Okay.
because the thing is that people are all enamored with fame and money. So the fact that Schultz has a decent sized platform, and I'm sure there's some financial benefit of that affiliation, people let a lot of stuff go because of money. Remember money, that's my thing. Like the psychology of money and what money does to people's mindsets, and how money will cause you to lower your standards, lower your values. You'll value, like there's nothing extraordinary about this weird looking, dorky looking white guy. But so when I saw him, I was like, okay, he's kind of funny, not that funny. There's nothing he's not extraordinarily intelligent, but he must have some money behind him. He must have a big platform or something. And what tends to happen is that, when white people put a person on TV, we tend to think that they are more relevant than the people who are not on TV. Like, why do you think the whole Diddy thing is happening? Diddy has been a weirdo and a pervert and a goofball for 30 years, but we respected him as one of the most honorable Black men in the community. He was telling...
I don't know if he's honorable.
Not honorable.
I don't see him in that
well,
way.
When I say honorable, I mean he was on the cover of freaking Forbes. He was
they saw him.
They celebrated him as a billionaire. He was telling Black people who to vote for. He was building schools. Yet all the while he had 1,000 bottles of baby oil and dildos in his bathroom because he's so sometimes celebrity and money can cause us to really think a person is more relevant than they actually are.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, my kids are texting me.
Oh, okay.
They got me off.
Is everything okay with the kids?
I have no idea. It's homecoming weekend. It's a lot going on today.
A lot of big stress happening.
Let me tell you, I'm a busy mama. I can't take this.
And I'm in a house with full of y'all crazy Black women. Maybe that's why I'm bald. Maybe that's why my hair's fine. I just talked to Andrew Schultz. Apparently, he's an expert on Black women.
Really? Crazy Black women?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so
I ain't got no hair. It's y'all's fault.
Did you enjoy your dinner last night?
I did.
You ate
it was
from
good.
through the hands of a Black woman.
Yes, I did.
How about that?
Black women been feeding me since birth, so I know when to shut up.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Black women who take care of us. That's right. Yeah, actually, Coco made the food. It was really good.
Yeah, she made good job.
Yeah, it was great. So anyway, but so here's so speaking of quality men who are able to understand the world in a way that I think deserves respect. Ryan Clark, I don't have his image, but Ryan Clark made a statement about this, and I saw he did a video on Twitter. I wish I had the video. I don't have it, but I want to give a shout out to Ryan Clark, and he basically says he runs the podcast called The Pivot, and Ryan Clark is a former NFL player. I think he's won a Super Bowl. He's a really damn good player, and he's retired and now he's got a great podcast. And he says, "I'm not sure what black woman experience Andrew Schultz has had, but it hasn't been the real black girlfriend effect. To insult black women and describe them as complainers and abusive isn't just untrue; it's disrespectful. Even worse, James Duncan and Fuhad Dawodu allowing him to say it is even more insulting. Andrew Schultz spoke that way in front of two black men because they allowed him to. They made him comfortable enough to disrespect black women because they didn't force him to respect them. My experience with is that black women are powerful, beautiful, strong, and supportive. They prioritize black family, community, and culture. They take steps back to push their men and families forward. So no, Andrew, the black girlfriend effect is nothing like what you described. I'm just upset that you don't have enough solid black men around you to tell you differently. I got a thought.
It's not his place. It's not his place to speak on black anybody. You know, if you are, if you are raised as some Irish white man, it's not your place to speak on it. And you haven't. That's not part of. You're not in it enough to even come up with something intelligent to say. All you're doing is, I mean, think about what makes a black woman hurt. What makes a black woman want to say, here are some needs that need to be met, and I want you to meet those needs? Why would you talk about complaining? Like, here's a black woman opening up her mouth and saying what she needs from you, and your response is stop complaining. Like, I don't understand that. How do you not value black women? Even in his experience, if he's dated a black woman and they're saying, okay, Boyce, I need this from you. And you're going to look at me and say, stop complaining? Like, I don't get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I got to take on what Ryan said. First off, I like Ryan Clark. I respect it, brother. And Ryan reminds me of the fact that I'm gonna just be biased and honest here. Solid black men can identify other solid men, and we also can identify flimsy men. Like we can tell. Like when I heard what Ryan said and how he described black women, it told me a lot about his family to the point where when I read his background about his mother and his father, hardworking, intelligent people, he didn't have to tell me any of that. I literally knew these things just by the way he made that statement because, Ryan is a guy who is um, interesting in the sense that it's like I saw immediately when he made that comment. I kind of knew what was going to happen. There were literally black men in the chat who were like,
What they say?
Some of them called him soft because he
Wait,
defended.
he was soft
Yeah,
because he said
yeah.
positive things about black women.
Right, and this is how distorted the
Yeah.
community's gotten is that you have a lot of black men who feel okay insulting black women. And I think that's where the Andrew Schultzes come in, and they say, "Well, your own men are dissing you, so I can diss you." Right, and that's where I love about Ryan Clark is that if he and I were to sit down and talk about our black wives, he and I, first of all, we have a license to talk about black women that a lot of men don't. A lot of men will not have not married a black woman, would not marry a black woman. You over married to Becky, and you up here talking about black women. You need to shut up. First off, just shut your damn mouth. You have no license to speak here. But if Ron and I were to sit and talk about our black wives and the nuances that come with being around black women, if we had a day where we were frustrated and complained, we would understand. It's like, yeah, I get it, man. You know how black women can be. But then if we sat around and praised black women and how they've come through for us, how they had our back, how they were on the front lines of so many struggles that we've had in our lives, personally and professionally and otherwise, he would get that too. Because the truth is that black women, like everybody else, they're not a monolith, right? There's a diversity, there's a spectrum, and what happens with stereotypes is you get reduced from being a human being with where there's a variety of outcomes. Right. It strips you of your humanity and puts you in this stupid little box. And the Andrew Schultzes who come along and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have me a black girl effect experience. If I date a black girl, she gonna get me fly, she gonna give me a fade, I'm gonna get a beard, or I wanna sleep with a black woman because I heard they do this and they do that. Well, a lot of times they're just picking women that fit whatever stereotype they have. You know, Bill Maher was like that. Bill Maher was one of those guys who was real comfortable with black people to the point where he would say some crazy, disrespectful stuff, and you could tell he dated black women, but he always sort of would pick certain types of women that fit his little weird fantasy of what a black woman's like, instead of seeing them as human beings who are diverse. Right. So I like what Ryan said. Last thing I'm gonna say about Ryan that's really interesting. When he said that, I want y'all to peep out this last one. I like to read between the lines. Let me just point this out real quick. I gotta point this out. At the end, he said, I'm just upset that you don't have enough solid black men around you to tell you differently.
So he's talking about the other.
He's talking to
He's
Charlemagne.
talking about Charlotte.
He's talking to Charlemagne. He's like, you punk. Yeah, and remember, Ryan is not a punk. Ryan is a football player. He was one of the hardest hitters in the NFL. He won a Super Bowl, and he played defense. That's a mindset. He defends things. That's what you did. If you played, if the Pittsburgh Steelers defense was one of the toughest defenses in the NFL.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so that's his mind. That's his defender mindset, stepping up and saying, "What's wrong with you, you little punk?" He's just being diplomatic, and I'm the one who becomes politically incorrect. So I want to be, and I hope Ryan doesn't get upset about this, because I don't even know if he knows me or not. I've never met the guy, but I like him. But I think that's what he's saying. He's saying, defend your women, defend your people. That's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, that's an interesting
I'll let
play
you
on
respond.
words. I
Yeah.
didn't really recognize that.
And you
Wait,
can
what are you
can
doing?
reply. I gotta run to the bathroom. You
You
can.
can run to the
Yeah,
bathroom.
you
You gonna leave me here by myself? Okay. Okay. So, what do y'all think? Bill Maher was with Superhead. Oh my gosh. So he was with certain types. Um, Let me see. Okay, what y'all think? I feel more comfortable talking to someone. So stereotypes of black women. I went through two. So let me go through the last two. The last two is the first two I went was the angry black woman. I went with the black whore. The black whore comes from slavery. And out of slavery, during slavery, black women were sexually assaulted and they were raped. And what happened, and they were raped by white men. And so when the white women would know, they would realize that their husbands were raping black female slaves. What they did, instead of putting their anger toward their husbands who were raping black women, what they did was they blamed the women for being raped. They said, if you would just dress appropriately, if you wouldn't walk around in this way, provoking my husband to rape you, it's your fault that you're being raped. And so that sort of thinking is where the black whore stereotype comes out of. It comes out of that. So that's the third stereotype. And what's the other stereotype? Oh, gold digger. That you just all you're interested.
Is the sapphire the same as a gold digger?
The sapphire is the angry black woman
Okay.
stereotype.
Keep talking.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the gold digger. You're just shallow. You're not interested. You're not really interested in a man for who and what they are. You just want to get what you can get. So that's the other stereotype.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stop stereotyping each other. We can't do that. By the way, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. And if you want a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can actually go to boyceandalicia.com. We're into all topics related to money, mental health, relationships, and just things that are going to help our community. We want to see you live your best life, man. That's what we believe in. And also, you can follow Alicia on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. So if you like intelligent black content, she provides that on a regular basis. She's very good at what she does. So anyway, all right. So let's sort of close this up. I'm gonna make sort of a final remark on this. So we were talking about Andrew Schultz, the comedian, and I know he's a comedian. I know that comedians, take risks, and I know comedians like to be edgy and controversial. But I think that beneath that desire to be edgy and controversial, there are just certain red lines you can't cross. Like I think that he would understand there's certain jokes you cannot make about Jewish people. Like you could not make a joke about the Jewish community during World War II or involving Hitler or something and think that they're gonna just let that slide. So I think with black people there should be red lines where you just say, look, man, be funny, but don't be getting too funny because we're gonna get funny with you if you start acting like that, right? And these brothers here, they've apologized, right? I don't know the name of their podcast, but They're from England, and they have their black experience in London, and I love the black people in England. You know, remember we had a great time.
Yeah, these two men, do not represent the black men I've met in London, who have been they came across to me as extremely respectful. I don't know what's going on in their heads, but they were very respectful when we were there.
Well, and I feel like these
Yeah.
guys were respectful in the sense that
Nah.
no, listen, let me explain. Let me explain. I read their apology and I kind of saw, and it seemed like they were like, "Oh shit, we messed up," right? And they're young, and I think that there should be some grace. You know, now they're gonna be apologizing for you. They need to do an apology tour now,
They need to change their
right? And I don't think it was built around like, "Oh gosh, we got to just say this to get it out." I think that they apologized because they knew genuinely they messed up, and they were probably a little nervous and laughed at something they shouldn't have laughed at. Because I did that. You know, one time my father chewed me out. I was on this show, this ESPN show years ago. Stephen A. Smith used to have a show called Quite Frankly with Stephen A. Smith, and I was on the show with Method Man, the rapper, and Meth started saying something ignorant, and I just kind of laughed along because because it's awkward. You don't want to be, you're nervous. You're on TV and whatever. And my father called me. My father was like, I was like, so did you see the interview? He's like, yeah. And I was like, what'd you think? He said, I didn't like it. I said, why not? He said, because you should never. He said, don't be. He said you were laughing along. He said you never agree with ignorance. You don't agree with ignorance, and that was him setting me straight, and so I do have empathy and grace for these guys because I get a sense that they're like really trying to say that they're sorry. Now, maybe if they have a trend of disrespecting black women, then that's another thing. I don't know of any such thing. There are some guys there's some guys that have black guys that have a podcast. Oh, there's a lot of black podcasters, black male podcasters who literally have built
Who
their
trash black women?
well, they built their whole career around providing a highly imbalanced, a constant criticism of black women because they know black women are an easy target. And I have a problem with that because I think that as a man, you can express your frustrations without being just fundamentally and consistently, deliberately disrespectful. So, now let's see.
Yeah. So what am I?
Go ahead, babe.
I got parting words. My parting words is that here we are coming up on a presidential election where you do have a black woman running for president. And I think
You have a Jamaican and Indian woman.
Stop it, boys.
She's not African. She's not a descendant of slavery.
Can I please stop? Would you please stop and let me say something?
Yes.
Okay, here you have a black woman who is running for president. And I predict that there's going to be, just like there was an Obama effect, backlash. There's going to be, it was backlash when Barack Obama ran. He was biracial also. So the first black president, male president, I think with Kamala possibly winning this election, we don't know. I really do predict that there's going to be more backlash against black women if Kamala wins. I really do predict that.
I can see that. Well,
Yeah.
Kamala to me is I don't call her black per se. I call her non-white, right? And I do think that non-white is gonna get a backlash, and I will give her
I think
that.
it's gonna come for black women. I don't think it's gonna be for anybody else but black women.
Backlash coming from
The
black women?
backlash is
Oh,
coming.
you think that they're gonna have a
for
backlash
us.
against black women because
I
y'all,
really
y'all look
do.
like you look Kamala like.
Yeah, because no, you can think that maybe she's not black, right? You say she's non-white, but how it's going to be seen by the public? She's going to be seen as a black woman who is president, and therefore it's going to be a backlash. That's my prediction.
Well, she's interesting because she's racially ambiguous enough that she can get into the halls of power. If you notice, they don't, if Kamala would not be running for president if she looked like Wesley Snipes.
You're wrong for that.
Really,
Okay.
no, really. If she was like pitch black, just
Well, maybe
clearly
because she's married
like,
to a white woman.
well,
A
yeah,
white
yeah. I mean, the white husband, all that fits into the narrative. The white Jewish husband. Let's just be clear. So, that's what tends to happen whenever black people get to that level. They're not usually African American descendants of slaves. They don't want to deal with those people.
Okay.
We're
But all of
we're
that is
considered
true.
dangerous. We're dangerous to them.
All of that is true. But that aside, can we listen, Can y'all understand levels? There's levels to this, right? There's levels to this. Let's just put the politics aside. Let's just put your nuances to the side. The thing is that if we do have a female black president, and that's what she's going to be seen as, let's just take away the nuances. That's my prediction, that there's going to be a backlash.
Yes.
Because black women are not respected in America like they should be.
I do agree, and but I
Yes.
also think that there should be room to respect those who've gotten past this idea that you should support anything black that they put in front of
Now
you.
that's true. I
Right,
agree with that.
and that's so anything that's a black Democrat, we're supposed to automatically support it. Anything that's a black Republican, we're supposed to say, "Oh, you're a sellout," and I don't like that at all. I think that that limits our freedom.
It
I'm not.
does.
I do not agree with the idea of us living in a one party system as black people.
I'm not going to vote for you just because you black.
Right.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to look at the issues. We've already talked about this.
Yeah. So
And what values closely adhere to my values. That's what I'm going to vote for.
yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
So so we can debate on Kamala, but I look forward to seeing an African American descendant of slavery as president one day. We still have not had that.
Yeah,
Like
that would be great.
they specifically selected Barack specifically because he didn't have that lineage. If he'd had that lineage, he wouldn't have got that opportunity.
He would not have.
Mhm.
But he
Yeah.
was still a black man who was president of the United States, and there was a backlash. I witnessed a backlash.
There was a backlash, and he
Mhm.
was good for America, in my opinion, in the sense that, um, he's articulate. He just he presented so well, and I thought
Oh,
that
he still
I
presents well.
he did a very good job for America.
Great.
I don't feel I'm not impressed with what he did for black people per se.
No, he kept those systems going very well.
Yeah.
He did the job of the presidency,
Well, I compare. I look at a Barack Obama in a way. It's almost. I look at him like if you got a family where you're starving and you're really hungry, and one of your relatives gets a really good job at the Ford plant, and he becomes
You're happy for him.
right. You're happy for him, and he does a great job, and you're really proud of him. But let's say he doesn't send any money home. He gets the good job at Ford, and everybody at home is talking about how proud of him they are because he's got the good job at Ford. But nobody in the house benefits from him having that job.
And they and why should they?
Yeah,
It's inspiring enough to make me want to apply.
maybe.
Maybe I too can be president of the United States.
Right. And then you have the Hunger Games. If you watch the Hunger Games in detail, you'll see that that's all that is. It's literally we maintain our oppression by picking a couple of people out of the oppressed group and then parading
prop
them.
up.
Yeah, prop them up and parade them as like a symbol of hope. That's why that word hope is so powerful.
Yeah, I don't need hope. I got enough hope on my own. I do not like inspirational speakers. Like speakers who come and inspire me, get on my nerves. I like speakers like you boys. You're the kind of speaker, you're giving me information. I want some information I can use. I don't need anybody to hype me up, to give me some hope. I definitely don't need inspiration. I get that from inside.
Well, I also and also when I speak, I like to provide solutions and a strategy. I don't want to just get us all pumped up over.
I don't want to be pumped up.
Right.
That irritates me. It even irritates me in boot camp when they're like, "Good job." I'm like, "Shut up." It's 6:00. It's 6:00 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. This hurts. My body hurts. I don't need a good job. I need cuss words going on.
Well, and I actually I'll say this. I think that's what leads me to admire your success. Is that's the difference I noticed because I've before we got married I had other relationships and stuff, and what I like about you is you are a doer. If I make a plan, I say let's do this by Friday, you'll be getting it done.
I do
Like
get
that,
it done.
you be
Now, let me tell you, it's not perfect. And I do be messing up sometimes. But hey, I messed up. I learned from it. But I dive right on in the deep end.
yeah, and that's what I'm gonna tell you that I can't tell you how many people I meet who will come to they'll go to the seminar, get all pumped up, get riled up, talk all day about everything they're gonna do, and
do
God's gonna
nothing.
guide them to success, and they're gonna fight through it, and then they don't follow up.
They go back to their old ways.
Right. It's a over reliance on emotional arousal and not a reliance on discipline. The motivation will get you to the motivation will help you take the first step. The discipline will help you take the other 9,999 that's
my
required to get
God.
there.
Black people. Now I'm talking about black people.
See, listen to you,
Black
stereotypes.
people. So be loving a nice sermon.
We like a good sermon.
We like a good sermon.
We like a good motivational speech, and I think all that can serve.
Can't stand it.
I
If
don't.
I went to church and like a preacher like started doing a sermon to rile up the crowd, I would get really annoyed.
Well, the
I
funny
don't
thing.
know why I cannot sit through speeches like that.
Well, you know what? Preachers are some of the best speakers I've ever heard, especially the real good ones.
Yeah.
And what's crazy about it is like if you're an analytical thinker and
Like
you
me.
right, and you really analyze like what they're saying, you'll realize like
They ain't saying nothing.
some of the pastors literally will spend a whole hour saying absolutely nothing and have the whole church jumping up and down.
I'd be like, oh my God, I can't. I just can't with the church.
And Jesus said that we gonna climb the rock.
Let me tell you,
He said that we gonna climb it.
I can't stand
He didn't say we gonna climb down. He said we gonna climb up.
Oh my God. I used to go to church.
We're gonna climb up in the sky.
Let me tell you, I used to go to church and just I know people probably be like, she's a heathen, but I used to go to church and then one day I was like, Alicia, you wake up early Monday through Friday. You wake up early on Saturday. The one day you're gonna wake up early just to sit here for some inspiration that you really don't need.
Mm.
And it just bothered me so much. And I don't know why. I just don't like church is good for the people that it helps, but there's certain people that just don't need it. I just don't feel like I need it. And that's something that I don't share. I've now shared with everybody, but I don't share that.
But Alicia, but then Jesus climbed the rock.
Yeah,
and he
Jesus
kept
can keep on climbing that rock.
And he went up. He didn't go down.
I don't need that.
He didn't go in a circle. He didn't go sideways.
I need to sleep in.
Yeah, but that's what I found to be real interesting. Same thing is true with rappers, which rappers are basically preachers. They just maybe their religion is can become more demonic like Diddy. But no, seriously though, like rappers, again, same thing I would do with pastors where I analyze exactly what's coming out of your mouth to see what I'm learning.
Yeah.
The same thing's true with artists. Like I'll listen, I'll read their lyrics and I'll listen. And a lot of times we get so caught up in the beat and the music that we're not hearing. Like I'm like
they have nothing to say.
either they have nothing to say or they're saying something that's like horrible. Because I remember talking to somebody about a Lil Wayne lyric and I said, you do know that he just said that he was gonna have sex with you and then chop up your dead body and mail it back to your ex-boyfriend. You know, like does that not concern you? It's like no, but it's got a nice beat.
Well, listen, the thing with Lil Wayne is so interesting. He really is a genius.
He is.
Because how could he put out all of that music and write all that stuff? As terrible as it was, he put out a lot of music. Like a lot. I couldn't believe, like, I was actually like digging into it. Like he was writing song after song, album after album, hit after hit. Like he was really just something was coming through him that was just like a lyrical vomit that he was doing for a long time. Now the content of his stuff is just horrific.
Well, Lil Wayne is a preacher.
Is he? Oh,
yeah. He's a pastor. You know, that represents the gospel of black self-destruction.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, like that's
spitting the lyrics.
But that's what it is. It's like unfortunately because you know the trauma he went through. I mean, little boy, I think he got shot when he was 11 years old or something. You know, so he spent most of his life sort of unfortunately using his tremendous power in a way that is not gonna help, not beneficial to the community, which is why I was very happy that Jay-Z took a stand and picked Kendrick Lamar for the Super Bowl and not Lil Wayne, because unfortunately, as much talent as he has, talent can't be your only criteria for who you
Lil
select.
Wayne is not happy about that. I would have been cringe. I think Lil Wayne in front of a Super Bowl audience would have been a little too much for the audience.
Yeah, I think
it just wouldn't have come across.
But you know what? I think that what they're gonna probably do is they're gonna probably include him because I don't think you can just leave New Orleans artists off because their contribution was so impactful. Also, I would love it if they brought D1 in there. Like I mean, D1's from New Orleans.
D1 would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean Kendrick shouted him out in his song, and I was like, huh, I wonder if he's shouting him out because kind of helping to elevate his profile because I mean, D's, he's our buddy. D's like a relative for us, and I love it. I love him a lot. He's a great guy, and I love the fact that he has the courage to just say, like, hey, can't we still have fun with hip hop and be great at hip hop without allowing others to use hip hop to destroy us? He understands how the money for other people, other communities use money to get black people to take the gun of hip hop and turn it to our own face.
Y'all gotta listen to D1's new album. We were listening to it. Me and the kids were listening to it. He's got some really good. There's like 2 or 3 songs that I'm like listening to over and over again.
Well, I bet if you looked at the discography of D1 and in terms of how much music he's put out and compare it to Lil Wayne, I bet you it's similar. I bet D has put out.
I don't know. Lil Wayne was.
I bet D has put out more music than Lil Wayne. And also, yeah, and D told me a funny story where he said, I made a comment on Vlad TV where I said, D1 and Lil Wayne are actually similar. They're just dark and light sides of the same culture. I said, yeah, they both have dreads. They both have that New Orleans accent, but one raps about horrible things. The other one raps about positive things. So this shows the power of hip hop. It can be used as a positive or a negative. And do you know, I didn't even know this until it was done, but D1 went and made a whole album on what I said.
That's right.
Yeah. And he had his picture, his baby picture next to Lil Wayne's baby picture. And I think he called it Separated at Birth. And it was so brilliant. He took all of the Cash Money Records beats and rapped over them with positive lyrics to see what that would sound like. And he said he could not put out the album because
they wouldn't let him.
Lil Wayne's people found out about it and they called D's record label. I guess he was with Epic at the time. And they told and they basically said, we can't put this out because we're going to get sued.
I wonder if he could eventually get the clearance for that album to release.
I need him to send it to me.
That would be so great.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, but it'd probably be some copyright violations. All violate.
I want to hear it. I never got a chance to hear it, and I was so flattered. I was like, "You did all that because I made one little comment."
You gotta text him when we're done. Text him and ask him to send the album over.
We got to have an album release party.
Could you play it at the convention?
I might try.
Ain't nobody gonna stop us. Who's gonna stop you? It's your convention.
I wish D could come to the convention this year.
He can't make it.
No, he can't make it this year.
But then we gotta play his music.
We will. Well, D1 is that's a great guy. He's a great. If y'all don't know who D1 is, you need to look him up. He's a great.
We gotta hang out.
He's very talented, and we love him and we respect him. And he was actually on Ryan Clark's podcast, The Pivot, and that was a perfect connection. Like when I love to see great men like that get together because those are the men that are going to lead our families and our communities out of the darkness. Those are the men that are going to make black people great again, because they're tough. They're fearless. Ryan won a Super Bowl. D D will take on anybody, anywhere, anytime. And so they got the courage, but also they have an understanding of structure and what our community is supposed to be. So that's why I have a lot of admiration for those guys, and I just applaud them in every way. So anyway, all right. So let's hop on out. Yeah, it's time.
We're not even talking about the
topic. We're gonna take our morning nap. So anyway, guys, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can actually go to boyceandalicia.com. And also, if you want to check out what Dr. Alicia does or make an appointment, she is a therapist. Feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And then last but not least, we do economic elevation training. I do this every single day because I want you to get your money right. I want you to understand finances. I want you to understand investing. So I do it every single day at 10 a.m. for free to anybody in the community.
It's free?
Who wants to listen. Yes, you don't have to pay money, but you got to pay attention. So if you want to join us and get an invite, we're going to start at 10 a.m. this morning, Eastern. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I will send you an invitation. Text morning to 87948. So you guys have a great day. God bless you, and thank you so much for listening. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye, everyone.
Everybody, how are you today? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and you probably recognize the brother that is here with me today. I have the great honor of having an opportunity to speak with the one and only Dr. Cornel West. How you doing today, brother?
Brother, every time I set eyes on you, I know I must be doing something right. We go back a long, long time. As young as you are, people wouldn't know that. You're so well taken care of, Sister Alicia, making a big difference. That's a beautiful thing. I know you're taking good care of her too, but it's always a blessing, man. You've been one of the real for me, just pioneers of all of this new technology, going back with your professorship and was willing to make that kind of break for the people, man. And your love for black people is undeniable. I'm telling you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot coming from me, or coming from you, and also coming from me. I wanted you to know. I don't want everybody to know. I do not invite anybody really heavily associated with politics on my platform. I don't. You know, the Kennedy brother reached out, and I like some of his ideas, some of them, you know. And when they reached out, I said, "What's the point in having this conversation? I care about what's happening with our people." And it seems like in this whole political game with the elephants fighting the lions, that we get kind of left behind. And and when I spoke to your vice president, sister Melina Abdullah, I felt her energy was exactly what I thought it would be, because I know what kind of man you are, and I love speaking with her. And I was very honored that you decided to join us today. So you're one of a kind, sir, and I definitely have to say that. And also, my wife sends her regards. She and I went to one of your events at the University of Chicago in 1999, and you didn't know me from a can of paint at the time, and you had a long line of hundreds of people waiting to talk to you, and I still remember that. And then also, I don't know if you remember the day we spent about 7 hours together in New York City in 2013.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I saw you at Flager's church in Chicago.
That's right. That's right. Now that's a great man right there, Father Michael Flager.
Oh, Brother Flager. Yeah, I've been going to his church for 35 years. You know, they canceled me this last year, wouldn't allow me to go. The Cardinals wouldn't allow me to get in his church. But we broke bread. Me, him, and Tavis just broke bread a couple of weeks ago at the convention. But no, Flager's my dear brother, man. He's my dear brother. You were there. That must have been about 15 years ago, right?
It was quite a few years ago. I stopped counting because the years go by too fast.
I understand. I understand, my brother.
I can't keep up, but I'll tell you what, I was really surprised when it was announced that you were running for president of the United States. That sounds exhausting. Tell me about that.
It is. It's been 15 months now, brother. I wouldn't recommend it to too many folk because, you know, event after event after event. I've done 600-700 interviews and hundreds of talks and things. And of course, the campaign's been broke as the 10 Commandments financially. And so I haven't been able to do as many as I would like to do. But I started in Mississippi, tribute to Sister Fannie Lou Hamer there in Lexington, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Brandon, Mississippi. And I've been going at it ever since. And it was really based on the sense of same calling. You and I got the same calling. You know, how do we tell the truth, seek justice, how to be of service to the people? We're not here that long, and we want to be able to be a force for good as long as we're here. When I looked up at the electoral political system, it's so rotten, it's so corrupt, it's just so hard to gain a foothold for any truth, any justice, any serious love for Black people and poor people and working people. I said, been running for justice for 50 years. Now it spills over into this electoral political context just to make sure there was a voice that raises the issues of reparations, mass incarceration, of poverty, wealth inequality, genocide in Gaza, AFRICOM in Africa. Just be able to have voices that are raising those issues with a power and a purpose. And so it's something that I'm glad I did because it's a certain kind of calling. But you can imagine catching hell, man. Legal suits coming at you. Oh, yeah, you know, trying to get ballot access. You got legal suits. You got spies and operatives in your campaign trying to undercut you. I mean, it's a contact sport. I mean, Machiavelli, when he wrote The Prince, and I know with your PhD and everything, you read and reread so many of these classical texts, man. He wasn't playing with all of the treachery and betrayal and lies and mendacity. But we had to be willing to go through anything for our people.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you, you talk about the treachery and in politics being a contact sport. I still remember, and of course, I definitely want to hear more about where you stand on things right now. But I still remember how disappointed I was in terms of what happened during the Obama campaign when I know for a fact, and I'd love for you to share whatever you feel comfortable sharing, but from my perspective, you were instrumental in getting Barack's black support. You played a big role in that because he didn't have that support in the beginning. A lot of people don't remember that. And then things kind of went left. And what bothered me about their approach was they didn't just say we disagree with Dr. West. They said we want to dismantle and discredit and destroy Dr. West. And they used some of your former friends to do that. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. I hate even having to say that, but I didn't like that. Can you kind of speak to some of that? Clear the record, because I'm not you, but I'd like to get your take on some of that.
Well, no, you're absolutely right about that, though. I mean, early on when he first called me, it was after his speech. Talked about America's a magical place. I said, this brother's going to have a Christopher Columbus experience. He's going to discover that there's a whole lot of social misery and a whole lot of suffering in America. And nothing magical about America at all. Yes, indigenous peoples. Ask those who descend from enslaved Africans, Jim Crow, Jane Crow, lynch black folk, and so on. But we had a long talk, and I told him, what is your relation to the legacy of Martin King, Fannie Lou Hamer? And he said, I know I'm not as radical as you, but I'm hoping we'll be able to work together. I said, well, we shall see, but I was willing to do it. And you're right. I did 65 events for him that first time he ran. And when he talked to me, he had like 4% black folk behind him.
Wow.
Because most of the black political class was over against him. And I didn't do it all by myself, but I was one of the early ones out there in Iowa. And I ended up in Ohio, trying to get black folk on buses and things. I knew, in fact, that he was a kind of moderate. I just felt that it could be a breakthrough and could generate more democratic possibilities for poor people across the board, both here and around the world. But once he brought in Larry Summers, he brought in Tim Geithner. That's Wall Street right there. He kept so many of the counter-terrorists in Pentagon and State Department that had justified torture in Latin America and Caribbean, Guantanamo as well. So it was clear that it was just another black face in a high place that was not going to speak to the serious plight and predicament of black poor and black working people, of poor and working people across the board. And so I began. So from the very beginning, I had a strong critique, and then, the vicious attacks took place. And then Brother Dyson, of course, that was a special thing because I've known him for so many years. I've known him since he was 18 years old, and he was my close brother and friend. And when he turned on me in that vicious way, I just said, well, what can you say? Folk sell out in a variety of different forms. And it's one thing to have a genuine disagreement with somebody. We all disagree with each other, and we respect each other, and we wrestle it through. But when you get these ad hominem attacks, especially when you pay big money for it, that was what, New Republic? They paid, thousands of dollars for him to do that. That was low, but I mean, he's a human being like everybody else, and he's got a precious mama and daddy and lovely wife, Marcia. So that it is what it is. You keep moving, keep bearing witness, brother. You don't let nothing get you down. You're not surprised by any evil. You're not paralyzed by any despair. We come from a great black people who have known every form of terror and trauma, every kind of abomination. And as Curtis Mayfield say, we keep on pushing.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, that in case anybody's listening, I assume I'm speaking with Dr. Cornel West, and I'm gonna tell you that's the thing that I always respected about you. And when I heard you were running for president, my first question was, why would he do that? That's and my second thought was, I said, I've sat next to you on many occasions, and it's fascinating. One thing that really tells me a lot about America is the fact that you don't approach people with any form of hostility. It's always love, and use the word brother a lot, no matter who you're speaking to. And I said, he's a good man who's trying to do a good thing. What makes him radical and dangerous in the eyes of other people? It reminds me a little bit of how the world sort of views Minister Farrakhan. I say, look, you can disagree with him. I mean, that's fine. We disagree with each other, but the idea that he's dangerous and some of these other people out here are not, when they are dropping bombs on people and destroying our entire community, and engaging in mass incarceration, literal extermination of our people. At least they would if they tried. But you don't see that. You see that as safe. but these guys are dangerous. That's a big problem there. So tell me about that part of your experience, Dr. West. How do you feel about that in terms of how often I believe you're misinterpreted by the world?
No, I think that every generation produces certain kinds of people who have a profound hatred of injustice, and in our case, a hatred of the vicious practice and legacy of white supremacy, a hatred of seeing people economically exploited. And that hatred is predicated on a love for those people. And the history for 400 years of Black people is any Black man or woman or sibling who has a genuine love for Black people and a genuine hatred of white supremacy will either be assassinated, incarcerated, misunderstood, misconstrued, rebuked, scorned, and marginalized. And I think your witness, it bears that out too, though, brother. From the academy, the courageous break from the academy. We won't go into all the history for everybody, but we go all the way back. I remember Syracuse. We can go on and on, right?
Yeah.
And you just been consistent in your courage because you got a deep commitment to the enhancement and empowerment of a hated and terrorized and traumatized people called Black people. But we bounce back. Yes. Every generation. Here come a new cloud of witnesses. Every generation. Here comes some more freedom fighters. Here comes some more love warriors. Here comes some more wounded healers. Here comes some more joy spreaders. That's who we are as a people. That's part of our greatness. Now we got Black thugs, we got Black cowards, we got Black gangsters and so forth. That's part of our history too. Ain't no doubt about that. You got lukewarm moderates, don't know what to do, waiting to find out, follow a Pied Piper. No, think for yourself. Work it out for yourself. Just be a force for good in your own way, on your own terms. That's all a serious spokespersons and leaders all about. It's like a jazz woman, Mary Lou Williams, like a jazz man of Count and Duke. They ain't talking about follow me like I'm the Pied Piper. No, if Gonzalez want to play a 22-minute solo in Newport, let that brother blow. I'm gonna sit at the piano and listen to it. And it's my band, right? That's Duke's band. Because we lift every voice. That's the Johnson brothers from Florida, not the Johnson brothers playing I'll Be Good to You. That's another Brothers Johnson. I'm talking about the Johnson brothers of Rosamond and James Weldon, right? Lift every voice. You've been lifting your voice. I've been trying to lift my voice. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we change our minds. That's what it is to be human. Minister Louis Farrakhan raising his voice. Jesse Jackson raising his voice. You saw just died today, James Earl Jones.
Yeah, R.I.P.
93 years old. He raised his voice from Mississippi, stuttering for the first almost 18 years of his life, and ends up the most eloquent person in the country, like Demosthenes in Greece, who was born a stutterer and ends up one of the greatest orators in Greece. That's James Earl Jones. That's our tradition.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
We are at our best, my brother. Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is true. And R.I.P. to James Earl Jones. I don't know if anybody knows that he passed today at the age of 93. But everybody type his name in the chat or put an R.I.P. in the chat for brother James Earl Jones. So, Dr. West, let me ask you about the campaign trail so far. First question I will ask you is, has anything about running for president surprised you relative to what you thought the experience was going to entail?
I wouldn't say surprised, but I've been able to see much more closer just how rotten and corrupt the system really is. That it's such a raw quest for power that either party will do anything and attack everybody in order to keep their power. So that to find a space for some integrity, honesty, decency, some truth telling and justice seeking, it's very, very difficult for it to have traction, man. And so you end up with a system that really doesn't care for poor people, really doesn't care for poor working class Black folk at all. It does care for some Black middle class folks to the degree to which they need to be incorporated in order to reproduce the system. But when and they certainly don't care about Palestinian babies. They've made that very clear. You know, you got 16,000 babies killed in a matter of months, and you don't give a damn. And everybody knows if those babies were white babies, if those babies were Israeli babies, then the U.S. government have the exactly opposite response. So you see the anti-Palestinian racism going on. And here we come along, you know, I come out of Shiloh Baptist Church, Vacation Bible School. Jesus loved little children, all the children of the world, red or yellow, black or white, they are precious in his sight. So a Palestinian baby got the same value as an Israeli baby, got the same value as a black baby, got the same value as a white baby. I believe that. I still believe it, which means you got to raise your voice. When you raise your voice, what happens? Repression hits. You see, I was head of the student for Palestine at Harvard, the faculty advisor. You know, we could hardly get a room on campus. You think they were concerned about repression of voices? Now, all of a sudden, they got studies in anti-Semitism at Harvard because some of the Jewish students feel they haven't been treated right. We want all the students to be treated right, but the Palestinian student got the same value as a Jewish student. And we won't even get in, you know, my battles with Harvard and getting pushed out twice, directly and indirectly and so forth. Hey, that's part for the course. But you can just see the rot, man. You can see the corruption. You can see the hypocrisy, the mendacity that hides the criminality. These are crimes. Mass incarceration was a crime against humanity. Biden, who was the architect, homelessness is a crime against humanity. We 12% of the population, 13% of the population, what? 50% are homeless? We 9% here in Los Angeles, 40% of the homeless. So when I come out of call for the abolition of homelessness and unhousedness, abolition of poverty, that's just extension of what Martin was talking about. Martin King, that's just what Fannie Lou Hamer was talking about almost 60 years ago, my brother.
Wow.
Almost 60 years ago, same struggle. When you talk about how do you empower black folk, how do you make sure that black folk understand what it means to have access to resources, use your resources in such a way that you're a good steward, so it's not just individualistic, but it's tied to community empowerment, and you figure, how is that radical? What's watching truth and love and justice, right? How is that radical? Man, they come at you swinging.
Well, you know what's funny, Dr. West, is that because my doctorate's in finance, I often run into people who assume that I'm a capitalist, and I have to correct them instantaneously. I say, no. I am not a cap. I know too much to ever want to be a capitalist because I think that a lot of the issues that you mentioned, where bad becomes good and good becomes bad, is rooted in a type of capitalism, especially this practice in America, where money becomes like a god.
That's right. That's
right. So if it doesn't make money, then you're not going to get the political support. And also, because so much money has been allowed to enter into politics, it has really just tainted and poisoned the system in horrible ways. The fact that it costs a couple $2 billion to run for president, when you have what's going on with AIPAC and their manipulation of politicians, things like that, you can go down the list. The food that we get served, you know, I got both my parents right now dealing with some cancer related issues. Thank you, I appreciate that. And it's, you know, if you look at the food we eat, it's poisonous food, and nobody stops it because of the money. So let me ask you about this. What's that been like for you in terms of just dealing with the financial side of run for president? It's very expensive. How have you and Dr. Abdullah been able to raise the money you need to do what you got to do?
Well, I mean, it's been a massive volunteer affair in many ways, because I mean, over the 15 months, I've been able to raise about 1.2 million, whereas of course, you know, Sister Harris got 540 million in 1 month.
Wow. Wow.
And Trump gets 350 million in 1 month. So they're gonna both end up in the billions. And I'm lucky to get 1 million over 15 months. And then they still come to me and say, oh, Brother West, you're gonna be the cause of American fascism because because your votes are gonna take votes away from this particular candidate, and therefore it would be your full responsibility and culpability as to which way the nation goes. And I said, wow, that's something. I'm that powerful. If I was that powerful, black folk wouldn't be poor. Black folk be full of access to resources, self-love, self-determination, self-defense. Poor people, oppressed people all around the world. I wish I was that powerful. So what happens? So you can imagine, you know, that I just pay a major salute to the volunteers that have come forward. And then, as you know, when it comes to ballot, you end up with all kind of gangster activity. You know, people say, oh, we heard the right wingers behind your campaign. We have nothing to do. We have no connection whatsoever. You got different kind of folk, some of them left, some of them right, trying to make sure they organize for ballot access. And actually, and no doubt, some of them are gangsters. There's no doubt about that, because they'll do anything for power. We've seen the Democrats do that with Kennedy. First they fight to keep him off. Now they want to fight to put him on. Back and forth, put him on, keep him off. It's all power, power, power. You just can't become cynical. That's the thing. You see it for what it is, and you say, I still believe that there's a role for truth and justice. I still believe there's integrity and honesty, moral consistency across the board here and around the world for oppressed people.
Wow. Well, you know, I love that. And yeah, I wish I had $1 billion. I'd love to, you know, write whatever checks need to be written, because I believe in what you're doing. And I met Sister Dr. Melina Abdullah, who used to be your vice president. Yeah, she came in and we had talked on the phone for about an hour. It was my first time speaking with her, and she reminds me, she's similar to my wife. My wife's a professor of social work. And Dr. Abdullah, I can't remember exactly what a doctorate's in. Maybe you can let me know. I know she's in
political science.
Political science.
USC. She's a professor of Pan-African Studies at California University, LA, but she's trained in political science at USC.
Yeah, highly qualified.
Went to Howard undergrad.
Say it again.
She went to Howard undergrad, just like Sister Harris.
Did she? She didn't cross paths with her, did she?
No, because she's not that old though. She's not that old, and they both AKA sisters too.
Wow, that's very well. You know what? Shout out to the AKAs. My sister's an AKA.
Lord, yes, no. Toni Morrison. I mean, AKAs got some serious folk now. There ain't no doubt. Irene B. West, my mama was too. But I was just blessed to have Sister Melina say yes. When Anahita, my wife, and I sat down and thought about it and prayed on it and said, we just want to put a smile on Fannie Lou Hamer's face. Who of that generation put a smile? She's had a house, as you know, attacked 3 times with the police. She's out there every Wednesday marching to make sure that you raise the humanity of these precious Black folk getting brutalized and murdered by the police. And she's, and she's a scholar and intellectual and a thinker, but she's courageous. She's visionary, and it's been wonderful working with her.
Yeah, she is. I love her as your selection, and I think that she is. What was most impressive is that I got this sense that she is somebody who wants to do the right thing for the world. That's what I admired the most in that conversation. I mean, sure, she's got the academic credentials and all that, but you know how academia is. Unfortunately, sometimes you can have some educated fools up in there.
Educated cowards and conformists. Oh, ain't no doubt about that.
Yes. And that is a great woman, and I definitely want to mention that. I have a lot of respect for her, and I want to ask you about this. Let's talk about reparations. That's a topic that seems to be something that is growing in terms of interest and conversation in our community. If the politicians are starting to slightly acknowledge it, I think that I think it's almost like a surface acknowledgement, right? You know, Kamala, when she speaks on it, she talks around it in a way where she won't really directly address it. But do you feel that there is, are you happy with the progress that's been made in the fight for reparations? And I'd love to get any other thoughts you have on that in terms of how that battle should be fought.
Yeah, I just find it hard to see how people could have a commitment to truth and justice and not have a commitment to reparations, given the kind of economic and otherwise forms of damage against precious Black people, hundreds and hundreds of years. How could we not want to find the truth about who constitute the economic foundation of American democracy? Our descendants. And when you find that truth out and you find out what the damage, what kind of repair? Well, that's what the justice demand comes. And that's why Dargady and the wonderful work that he's done with his academic team, as you know, from here to Eternity. I forget the sister's name, but she played a very important role too in that book. It's right over here. But that book itself, from Here to Equality, the strongest case for reparation. Now, see, I sat at the feet of Queen Mother Moore in Harlem. She was mayor of Harlem in the kind of colloquial sense, who was one of the great proponents of reparations. And that was way back in the 70s. And then with Randall Robinson, God bless him, he just passed, who wrote The Debt and founder of Trans Africa. I was on that board with Charles Ogletree and others. We had the struggles in Tulsa, reparations. We lost that case. But reparations is something that's been part and parcel of my life for over 45 years. And I'm just, it has to be an integral part of any serious talk about truth and justice in the country. And that's true for the Japanese. That's true for Jews in Germany. There's a whole lot of different cases that any Truth and Justice Commission would come up with a recommendation, a justice demand for reparations. Now, we were making some progress in California, as you know. Then we got, again, the political cowardliness of the Black Legislative Council. They passed the bill, and the governor says, don't put it on my desk because it's embarrassing. I'm running for president. If I sign it, I'm going to have trouble. If I don't sign, I'm going to have trouble. So don't even put it on my desk. And what do? Here's $6 million for another commission. They didn't even put it on his desk. So that's just political cowardliness, you see. Yes. All that work, all that struggle, put it on his desk and see what he does. Is he committed to truth and justice or not? This ain't no game. No, most politicians locked into legalized bribery and normalized corruption. They playing a game. We ain't playing no game. There's human beings down here under all these games you playing.
Yes.
Precious human beings down there. They're suffering and they fight. They exploit it. They're oppressed, but they're also resisting with tremendous resiliency. And part of our challenge these days, my brother, is deeply spiritual. And this is why I've always, everywhere I go, I always have something very positive to say about you, because when it's a spiritual question in terms of, are you willing to raise your voice and take risks and bear burdens in being in solidarity in your truth telling for people who are catching hell? And what has happened is that selling out has become so normal and become so natural that everybody just concerned about getting a deal. Everybody's concerned about getting money, more status, more position. I mean, I had this with the Harris campaign just a few weeks ago. You know, they kind of reach out and want to be able to set up a deal and provide resources, a possible position. Hey, you got the wrong black man for this. I'm not in no deal making activity. I'm trying to speak the truth. At first, I was trying to win the election, but if I don't win the election, I want to win the cause. If I can't win the cause, I want to win some integrity for myself before the worms get my body and my soul ascends. This is not no game. This is not no deal making for me as an individual. Why would I want to be part of an administration that's denying genocide, that is facilitating genocide, that's going to be tied to Wall Street, it's going to be tied to Silicon Valley, it's going to be tied to the Pentagon, it's going to expand militarism, that's going to have the most lethal, what did she say, the most lethal army in the world? No, that's Alexander the Great. I'm with Jesus the Great. That's a qualitative shift in understanding what greatness is. And then what my dear sister said, what the other day in Chicago, the greatest story ever told is the American story. I said, get off the crack pipe, my sister. Lord, the greatest story ever told. I think greatest story ever told got something to do with a Palestinian swarthy Jew named Jesus. But my Muslim brothers and sisters would say Muhammad and Jesus and Moses. But the greatest story ever told is so much deeper than anything having to do with America. The greatest privilege of being alive is to be an American? No, it's to love and be loved. You can get that in Ethiopia, you can get that in Guatemala, you can get that in Brazil, you can get that in Haiti, you can get that in Iran, you can get that in Korea. To love and be loved, that's the greatest privilege of being alive. Quit lying on the public stage like that. You think this brother played a Love Supreme for nothing? That wasn't just a song. Come on, sister. You didn't learn that at Howard. Sterling Brown was there. Mary Baracco came through. Stokely Carmichael came through Howard. Wow. You know what I mean? That's the highest standards. We ain't playing no game here.
Wow.
You're too hard. The politicians have to say all kind of things. I'm not just isolating her. I know most of them lie, but we talking about particular one. Now, Trump, of course, is gangster of all gangsters in so many ways. So we know what he is. We have no expectation.
So the greatest story ever told, America. You know, I'm gonna tell you what. If America continues to smoke the crack pipe of capitalism, it is going to be a very short story. You know, this country is a young country, and we are headed to hell in the handbasket in several ways. And the reason I think someone like you is so important, and hopefully people will listen, is because we are headed in the wrong direction in so many ways. I could even start with something as basic as $37 trillion in debt. Over what? And then you're sending these missiles across to Israel to kill children, and you're doing all these things where every day I wake up thinking, when are the chickens going to come home to roost? When are we gonna, there's gonna be a consequence for this kind of behavior. And as you said, it's always driven by, so much of it's driven by money. And I know enough about money to know the dangers of money. And to say, this ain't it. This isn't how, I mean, you have to respect the power of money. Money can get a lot of good things done. But money is it's like driving a really powerful tank. You can use it to break through barriers, or you can kill people with it, and it depends on who's driving. And so Dr. West, I know you are a busy man and you are on the campaign trail, so I'm not going to take much more of your time, but I want to ask you a question. Specifically in terms of reparations. I'd love to get let everybody hear your perspective on what you think reparations should and would look like. If you've thought about that with your campaign, and just a framework, so that as we move forward, we'd be able to say, okay, this is what we're looking for. Because you know how it is in politics. Eventually, if we make them submit to giving something, they're gonna start off by offering us something silly. A bag of potato chips and a hot dog, and So what would you say reparations should look like, Dr. West?
Yes. Well, one is we have to begin with the notion that no amount of money could ever repay what Black people have been through in 400 years, beginning with the bones on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. So that this is not a quid pro quo exchange kind of situation. We're talking about trying to get as much justice based on truth as we can, but the level of barbarity and bestiality and criminality visited upon Black people can never begin to be repaid. So we had to just be clear about that. So then you say, okay, now given that, how do we proceed? And you got slavery, you got neo-slavery with Jim and Jane Crow and American terrorism and lynching. Then you got Jim Crow Jr., which is now de facto segregation, with discrimination still taking place in a variety of different ways. It might not be legalized, but people have a way of getting in and outside of the law, under and above the law. So that the reparations is not just about barbaric slavery, but it's about the subsequent forms of bondage that have continued. The aftermath of slavery, as people would put it. Now, given that, and again, I follow my dear brother Doherty and others. They come up with 258,000 for each descendant of the dignified Africans who were enslaved. That strikes me as a reasonable starting point. A reasonable starting point. But then we've got to make sure we have a strong enough culture and infrastructure in place that the money that is given is not simply kind of just recycled and recirculated right into the same corrupt system that has been exploiting Black people and poor people and working people all these years. So that there has to be some kind of massive transfer of wealth. There's no doubt about that. And I believe in just redistribution of wealth downward for citizens, no matter what color they are. I believe in free education. I believe housing ought to be a right. Healthcare ought to be a right. Safe communities ought to be a right. And that's true no matter what color you are, just a citizen in the American empire. But when we talk about reparations, that has to do with Black people, specifically Black folk, who just became citizens in 1964 and have still had to deal with mass incarceration, police brutalization, police murder, still have to deal with vicious images that circulate and therefore affect the hearts and minds and souls of Black people, still have to deal with various forms of social marginalization and so on. So that I think the financial dimension has to be noted and it's integral, but it's not the sole one that I talk about. Because you see, for me, in the end, you know, we are spiritual people, man. And it depends on what cultivated capacities for love we have. And if we're taught to hate ourselves, they could give Black folk each one $1 million. And within a matter of months or years, we'd be right back where we were because we haven't loved ourselves enough, respected ourselves enough to forge institutions, to forge infrastructures, so we would be able to flower and flourish over time as opposed to that one particular transfer of cash. And so it's got to be holistic. But I mean, this is something that you've been talking about and writing about all these years, and I've been learning from you about, and all of us have been learning from you about. But it's for me, it's very important. It really is. And it's a way of connecting us with other people all around the world, especially oppressed people around. When you talk about American empire going under, that American empire would take the whole planet. Fossil fuel, short-term gain orientation, the whole planet goes.
That's right.
3 individuals got wealth equivalent to 160 million in the country. 3 people. That level of grotesque wealth inequality, no society can sustain that. Nope. Chickens will come home to roost. You're going to reap what you sow.
Yes.
No lies live forever. Truth crushed the earth will rise again. That's one of the fundamental laws of history.
Wow. Well, you know what, Dr. West, you've given us a lot to think about. And I agree with you, and I want everybody to know that, you know, those who come in here regularly know that I'm not into Democrat Republican stuff. Every election I vote for Black people, whatever that means, and you also are a person I would vote for, and I'd like to ask you just a final question because we are also action oriented. This space, people that they are people of substance, and I respect you, everybody in here watching. I respect you all. How can people help with what you're doing? I got your website up here, cornellwest2024.com. Is there anything in particular that individuals can do to help you and Dr. Abdullah continue on your courageous campaign?
No, I mean, I would just say, you know, if you so choose, provide whatever kind of support you can, but always understand that, you see, as a jazz man and a Jesus-loving free Black man, I don't believe any of us are Pied Pipers. I don't believe any of us are simply there to be followed. I just want Black people to think for themselves, to love themselves, to affirm who they are, to accent the best of their relation to their mamas and daddies and granddaddies and grandmamas, and then to find their voices, not be echoes. Our anthem is not lift every echo, it's lift every voice. You can't be a jazz woman or a blues man if you just an echo. James Cleveland told Aretha, quit being an echo of Marion Williams. Marion Williams, one of the greatest voices of the 20th century. So Aretha had the right model, but Aretha had to find her voice or she wouldn't have been Aretha. And James Cleveland understood that. And her father, Reverend C.L. Franklin, understood that. Brother Boyce, you couldn't just be imitating and emulating. Boyce got a voice nobody else has. That's true for every Black person that's listening or anybody else who's listening. And I just have one voice among others. So the important thing is you think for yourself, understand what are the moral and spiritual grounds upon which you engage in living a decent life. And then you come down on the ground, wherever it is. It might be a poet, might be a trade union, it might be a businesswoman, it may be a hip hop artist, it might be a politician. Find your voice and then pursue it with integrity and honesty. That's all I'm trying to do before I go. That's what we need to do. But right now, brother, we got a culture. What is it about? Stimulation, titillation, distraction, addiction. You keep folk addicted to the cell phone, addicted to all of those short-term pleasures. So you end up with a joyless quest for insatiable pleasures. You can get any kind of pleasure you want. That's American capitalism, but you still don't have no joy. Your grandmama had more joy than you do, and she was broke as the 10 Commandments financially, but she knew how to love her people and love her kids and love her church, or love her mosque, or love her sisters in the deacon board, or love her sisters doing other things in the nightclubs or whatever was happening.
Yes.
That's why our music was full of so much love. Tremendous
Wow.
love of a hated people. That's part of our greatness. Let's keep moral, spiritual greatness of our people at the center of who we are. That's what I say to black folk. That's very different than just following me, voting for me. No. This is much bigger. This is grander.
Yes. So now, y'all here in the chat, I want y'all to give me a yes if you understand why I love this man so much. I want y'all to just let me know if you understand why. When I told y'all, I said, when it comes to Dr. West, don't ask me no questions. There's certain people, not to even question my support for, and it's yourself and Minister Farrakhan. And it's not because we agree on everything. It's because this is something bigger than just you as a man running for an office. When you said think for yourself, love yourself, if we embrace that as a people, nothing can stop us. So everybody put that in the chat. Think and love. Think for yourself, love yourself. And ain't nobody in here telling you who to vote for. No, that's not what we do here. I want you to vote for you, vote for your family, vote for your community. Serve the people that matter for you, not these people in Washington and these corporations and all that. You're better than that. So I want to say thank you, Dr. West, for honoring me with your presence.
Let us continue to pray for our dear minister, Louis Farrakhan, because he's getting old. It's unbelievable how he's been able to sustain the level of energy, vitality, and vibrancy. But he is getting old. The same is true with our dear sister Khadijah, both of whom I have great love and respect for. So let us keep them in our prayers, very, very much so. And I salute you and Sister Alicia. Oh yes, indeed.
I will send her your regards 100%. I will tell her, she did, when I mentioned I was talking to you today, she said, remember that time in 1999 when we talked to him at the University of Chicago? So she still remembered that. You have an impact everywhere you go, brother. And I want to say thank you. Wow. Yes, sir. That was such a long time. Time goes by fast, don't it?
That's true.
Yes. So I want to give everybody, here is Dr. West's website. If you'd like to go support his campaign, it's CornellWest2024.com. So feel free to go there, check out the policies that are there. Think for yourself, love yourself. That's the message for today, among others. Also, feel free to share this with anybody in your family who's looking for something else to understand what's going on in this world. And also, I want to remind everybody who likes to think for themselves, the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Chicago, in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. And Dr. West, I want to just also let you know, I know this year your campaign schedule is busy, but maybe next year or something, I'd love to have you in. I know Dr. Abdullah.
If you were there, then I'd love to be there, my brother. I can tell you that.
All right. Well, I'd love to have you, and the door is wide open. And I know Dr. Abdullah is going to come down. I think she's going to be on the panel and speak a little bit. But yes, and the door is wide open for you as well. And the All Black National Convention was basically something we put together for Black people that just want to improve our community. The message is real simple. If you believe that Black people should be mentally and physically healthier, then the convention's for you. If you believe that Black people should love each other and have better relationships and build strong families, the convention's for you. If you believe Black people should also have economic strength and power, the convention's for you. Very simple. So when you get the time, Dr. West, I want to just publicly state the door is open. You have my support unconditionally, and God bless you for all the sacrifices you make, and I appreciate you very much.
Oh, love you, my brother. You stay strong, though. We still here after all of these years and decades. We still here, my brother.
Oh, they can't kill us. They can't kill us. You might kill the body, but you can't kill the spirit.
You can't kill the spirit. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yes, sir.
Indeed. God bless you, though, man.
Bless you as well. And everybody have a good day. And we're signing out for now. And I'll see you all really soon. And don't forget that tomorrow we're doing our free financial class as we do every morning, Money in the Morning, Economic Consciousness. That's what we do every morning. So if you'd like to join us, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.